As the rounds keep on passing by, the competition and the intensity rises up even more. Welcome to BGIS 2026, where I'm going to be a host of Cast Neck Row. John alongside with me on the panel, it's iSuper Johnny. And Johnny, we're already inside of the round 3. Can you believe it?
I mean, I cannot believe it, to be honest, because we were expecting this journey to be a little bit longer, especially we started off with the grind. That was a gruesome journey in itself. But of course, while the grind was going on towards the end, we saw round 1 happen, which happened off camera, and then round 2. We did not know what to expect going into the matches in round 2, but a few of these undergod names have definitely showcased what they're here to prove.
I know, right? A lot of new names are popping up as well, and of course, a lot of those new names have given us a lot of new hopes as well. And just time flies by, it's real quick, right? Now we're already inside round 3. Imagine we're also starting off the day 1 as well, and we've got a few returning names. Once again, Group 1 and 2 are going to be duking it out over here, and as we know, Group 1 is going to be playing the first 3 games. We witnessed the grind as well, and from the grind too, we know we've got a lot of fierce contenders.
Exactly. I mean, you talk about fierce contenders. I mean, 2 big names in particular are going to be Kalinga Esports and Gods for Reason, who had incredible runs during their matches in the grind. And of course, as you talk about round 3, which is going to start today, just a step closer to where the best of the best are waiting. Round 4 is going to be the next, and after that, we are going to have our quarterfinals. And that is where we get to see the top echelon of the teams of the grind. I'm pretty sure they're going to be watching the matches, seeing what everyone is up to, because what we witnessed in round 2 was something that was unpredictable. The level of aggression we got to see from these undergod teams. It seems like on Rondo, everyone just showed up with a simple game plan. Just fight it out.
I know, right? Rondo is definitely one of those maps that really does bring in the aggression, and it's also an opportunity for the teams to grab the comeback as well. And you know what? Since we've been speaking so much about the grind itself, as we know it's out of the round 3, we've got the teams coming from Group B and Group C itself. The top 8 teams from Group C and the bottom 8 teams from the Group B.
Exactly, and as you mentioned, I mean, this is why Week 3 is special, because Group B itself was quite intense. Of course, the bottom 8 teams, they had their own struggles, but still they've made it this far, and of course going up against the best teams from Group C of the grind. And of course, after we move on forward from round 3, we move on to round 4, where we're going to have 112 teams being promoted from round 3 to round 4. They're going to be joined by the bottom 8 of Group A, and of course the top 8 from Group B as well. And after that, we move on to the quarterfinals. 56 teams from round 4 are going to move to the quarterfinals directly. 57 to the 64th place teams are going to move to the wild card, and in the quarterfinals, the top 8 teams from the grind are also going to be present.
I know, right? The crazy part is Group A had a direct jump all the way towards the quarterfinals in the tournament. So whichever teams were participating inside of the Group A, they had a direct qualification if you managed to place yourself in the top 8 towards the quarterfinals. Then from the quarterfinals, we're going to move on towards the wild card as well. But if the teams in the quarterfinals, they manage to place themselves in the top 16, they directly head on towards the semifinals. That's also going to be direct major qualification.
That is such a big jump that you get. You get to avoid that wildcard elimination bracket. But we all know the dream is always going to be to set foot on that final stage for that LAN finale, 27th March to the 29th of March. And it is going to be nothing short of epic. I mean, that's been the story of every single BGIS we have had so far.
I know, right? Then also even the survival stage comes inside of the picture, from which the top 8 teams are also going to move on towards the grand finals. So yeah, this format's definitely epic. And what else is going to be epic is also this prize pool distribution on the screen. Now keep this thing in mind, even the Discovery Island's live inside of the game. So yes, the prize pool can be fueled all the way up to 4 crores.
That is why there's 2 crore plus plus on that graphic that we just see before we see the distribution. That plus plus is for you guys, for our lovely viewers, to contribute to the prize pool, overall prize pool of BGIS 2026. And as Necro mentioned, all you have to do is just play BGMI. You just have to play your matches, and that is it. It's as simple as that. But talking about the distribution, the champions walking away with 60 lakh rupees in the bag, the runner-up with 30 lakhs, the second runner-up with 20 lakhs, so on and so forth. Teams finishing in the bottom 2 in the grand finals will walk away with 2.5 lakh rupees each. And also, there are going to be those individual accolades that we always have.
There's a lot of money on the line, but how do you exactly get your hands on that money? Well, it's through this points distribution. The first placing team inside of the game will get 10 points, the second one will get 6, the third one will get 5, and it's going to keep on descending downwards until 9th till 16th get nuts. And of course, you get 1 point each finish that you grab inside of the game, so even that really comes inside of the picture. And that's why we mentioned Rondo is going to be one of those maps to look out for. Since Group 1 is going to be the map to the Group 1 is going to be the group to kick things off on the map Rondo. They will have a big head start over all the other groups that are going to be playing today.
I think considering the map rotation that we have for both the groups, there's one team that's extremely happy. That is going to be Kalinga Esports, right? They are placed in Group 1 right now, so they get to kick things off on that map of Rondo. And we all remember, in Grind, this was the map because of which Kalinga Esports were able to secure a nice little spot at the start of their journey. Of course, there was the massive fall-off that happened in the later stage of the tournament, where they weren't really able to perform that well on Erangel or on Miramar, but their Rondo is actually pretty decent.
I know, right? We've also got the playing teams on the screen for Group 1 itself. Kalinga Esports, Godson Esports is also going to be a part of it. Then you've also got Be-Like, Skyline, One Goal, Ultron Esports, Team LOLs. Now, speaking of Team LOLs, yes, the round 2 was fantastic. We saw Team LOLs do so good on the map Rondo, but is the replication going to happen once again? That's also a major concern and a question.
Yeah, it is going to be a concern, but apart from them, we have 2OP as well. This is also a very interesting name. I mean, we did see their journey earlier on, but it wasn't the best. Their performance in round 2 has been okay. I have to say the level of aggression has gone up a little bit, but again, not the best iteration of what we have seen from 2OP. Moving forward, we have Team Telugu, Veni Vidi Vici, FFOD, Rising Underdogs. We have Team Epic Official, ZYP Esports, 4 Eternals, Team Fakes, and TSB Jaguar Esports. Jaguar Esports is also returning name to BGIS. I mean, we see them year after year, this time again with a new roster.
Exactly. We've seen Jaguar Esports in the past as well. And yes, they've had quite a glorified past, let's be honest, right? We know what exactly they're capable of. And now if you move on towards the map averages as well, for Kalinga Esports specifically, you see a clear disparity in between the points and in between the numbers as well. Of course, Rondo, they have been pretty much performing on that map, since we know they like to go for the elimination points as well. And Kalinga, they actually do manage to survive in the final few moments too. So Rondo has been their best map, but the only concern is you only get to play one Rondo.
Exactly what I was about to say. It's just one Rondo that you get this time, and you have to make sure that it counts for a lot. Because with Kalinga Esports, they played very well in the very first Rondo that they played during the grind. After that, it was the last Rondo, I believe, of their journey in the grind where they kind of had a little bit of success. I don't remember them getting a lot of eliminations, but I remember them being in the top 3 of that second Rondo as well. Apart from that, the Miramars and the Erangels were a big struggle. And over here, in round 3 itself, they have to make sure that the focus shifts from Rondo to Erangel, because you're going to be playing a lot more Erangels.
Yeah, exactly. And hey, at the start of the day, we also locked in our predictions. And of course, from our side, I personally went with Godsent myself. I do believe that this is one of those teams that performed extremely well inside of the round 2, so they've got that positive momentum. But looking at the trend so far, all the teams that do manage to perform in the previous round, they've never been able to qualify.
That is true, and this is your superstition with Godsent as well, right?
Look, I believe Godsent is going to be the one to break that curse. They will break that trend. You went with Kalinga Esports. Listen, it's quite an easy pick. They're anyways going to perform on the map of Rondo. They're playing it.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I would want to see. I would want to see them drop at least 20 points from Rondo, and that way, even if those Erangel matches afterwards do not really go their way, they still will be able to maintain a decent average for tomorrow. But tomorrow they're going to be starting with 1 Erangel and 2 Miramar, so that's a different story. We'll worry about that tomorrow. For now, Kalinga Esports secure the Rondo, you secure the day. I want to talk about IC's pick as well. He's gone with Team LOLs. Now, Team LOLs, there's a decent amount of aggression in the lineup. But then again, you can't always rely on a single player.
Yeah, and once again for LOLs, it was the map of Rondo that was really good. If you remember the first game of Rondo in the round 2, that's where LOLs actually managed to pull off that major clutch as well. And that's why they actually secured a decent bit of points too in the first game itself. And now since they're also kicking things off of the map of Rondo, I do believe that they're going to have a major head start. And now since you're going to have that head start in the hands, just make sure that you're not breaking the consistency. That's been the problem with Team LOLs. They're not too consistent.
Hey man, at this point all we can do is just pray for the best performance from these teams and just give a best luck to almost all the 16 teams that are about to start their journey from Group 1 for their matches in Round 3, because this is going to be intense. The competition is going to be extremely tight, I believe.
Of course the competition is going to be tight, but there's still a lot of question marks. How exactly the lobby is going to be functioning? What exactly is going to be the playstyle? Well, to figure all of that out, let's move on towards the first game of the Round 3. The planes in the skies for the first time in the round 3 for Group 1. It's going to be Day with Destiny. They get to kick things off on the map of Rondo, and as we know, Rondo is supposed to be a frag-heavy map, an aggressive map, and I would love to see an aggressive start as well. Teams, of course, are going to be going out for each other, especially inside of Neox Factory. We will see a big cluster.
Exactly, and as you talk about the aggression, I like the fact that the teams that have made their way into Round 3 from Round 2 were pushed up because of the aggression. I mean, we have teams like Godsent Esports, as you mentioned, your pick for the day, Be Like Skyline, 1 goal, who secured a lot of finishes, eliminations during their matches in Round 2. And this time, I mean, all right, off to a very interesting start right off the bat. We see that individual solo player split coming out. We have Fake Esports' Adi heading towards, I believe he's going to go towards Heme Town. Jimmy as well taking an early exit. Everyone else, 2 priority options. Stadium is there within this flight path's reach, and New X Factory is also going to be there, available for these teams to fight it out early and secure a few extra finish points in this game.
Look at New X Factory. Oh my god, such a big cluster of teams.
Yeah.
Massive cluster of teams. You've got Jaguar, you've also got ZYP being a part of it. Kalinga Esports not exactly dropping towards Test Track and Neox Factory. Instead, Kalinga Esports is going to be dropping right towards the left. And even for Kalinga Esports, it's not going to be an easy go. You will see PMWIGL dropping right on top of that recall tower as well. So for Kalinga Esports, once again, it's a 3-1 split they're going with. Kalinga Esports wants to secure as many elimination points as they can, at least in the first burst of the map.
But Necro, looking at the split coming from TSB Jaguar Esports, I'm a little bit concerned, because even where Igris is, he is not alone. There's another player with him, and if Igris goes down early, then TSB Jaguar will be forced to just reset and regroup towards New X Factory. But a pin in that thought, we are going to show this fight, or have a look at this fight, where we have Be Like Skyline going up against the players of 2OP, and Be Like Skyline off to a great start, I have to say.
Yeah, but the Bolts lost out on one of their most valuable player, and that's going to be a concern too. Be Like Skyline down to a 2-man squad. For Godsent Esports, they've actually managed to secure 2 frags off the rip as well. Be Like Skyline in a real bad spot, just trapped. Junior, he's on the opposite side. He does find the knock as well, but it's a bit too late. The man's knocked out, not a lot he can do in that given position. Palu, beautiful stuff. If you talk about the mechanical brilliance, the man is on point. 13 bullets in the magazine, wants to go for the reload as well. Needs to get his hands on the fresh one, and that's what he does. But now he also needs to patch himself up, and that's what he's exactly doing.
Yeah, but on the other side, Godsend Esports, they are going for a revive, and as soon as that man is back, Palu is going to be in trouble. There it is. The knock secured and the finish as well. Godsend Esports, 4 eliminations on the board already, and they have kind of secured this entire city that's around Stadium. But switching focus, we are going to head towards Test Track and New X Factory. We have Team LOLs over here. It seems like game plan in the early stage is quite simple. They are just trying to keep an eye on rising underdogs in front of them. LOLs himself, I think he has been spotted out by one of those players. Probably why he's just staying behind this cover here.
I mean, he can back away if he wants, and yet there you go. Just backing away inside of that house. And once again, looking at the side of New York's Factory, you've already got Team Epic Official kicking things off in their own positive way. Actually finding those 3 frags as well. They're going to be feeling pretty good after that one. Those 3 points, they're going to be a major head start in the overall standings. And keep this thing in mind, once again, they've got all the recalls available too, so even that adds on. For Epic, it's a dream start.
It is a dream start, but they have to be cautious because they're going up against Ultron Esports, and this team might look like a bunch of new names on the board, but K47, he's a veteran in his own right. We've seen him in multiple LAN finals as well throughout 2023, 24. 25 wasn't a great year for him personally, but still, look at this man. Finds the opener. Tiny little pixel visible, and he just sprays down Simon.
Interesting. The veteran K47 back in the action.
Yeah.
Is over here to prove himself and make a mark. I remember this man. He's had some really good days in the past, but he's never got that limelight to himself, and maybe now he's going to try his best to at least be there on the forefront. And looking at Ultron Esports, they're just getting absolutely peppered. Wrapped up by the opponents, but K47, he's not giving up yet. Constantly just ripping through the opponents. And now KOD's found himself in a real bad spot. Still got his hands on the shotgun. All it's going to take is just one shot to the chest of the opponent. And once again, KOD's on the opposite side, and there we go. Just like that, easy peasy for Ultron Esports. Securing those 3 facts, and now they're going to be feeling pretty good after that one.
Yeah, of course. I mean, they have decent control of the building as well, but on the other side of things, TSP Jaguar, 2 players down. And this time going up against 4 Eternals who have a big advantage in this fight. Trixie in the backlines, no other option but to fall back. Icarus is still alive, by the way, all the way towards the, well, north of Stadium, so there's options for easy recovery for TSB Jaguar. I wonder why Trixie backed off. Should have just gone for the fight. I mean, I understand it's 1v3, but it's also Rondo. You still have recalls available inside of the game. On the other side of things, Kalinga Esports. Necro, not the start that we wanted to see from Kalinga Esports. 2 recalls used. 1 player down already inside of the game, and they just have 3 finishes so far.
For Team Fake, I mean, they're just trying to play it passive. Not really get spotted. Let the course of the action take over and see what exactly is going to happen in the future. Waiting for the opponents to actually make the move first. Waiting for them to sleep out. But I highly doubt that's going to happen. You can look at the boys of 1 goal once again playing in tandem. Really just trying to stick together, and there we go. The first mistake made by 1 goal. Exactly what Team Fake was looking out for. But once again, where's the backup? That's the question. Man's getting pushed on as well. He does not really have a lot of shotgun shells, but he still managed to shut down that player. And just like that, Team Fake, they've been faked out as well. 1 goal, solid stuff, claiming those points, and now, once again, they're going to be looking pretty okay in the overall standings too.
Without things were opened up by the players of Team Fake, this should have been their fight, but miscommunication, and they end up losing 3 players for, well, nothing, basically. But on the other side, 4 Eternals looking to make another pounce, this time charging on the players of Rising Underdogs, who are just hiding on that first floor. And, well, Addy is going to be the first man to fall down in the stairwell. Hitman follows up. He's going to be the next casualty in this fight. 4 Eternals. Phenomenal push, phenomenal aggression. 3 finishes found, and they make it look so easy. 6 eliminations secured in this game.
Yeah, a lot of sloppy fights, but still teams are actually coming out on top as well. And what I'm loving about this lobby is that we're not really seeing a lot of individual blows being delivered.
Yeah.
Teams are taking proper team fights and actually not even losing a single player in those fights.
And that
or
is,
at least majority of the fights.
It's very true for Four Eternals. They haven't used a single recall in this game.
Yeah.
And they are being very aggressive. It's quite phenomenal, but then you have to see how far can they take this. Trixie on the other side, he's been hiding in the same compound for a long time. He's just been roaming around. His teammates have been recalled, but in a different part of the map. Man, oh man, I mean, we've seen a lot of aggression. It's just still stage 1. Rondo is always so exciting to witness, but a little bit of a recap. FFOD got the best of start to their journey in round 3, an early casualty, and then this was Four Eternals who were able to shut down rising underdogs.
Honestly, props to the Guts, making that push like that on top of the stairs.
Yeah, true.
It's never easy. There's a big risk of you getting knocked down and finished off. Oh, those shots. It's going to reveal your own position. Trixie Jawed. The man's compromised. Nade might just be able to find that little piece, but Trixie's just backing away, running away from this spot because he knows the blue's taken over. Trixie does not want to be taken down himself, so now he's going to try to get his hands on a vehicle and at least try to pull off that rotation. Once again, still the early phase of the game. Recall towers are not going to be deactivated. It's still the late stage 4. So it's all good in the hood for a lot of those teams who haven't really utilized the recalls yet. Including one goal themselves. And look at this man still trapped behind this little area. Trixie Jawed is just waiting for someone to make that mistake. Move out in the open first.
I think at this point, TSB Jaguar Esports and Trixie in particular, they're going to be happy with just a single point if they can get it. And even if Trixie gets traded out, that should be okay. But Ultra on Esports, catch Ultra from the side of Four Eternals off guard, and easy knock secured. And I believe they can deny this revive to the side of Four Eternals as well. Four Eternals, they still have all their recalls available. And they're going to try to keep them intact. As you mentioned, stage 4 is when the recalls go away. We are still in stage 2 of the match. And Titan is going to try to close in the distance. He gets close to Ultra, but can he get the revive going? It's going to be a big question.
They're really trying to be a pain in the back. Now looking at Godsent. Yeah, they're not looking that in a good position. Godsent, though, still managing to break free. Finding the first knockout as well. That's going to be the opener Godsent was searching for. Big man's down. Now the man's also going to try to wrap up all the way from the back lines. And look at Godsent pushing in tandem. The team play seems supreme. And just like that, they've already found another knockout and the confirmation too. Yeah, Vinci, they're not going to be able to stay alive for too long in this game.
Yeah, not able to conquer anything at the start of Rondo as well. One of the first teams to be eliminated. In fact, the first team to be eliminated in Rondo today. Just 2 finishes on the board, just 2 points secured from this first game of theirs. Now those Erangels after this are very important to them. On the other side of things, Ultron Esports, by the way, swung that fight against Four Eternals completely in their favor, and Four Eternals are now left bleeding. They're down to their last man. Not their last man, we're last man in test track. That's going to be Chota. They still have recalls available, and the man who's responsible for recalls is all the way towards the northwest of the entire map. But Ultron Esports over here have Chota pinned and K47. They do not want to let him slip away. 6 finishes on the board. They're looking for the 7th. Having this one isolated player surrounded. The hunt is on. He doesn't have ammunition. Not a lot of utility to survive as well. Yeah. It's going to be very difficult. There it is. Goes down. Easy finish on the back.
The fight's being stretched for no reason. Ultron Esports, 7 frags already on the board. Feeling pretty good. Actually dominating in this lobby too. Right next to Godsent. And the circle's going to be just stopping right on top of Stadium. This is a really good thing. Stadium's going to be the centric point, and we all know Godsent, they've got their hands onto it. Taking it over from the hands of Godsent, though, it's going to be really tough. But once again, Stadium's a massive area.
Yeah.
You cannot really cover Stadium with only 4 players. It's really tough. Yes, you can, technically. But if you think about it, breaching in just gets even easier.
Necro, they made a sticker of your call out.
1 HP, just push, push, push.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's never 1 HP, that's the problem.
Well, I mean, technically, if you think about it. The moment you hear that 1 HP call out, you also feel a big surge of confidence.
I mean,
and that surge really motivates you to take that fight, and you automatically win that fight as well. So that's why people say it's 1 HP.
I mean, so I think if you have been playing for a long time, you know whenever your teammate says 1 HP, that is when you never push, man.
Well, I do it all the time.
You push, even no one gives a call out when 1 HP.
I've always got that surge of confidence, my friend.
Yeah. We're going to start calling you Ultron Esports now. Or Godsend, maybe. I mean, they've been phenomenal. But going back to the thing I was talking about earlier on in the game, Kalinga Esports, man, not the start that we wanted for them today. They've used 3 recalls, just 3 points secured in the early stages of the game. Now it's all just about survival for them. If they aren't able to make it inside of the top 4 of the end game of this match, then this Rondo is gone. And this is supposed to be their best map.
True. Looking at Team Telugu, things have been quite slow and dandy. Actually, really slow. But are they steady, though? That's the main question. They need to be steady, calm and composed. Currently playing on the edges, which I'm not really a big fan of. Especially on the map Rondo, if you're around the edges, you never know. The circle might just take a curve-falling shift away from you. And the moment that happens, you're messed up.
Yeah.
Inside Rondo, anyways, there's a lot of fights going on. Teams are already hot-headed. And when you try to pull off a rotation, you get caught off guard so easily on the map Rondo. I guess this is one of the easiest maps to really punish a team when they're rotating.
Exactly, because it's quite open. There's a lot of open space. And as you mentioned, if you are stuck towards the edges, the circle moves away, then it becomes very difficult for you to move out of position. But Ultron Esports, it seems like Honey is going to be the one caught out of position this time. Team Telugu, they have found the opening for themselves on Ultron Esports. It's going to be a very difficult recovery from here on out. Although on the radar, we do see the players moving up. They are going to try and find a trade or at least keep Team Telugu at bay. It's not going to be easy. Hiccup from the flank secures the finish point for the team. And Team Telugu, I think now should be focused on the reset. Because Ultron, if you look at the edge of the circle, have a little bit of an advantage for the next rotation.
Oh, the circle shifting away from Team Telugu. And this is what I was talking about. If the circle takes a hard shift away from you, that's when the real problems do start to strike. And now the zone is not on top of you as well. So yeah, for Team Telugu to pull off that rotation, I don't even know what's going to happen.
You were talking about rotations. Look at that northern edge of the circle, man. Everyone is going to be out into the open, and because of that, we see FFOD. We have 2 OP. All of these teams, in a few moments, are going to be forced to take this fight. They won't have a lot of options. I mean, if you are towards the edge of the circle, you can just hold that high ground, but... And then again, next shift might just ruin your day. FFOD, in the meanwhile, taking shots left, right, and center, have attracted a lot of attention.
Look at Destroyer, the man's out in the open. Bobbing and weaving, the man's still alive. FFOD in quite a pickly spot. Not a big fan of this spot themselves. And I'm pretty sure they would want to just get out of that spot as soon as possible. There's so many teams around them. There's also another team in the sidelines. That's going to be BL. There's another team, 4 Eternals, right next to him. And right next to 4 Eternals, there's also ZYP. Yeah, it's one of the worst possible terrains to be in. Looking at Godsend Esports, as I mentioned, holding down that stadium is impossible with just 4 players. And now look at Stadium. There's also Ultron Esports, Godsend Esports, and even Team Lols is a part of it. So Stadium now is probably one of the riskiest positions to be in. If the circle shifts away from Stadium, just imagine all the chaos that's going to be happening there.
Yeah, but I have a feeling that we are going to have a Stadium endgame, and it's going to feel like... it's going to be kind of the same pace as you see Los Leones endgames in Miramar. It's going to be extremely slow with a lot of players and teams maybe alive till the final few moments of the match. But in the meanwhile, Be Like Skyline, this is tough. I do not see any escape for them. They have Team Telugu to deal with right above that clip, and from the distance, it is going to be FFOD taking those shots. Beautiful spray coming through. A knock secured, but he does not have a lot of ammunition over there, Guinness.
Yeah, that's literally target practice for FFOD. The players are out in the open, not a lot they can do, not a lot of cover as well available. There's another man underneath the bridge, and even he spotted. A little bit of pixel visible, and that's going to be more than enough to cut off his pipeline. And just like that, he's done.
Hey man, ankle's broken over there, and Junior, he's going to be finished off. His teammate's still in trouble. It's mag after mag being committed. And FFOD that really won those points for themselves now. Be Like Skyline, as I said, I do not see an escape for this squad.
Yeah, they're stuck. out in the open. Not a lot of possible ways they could actually get away from that spot, and they're already eliminated from the game too. And now looking at FFOD, the focus, it shifts on another team that's right next to them, and that's going to be Team Telugu. They found themselves on the receiving side of things. One of the men actually gets knocked out as well, and now Zygrade, he's just constantly spamming away. Luckily enough, at least he's got a decent bit of cover to play with, so he can easily back away if he wants. But still for Team Telugu, where do you exactly go? The lands are quite exposed. The moment you try to move up a little bit more, there's also going to be the players of ZYP taking shots against you. You've got nowhere to go. You need to take this fight and come out on top as well at the same time. If then only Team Telugu can have a bit of that sigh of relief.
I think at this point they're going to try and maintain this high ground position and just avoid a head-on fight against Team LOLs and FFOD at the same time. If they can isolate those fights, then I think it should be an easy run towards the end game. But Godsend Esports, they have been holding on to Stadium for the longest of times, and controlling the rooftops, it's a brilliant idea. I want to see how it comes out into execution, but we are seeing... Oh, rising underdogs. I thought it was going to be the nade from Adi OP that might just help him find a few extra finishes, but he goes down to Godsend Esports, and 10 eliminations on the board for this team. I think this is going to be an easy frag fiesta for Godsend Esports in this game.
He's such a cheeky guy. Angry OG. Imagine all the intel Godsend Esports has.
Yeah.
They know exactly where every single person is pinned around Stadium. And of course, if they spot someone out in the open, that's also going to be free elimination point for them. So it's pretty much a feast in a silver platter. Looking at Team Telugu, now starting to move out in the open in quite the exposed grounds. Not a big fan of it, but as I mentioned, Team Telugu, they need to go for the fight no matter what. They have to take a fight against FFOD. That's the only possible way they can feel safe. Godsend Esports, once again, having grip all across Stadium. They've got a proper spread going on as well. Zeus needs to be careful off the sidelines. He can be shot at any time, and that's what's going on. Godsend Esports, 10 frags already on the board. They're off to a nuclear start.
I think they're going to have like 15 finishes easy by the end of the game, because if you look at the circle, there are a few teams still present towards that southeastern edge, and Godsend Esports, with the high ground advantage that they have because of the control of the rooftop of the stadium, they should be able to clean house. Hitman, it is going to be a difficult recovery for him, and I think the finish is going to be secured. Yep, it's in the bag for Godsend Esports. That's 11. But on the other side of things, FFOD, oh man, this is unfortunate. They try to make a mad dash for the center of the circle, but caught off guard by the players of 2OP. One player lost, 3 still left standing, and we all know, as you mentioned as well, the backline is already compromised.
They're stuck in a really bad spot. And now look at Godsend Esports. Oh, spotting out a few more teams out in the open. They're quite desperate to make that pounce as well inside of the circle. Just want to rotate. And that's when they actually get caught off guard as well. That's going to be Jaguar. Trixie Jot already taken care of. And Godsend Esports from the top, they're just raining hellfire. Another team out in the open right in front. But once again, Godsend Esports, they cannot really overextend in this given spot. If they do so, the moment the man on top gets knocked, there's no possible way Godsend Esports can recover.
Man, I love what Yash is doing over there. 2 players have tried to close in towards Stadium, and it seems like the security today is a little too tight. Yash picking off 2 individuals with those nades. And the last, I guess, was finished off by Zeus OP. 13 eliminations on the board now for Godsend Esports, and I think their next target, we all know who it's going to be. It is going to be Rising Underdogs. Well, in the meanwhile, Angry, he does find a finish against the players of 1 goal. It's not going to be enough, though. 1 goal. They are distracted by the players of Epic. Aim got knocked out, so the fight transitions to a 3v3. But the circle Necroid moves out of Stadium.
Yeah, shifting on the northern side. Or at least a little bit on the northern side.
Yeah.
Luckily enough, it's not going to be curveballing shift. Still a bit of that Stadium available. So teams like Godsend Esports can really try and recalibrate. Looking at 1 goal. Oh no, getting shot at from the back like that. It's probably one of the worst possible feelings. 1 goal is getting trapped even from the front, even from the back. Nowhere to go. The boys are now starting to get suffocated to death. There's also K47 up close and personal. Probably one of the worst possible feelings. Angry from the top. This now going to be is a real nightmare. Just look at this man from the top. Raining down death and destruction, spotting another man, and that's going to be knockout as well. Angry. This man is precise. spotting that little glimmer. That's more than enough. That pixel is more than enough to cut off the windpipe. And now looking at Godsend Esports, yes, Yash is making that pounce. Finally, he's done playing it patient, but Yash has got no clue where the man is. Eventually, turns around, and he slaps him in the face. Godsend Esports, they've got 17 frags on the board. This team is a living nightmare for the lobby.
Yeah, this is going to be a nuclear performance coming through from the players of Godsend Esports, and it's going to be very difficult to stop them from here on out. The high ground control of that stadium, so much pressure on everyone around them. And look at this, Ultron Esports as well. They've had a phenomenal time in this match so far. Inside of the top 10, 8 finishes secured. K47, the last man alive, the veteran inside of Ultron Esports, still delivering. Another finish in the back.
Squeezing in those elimination points. And man, oh man, even for Kalinga Esports, the chances are looking real grim. Godsend, 19 finish points already acquired. Off to a nuclear start. And they're definitely on the verge of converging this game as well. Now looking at Kalinga Esports, there's also Team Telugu wrapping up right next to him. Archid's stuck in this little ditch, and he's also getting wrapped up from the sidelines. The vehicle blows up. Should have seen this coming, but Kalinga Esports now in a terrible spot. Archid knocked out, PMWIGL all by himself. I highly doubt the man's going to be able to stay alive for too long. Kalinga Esports does not even have a lot of elimination points secured. They've only got 3 finish points acquired. Oh, it's looking real bad for Kalinga. Godsend Esports from the top once again, now securing another elimination point. That's going to bring him to a 20 marker.
I think this has to be a chicken dinner for Godsend Esports. The only team that can challenge them is going to be, I believe, Team LOLs. Because LOLs has a decent position inside the circle. You see them present towards that eastern edge. A decent compound to work with as well, hopefully in the next play zone as well. But for now, Godsend Esports, I think this is their time to shine, their time to just go for those elimination points. The only thing that can be a little bit of a trouble for them is going to be that ammunition. If they run out of bullets, then they can't really go for those sprays at long distance, which is the game plan. But 2OP, they find an opening against the players of Godsend. In fact, Zeus also falling to the players of Team LOLs. Team Telugu on the other side in a conflict against the players of ZYP, which I believe can be avoided. This fight for Team Telugu, there is no incentive in taking this. They are towards the northern edge of the circle. Just get rid of Kalinga Esports and swap positions.
Oh no, Godsend down to a 2-man squad. Yash out in the open as well. Oh, the man's prone to a lot of threat. Barely surviving. Godsend now throwing the game slowly and steadily. This is not supposed to happen. Played passive. Let the course of the action take over. Maybe just take a little breather. That's what you really need. At least Angry OG, he's going to fall back, get that revival on the fallen comrade. Godsend now back up with a 3-man squad. Angry needs to be a little bit careful. He spotted that player. The shot was there as well. He knows there's someone behind this little box, and there we go. That little pixel was spotted. Shots were taken, but now realizes the man in the front's backing away. And to take him down, it's not going to be that easy. It's not going to be an easy cup of tea. Utilities tossed out as well, and that nade. Is it really going to find the opener? Godsend, yes, they're slowly and steadily starting to clinch the fists as they know there's only one more man standing in the front. All the players pushing in tandem. The man in the front as well is inflicting a lot of pain and hurt. You need to be a little bit careful. Botfire actually tossing that pan as well. He's using everything he's got.
Yeah, he's just shooing away the players of Godsend Esports. I'm surprised he found that opening as well in this fight, because those two lads were just focused towards him. But I think 2OP official, this might be the end of the journey. Botfire is trying his level best. Damage dished out. The revive comes through for the side of Godsend, and well, somehow they still recover. 22 eliminations secured by the players of Godsend Esports. A hilarious fight against the players of 2OP, because 2OP has been camping in the same spot inside of stadium for a very long time, and they did manage to catch a few individuals from inside of Godsend off guard, but 3-man roster still up and running. And they have found their way towards the southern edge of the circle, so they should be good at least for another minute or so.
It's been an iconic performance from Godsend Esports. Honestly, still alive with a 3-man squad, and keep this thing in mind, they're still vicious. Luckily enough, Zeus OP gets knocked out. The nade as well is going to find the confirmation. Now the firepower cut down by a lot. Yash and Angry OP, the only 2 players standing for Godsend. And they've already done their job. They've secured a lot of points. But they can still go for more.
Yeah.
Even if they manage to squeeze in 5 more elimination points, that's still going to count so much in the later picture. ZYP Esports, even they're spamming away in the nearby lines. That's going to be another team down in the nearby proximity. Even Team Lols is now starting to take a little bit of that hurt. Godsend Esports trying to fall back, get the revival on the fallen comrade. It's going to be Yash, who lends a helping hand to Angry. The man will be back up. Team Lols as well in the nearby proximity. Even they're going to try to apply that pressure. Team Telugu is falling apart as well. They're getting ripped to shreds. FFOD still alive with a 3-man squad. That's brilliant.
Right now I'm just trying to figure out if Godsend Esports get eliminated on the 5th spot, will they still be able to finish number 1? Maybe. I mean, depends on how many eliminations the other teams are able to secure. But so far, I think a phenomenal run from ZYP. It might come to an end. Another player lost. Destroyer finds the pick. And ZYP pushed outside of that play zone. It's going to be a difficult recovery. And Godsend, I think this is going to be the end of the line. Angry falls again. Yash is still there, still standing, but into the line of fire of Team Lols. And T2 Gaming, he finds that finish for his team. He knows where Yash is. And now he's just going to patiently just sit there and wait for this man to peek out. Put an end to an impressive performance from Godsend Esports. Just a few more shots. There you go.
Yeah.
Now it's finally over.
Man had to move out in the open, but still an iconic performance coming through from Godsend. Without a doubt, that team's going to be on top of the point standing as well.
Could be.
Not could be, I think they will be. That's like, what, 25 finish points already secured? And a few placement points as well added to that? That's a lot of points secured from Godsend. They've already managed to solidify that first spot. Even if Lols gets a chicken dinner, with all the elimination points remaining, they're still not going to be able to match up to Godsend.
I think they're going to have like either 27 or 29 total points.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Even if Lols gets all the elimination points that are still scattered on the board, they will still not be able to match up to Godsend.
Pretty much.
There we go. Telugu finally putting that nail in the coffin. Now they've only got one last man left standing, but not anymore. That's going to be Team Lols to kick things off with, of course, a fantastic way. But still, what Godsend did, it's really tough to overshadow that.
Yeah, I think for both the teams, Team Lols and Godsend Esports, they had different objectives based on the positions they were able to control. Because as we mentioned, as soon as the circle moved outside of stadium, there was just one team that had concrete cover to work with. That was Team Lols. And the game plan for Godsend Esports instantly changed. Earlier, the plan was to stay in control of stadium for as long as possible. But when you're forced to exit that position, as you mentioned, since you know where everyone is, you're going to try and clean up and pick off as many players, pick off as many points as you possibly can. Which in their case turned out to be like about 23 to 25 finishes, which is just absolutely incredible.
Insane, especially that high ground atop a stadium, giving them so much intel.
Yeah.
The boys underneath converting those elimination points as well constantly. Another man, Yash, just being an absolute living nightmare. The entirety of Godsend, they were actually a nightmare to this lobby. The fact that Lols was able to out-survive Godsend is insane if you think about it. But luckily enough for even Lols, they actually found a solid compound right next to stadium. And Lols, all they did was just hunker down in that compound.
I think the moment Godsend was pushed outside of the play zone, this was a game for Team Lols. Other than them, no other team was standing there with a numbers advantage. I mean, Team Telugu was there, but Team Telugu was also out into the open, so I knew their chances weren't that great. Godsend Esports, although, since you brought up Yash, it's quite surprising that he was the one securing a lot of eliminations for his team, since he wasn't the one playing that high ground. He was positioned on the lower ground of stadium. He was the man responsible for just making sure that no one was pushing the southern edge of the circle, and yet he ended the game with like 9 eliminations just on him.
So I think the guys on top were actually giving the call-outs to the people underneath, and the guys underneath were securing the elimination points, which is honestly a pretty brilliant strat if you think about it. Just constantly keep on giving those pings, constantly keep on giving those call-outs. If someone's exposed, give that call-out. The guy underneath is there to get the elimination point racked up, and that's what Yash was doing. He was doing a phenomenal job. We saw a proper team play coming through from Godsend. And the same thing could also be said from the side of Lols as well. Of course, Lols himself, this time he was not really able to pop off that wall, but you see Kunal waking up now.
Yeah, finally, I guess. I mean, it is going to be important for Kunal to step up as well. Because since you have the momentum of Rondo now, you have to play 2 Erangels. If Team Lols can do better than this, or maybe even equal to the performance that they've been able to put out on Rondo on the next 2 Erangels, and I think by the end of the day, they are going to be contesting the first 2 spots. But a few names that we need to talk about. Ultron Esports, they had a pretty decent run in this game as well.
Yeah, they had, I think, 9 elimination points and no placement points to begin with.
8. They finished. I think they finished 8 because when we saw K47 get that ninth finish, I think exactly at that time the ninth team also got eliminated.
So let's say that they got 10 points out of this game, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
They had 9 elimination points, 1 placement point, so they got 10 points out of this. It's a decent start. Once again, you need 8 to 9 points per game, that's what I believe, to be there at least in a good pack in the overall standings. And as long as that team is able to maintain that, of course they're going to find themselves among the elites. Now, speaking of Kalinga Esports, this is supposed to be their best map, and they actually bombed their best map itself.
Yeah, I don't know what happened, because I wanted to talk about this from the very start, because as soon as we saw Kalinga Esports in the first drop clash, they got like 2 points and lost 3 players. We've never seen Kalinga Esports just suffer that brutally in an early fight on Rondo.
Yeah.
And after your recalls are gone, you can't really do much inside of this game, because then everyone else is playing with an extra life and you're just playing a standard game of BGMI. And Kalinga Esports were forced on the back foot. And then we saw them getting completely pinned by Team Telugu and ZYP towards the end game, and from there I think they were just stuck in a dip, could not really do anything.
I'm not gonna lie, since Jatin and Godin has left this roster, you can clearly see that firepower lacking in it, and that's why of course they're not able to convert the fights that well as well. And clearly PMWIGL, yes, once again they're able to find good positions inside of the circle, but when you're just lacking on firepower, you will be constantly getting choked in those firefights, and maybe that's what's happening with Kalinga Esports.
Could be, man. I mean, I'm just hoping that today they are going to go anti-grind strat basically, and since Rondo is gone, I'm just hoping to see Kalinga Esports perform on the next 2 Erangels. It's never been the case. We saw those averages before we jumped into Rondo. They are averaging about 3.3 points per Erangel. Hopefully this time that's going to change.
Hopefully this time they're going to be able to actually pop a little bit off more on the map of Erangel and Miramar too, since they've got a lot more of those. And I'm pretty sure one thing, once again, PMWIGL, he must have practiced with the boys, right?
Could be,
realizing the fact that there were so many dips that needed to be covered up in the map of Erangel, in the map of Miramar. So I'm pretty sure they might have actually patched those holes up as well.
Other than them, I think another surprising letdown of a team in this game has to be TSB Jaguar, because I think with how they started that drop fight early on, it felt like they could have found a few openings for themselves. The positioning was nice, but then I think just panic set in, they tried to back off, got finished off, and TSB Jaguar did not really have a fun time on Rondo today.
Yeah, they did not. They went for a drop clash, as you mentioned, not able to secure a lot of points out of that as well. We see Trixie alive in the final few moments off that area, but even Trixie was not able to get a lot done.
I don't know what he was trying to do, to be honest. I think he was just hiding in a corner, as you mentioned. He was trying to catch someone off guard, but as soon as he pulls the trigger, he knows I messed up, and then he tries to back off and just like gives up another point to I think it was Ultron Esports.
Yeah, another team that was a big letdown is also going to be RU, Rising Underdogs. I personally thought that maybe this team is at least going to have a decent start, get 7 to 8 points in this game, and maybe feel a little bit better in the overall standings. But since they're having a bad start, now brings a lot of pressure on the upcoming game. But for now, let's move on to a short break.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, an impressive start coming through from the side of God Sent Esports. It seems like they are living up to their name, sent by the gods. And of course, we have been sent fixes right now by the gods of BGMI as well to break down exactly what happened with God Sent Esports, with Team LOLs, and of course, Rondo. That was something else. That was just Rondo for one team.
It was a flip of the script, if I have to say, because we came in with the notion that, yes, Team Kalinga Esports is going to dominate, but I really loved what Godset really bought in. They have been in the block, recently dominating also in the local circuit, and I was pretty impressed with how quickly they took control of the stadium area, right? After which their work was pretty much cut out. They went all ham, but for Team LOLs, on the eastern side, nice control. Good chicken dinner.
Hey, but while these teams are fighting for control of positions inside the game, you guys can take control of the prize pool of BGIS 2026 and make sure that it is going to be as high as possible. All you have to do is just play your BGMI matches. Discovery Island, it is active right now. Just play with your squad and help boost the overall prize pool for BGIS 2026. I want to see what that plus at the end equates to.
6 crores. Let's make it 6 crores this time. You know, I'm going to be a dreamer and a believer. We're going to be aiming for the stars. But yes, coming back, Johnny, this was one of those games where I wanted to point out some outliers also. Heka from Team Telugu. He was the one man who was surviving till the very end. It was almost, the 5th or the 6th circle, and there were around 13-14 teams. He was a single player surviving, got his team up to the top 3. And he also secured a lot of finishes as well. So comments to that lad. Team Telugu, they're doing really well. But stats and figures in front of us, and Yash. I mean, we have seen him in the local block. He has been dominating. Who knows? This time could be his time to shine.
I mean, it could be his time to shine. As you mentioned, we have seen Yash in the past as well. 9 finishes in this game. 1,549 damage dished out. That was impressive. And he's going to be followed up by his own teammates, Demon and Zeus. I mean, incredible performances from the entire team. I'm surprised Angry isn't there in this list because he was also dealing a lot of damage from the top of that stadium. But looking at the points, 27 for God Sent Esports. Then you have LOLs, the team with the chicken dinner. 8 points behind them, just 19 points for Team LOLs.
Massive improvement from Team LOLs, because if you compare how they played in round 2, their Rondo game was terrible, barring just that 1v4 clutch by LOLs, and you could see, right, they were quite erratic, but now you can see them as a solid roster. They've come out. Rising underdogs, yes, no position points, but still 7 points ain't too shabby, given the kind of vacuum that has been created. Even for Ultron Esports, you know, watching K47 play once again kind of brings joy in my heart. But kind of disappointed with how Kalinga Esports really started off with, man. This was supposed to be their game, and like you said, they have to go for an anti-script.
Exactly, man. Now they have to conquer those 2 Erangels. Other than that, I think if they aren't really able to perform on Erangels today, then I will not have a lot of hope for Kalinga Esports moving to the next round. But anyway, since you brought up K47, I was so upset when last year the news broke out that we weren't really going to get to see him play that much. But hey, he's back.
Yeah, of course. I mean, these are tough times. Everybody's got to put food on the table.
Yeah.
And it's the passion that drives such veteran players coming out of retirement now. Next is who? Maybe Scout might come back. We never know. We hope. But seems like the voice in my head says, Johnny, that we've got a little bit of substitution right from game 2. Was it a one-off thing? All right. So we've got Knack OP going out. We've got Gone coming in. So pretty sure somebody's raged.
I mean, somebody is raged.
The IGL wasn't, kind of happy with how Knack OP was playing. For sure.
I think Fake Esports, something might have happened in that game because I believe Gone is supposed to be their part of the main playing for. At least that is what we got to see from their practice matches. Because this was the man that was playing in those practice matches, and I believe that is what they would want to have going up into that Erangel as well right afterwards. But it is going to be interesting to see Fake Esports, not really the start that they wanted. Rondo, I think we saw them for a grand total of 10 minutes.
I mean, that happens, right? If somebody is getting a lot of finishes, then somebody is on the receiving end of it. And Fake Esports this time, they were on the wrong end of the stick. But now moving ahead, we have Erangel coming up next. So the grind teams, they're getting a chase for their money. They aren't able to perform because of the uncertainty of the lobby. They come in prepared with the timings of all the other T1 teams. And all these undergods, they come in with a shroud of mystery inside of them. And suddenly you see them playing so well and they kind of take a seat back. And this is something we love, right? This is what BGIS is always about. This is where you find those new talents. And yes, Godsent, they're one of those teams. We have seen them in the past, but the other ones, especially Team Telugu, this is one team that I'm looking out for, really.
Hey man, I mean Team Telugu as well, as you mentioned. Interesting positioning, and I like the decision making from the team as well, because at a point we saw them stuck towards the northern edge of the circle. ZYP and FFOD were pinning them down when Be Like Skyline was just eliminated. Team Telugu was there as well. I thought they were going to be the ones who could be caught off guard, but then they just positioned towards the northeastern edge of the circle, stayed behind the cliff, avoided a fight against FFOD, resulting in FFOD getting taken out before, and then their timing of climbing the cliff, avoiding team lulls was actually quite nice, to be honest. Safe, sound decision making from Team Telugu, or at least that is what I felt was taken in that Rondo. Now the question is, yep, you have had a decent start, you are playing for the middle of the pack, and the goal right now is going to be to stick around inside of the top 5. I would never want to stay on the last position, always move forward with a safety cushion. So, great start for Team Telugu, but can they make the next two Erangels the same?
They must. I mean, the last game pretty much came down to individual prowess, right? So they need to really step up as a team. But again, nothing's lost for the others because of how much of a vacuum that Godsent has created, and even for Team LoL. So two teams doing really well. But we've seen this exact scenario even in the previous rounds, where teams start off Rondo really well, and then they tend to get ahead of themselves, and eventually they drop the ball. Example, Esports Social. They somehow did make it into round 3, made so much going on. But yeah, you have to be on your toes. 2 good games of Erangel, cross maybe 45 points, then chill. Hey man, then do whatever you want.
Since you were speaking about dropping the ball, I thought you were going to start talking about Vini Vidi Vici.
Were they even there in the game?
They were there, but they were also the first ones to be eliminated. Hopefully it's going to be different on Erangel. Let's find that out.
Chartering through the familiar grounds, back again to the greener pastures. This is where everybody feels comfortable. Back to Erangel it is, and the flight path trajectory, Johnny, all the way from the northwestern side towards Lipovka, heavily skewed towards the northern side. So, anticipating some turbulence for the teams dropping down south, and I think we might have some vehicle skirmishes actually. So many junction points. And all these teams quite oblivious of each other's positioning. So let's see what happens.
I mean, as you mentioned, those vehicle drop clashes early on in the game, especially I think towards the southern side of shooting range, just north of that Rozhok River, and of course towards the southwest of Pachinki, out in the Gatka fields, kind of become a priority for anyone that is looking to transition towards that military island right now. It's... Alright, towards the north, there are no drop clashes. Fake Esports is taking control of the northern shoreline. 2OP comfortably present inside of the northern Georgia Pool City with rising underdogs. I think they're going to be forced to a shooting range start, which is not ideal, but they get free vehicles and then option to move late into the city of Yasnaya, maybe.
I'm going to give rising underdogs some time. This is a team that has shown a lot of promise in Miramar, so that could be something up their sleeves, really cooking. But for now, again, a generic circle.
Look at East Yasnaya, though.
Oh, yeah. That is flooded. Lots of teams over there. For TSB Jaguar, this has to be the game. But they need to get a couple of early finishes against 4 Eternals. And for Cliff, with that crossbow, I do not know. I do not fancy his chances over there. But if he's going to get a knock, that would be something for the highlight reels.
Yeah, man, especially considering this is BGIS and not just a random lobby. If you manage to connect a crossbow shot and secure a knock, it's a clip moment for you. That's going to stay on his socials forever. But so far, ZYP official, I think they also realize that crossbow, it's not a real weapon, so it's better to pick up those firearms instead. And now he has a Mini 14 to work with, which is, well, like 100 times better, to be honest.
Much like it. Just need a 3 times or a 4x.
Yeah.
And you are good to go. But still not the ideal loadout. But the good thing is that Zip Esports, they have control over the God building. The only thing that's holding them off is they do not have control over the entire city. So the moment they move out, that is where the trouble arises. And the hero of the last game, certainly his shoulders must be heavy. Heka, he's been impeccable. But moving ahead, dropping down on school, he's got a lot of force to deal with. You've got Veni Vidi Vici around that Rozhok area. And there's another team that's around the apartment side. So I hope they've got control over the vehicles, because that is A1, very important, at least in trying to make a move for the zone. And I'm kind of curious to see which team actually takes control of the Potato Hills also.
Yeah, I mean, right now they're completely
vacant,
uncontested, as you mentioned. And it's going to be a priority location in a circuit like this as well. And I'm glad you brought up Rozhok, because there are 4 teams present in the nearby vicinity. We present towards Rozhok, then you have FF40 towards Ruins and Boatyard, Team Telugu towards school and school apartments, and then the eastern open fields of Rozhok under the control of Be Like Skyline. So 4 teams, and as soon as it is going to be rotation time for all 4 of these rosters, there's going to be a lot of trouble for them. But considering we have 2 major drop clashes in this game, this has been a very peaceful start to this map of Erangel.
I'm really loving Team LOLs, given how much confidence they're exuding. Even in the previous game, I noticed they were having a really good spread amongst themselves in comparison to how they've evolved from round 2 to round 3, where they were kind of sticking together, pretending it were those classic matches. And now they kind of have tested the waters. They know how competitive lobbies are like. So everybody's doing good in terms of their loot. And so will this team also in front of us, Ultron Esports, around the Pochinki area. They're going to have some good, juicy loot for themselves. So all these teams should not have trouble, at least in those end circles. And look at Brawley, another old player in the block. He's made a comeback, but for this team, TSP Jaguars, they barely just qualified by the edges. From round 2 to round 3, the start hasn't been that great. This is where the fortunes need to change for them.
Well, let's see though. TSP Jaguars, we're talking about them. I believe few individuals are going to be spotted out by the players of Rising Underdogs, but the Underdogs not really in a position to fight. They want to reposition themselves, and Wally IGL, we see him be the first man from his side to cross that river down to the southern side, and now it's going to be about finding some cover for the rest of the teams to move in. Hitman follows up. They have a decent position right now. At least for the early game, they can stay in this barn house and this cluster of houses. But stage 2, stage 3, unless the circle moves towards the northern side, this is not where you want to be.
I think most of it is all about trying to take those early objectives, try to stay as much around the central spots.
Also fixes, by the way, just a small update.
Yeah.
No one has gone for the Potato Hill, even now. It's still empty.
Yeah, that's quite interesting, man, because I was also anticipating somebody to be going there, but Heka, he's doing the job, but a little too much. Tender comes in with that quick trade, but where are his teammates? That's what's concerning even more. Suddenly the cavalry does arrive as Ghosty. He's got to deal with a one-on-one situation, this time succeed. So Veni Vidi Vici, this time off to a really good start.
Yeah, this time it feels like there's a lot more hope for them conquering this map, but even with the man advantage, they haven't really taken control of the hill. Team Telugu, 2 players still left standing, still in a position to put pressure on the side of Veni Vidi Vici, and Ghosty though drops Zaire. Team Telugu down to the last man, and Shanu also gets finished off. Veni Vidi Vici, well, they saw, they came, and they conquered. They switched up the sequence, but they get those 4 points.
Nice resurgence coming in from their side, but hold on. What was that? For a moment, I felt like he just ejected out of the vehicle. But whatever the case is, Be Like Skyline, they are taking the higher road. They want to take this fight, actually, and Bhalu, he's taken quite some smacking despite that. Gets a beautiful knock and might end up with another. Titan, his position completely pinned out. One good grenade enough to flush him out with that Molotov. But eventually his own teammate falls. What is going on? It's a scrappy fight as Bhalu, he decides to push in. As a result of which has been fended off. And Johnny, there is something really funny happening in this fight.
Yeah, man. Be Like Skyline have messed up. As you mentioned, big blunder after blunder. Junior is going to fall, all thanks to a third party from TSP Jaguar. And there you have it. A big mistake from Be Like Skyline. And this is going to be a back-to-back as well. An awful performance on Rondo and an even worse one on Erangel.
Adrenaline coursing through their veins, and they hit their sugar crash really soon over there. That's all I can make it. And now for Team LOLs, they're going to try and make the best out of the situation. A knock, but nothing coming out of it. And I really like this visual awareness because T2G instantly spotted out Kalinga Esports in the far fray. So I think they're not going to go for a commit. And for all the right reasons, right? Because LOLs, look at them. They've got such nice control over that entire shelter area. So nothing to worry about.
Vixus, I have a question. Is that we see JD versus all right now? Is that the same JD that used to be JD Gaming YT in the past?
No.
Right,
JD Gaming, yeah, it's a different guy.
For a second, I was just wondering, did he realize that all this time it was just him against everyone else, and now he just like was, yeah, I'll just keep that name.
I mean, LOLs has been pretty selective with the players he plays with.
That is true.
And he's got his squad in. So we've seen them on the streams. Again, LOLs individually, he stepped up massively, if you ask me, in the competitive arena. Even in round 2, it was because of him that they've made it so far. That last game of Miramar would be for the ages. Getting a chicken dinner in that one, qualifying, securing the berth. But we do see a little bit of a collision just about to happen where EVE, they just steered away. But are they aware that there's somebody also waiting for them in front of them? Whilst for Kalinga Esports, they want to take control over those hills. That's a nice position if they can just lay down their vehicles. But 2OP official, they kind of seem lost at this point. What are they trying to do?
I have no idea, man. I mean, I think they're looking for cover, but they can't find any. Because of which Kalinga Esports Omega does get an opportunity to do 3 shots, but bot fire. Oh, no shots connected. Omega just gets away. On the other side, look at that finish feed. Benny Vidivici in trouble as the players from ZYP have found an opening, and on the radar you do see them trying to reset. They've lost a man, 3 players still left standing, and ZYP, this is a decent spot to work with. It's quite close to the center of the circle, and of course it's open fields all around them, so should be able to pick off a few individuals rotating in the middle of nowhere.
I'm still unable to gauge the lobby, what's really going to happen. And, you know, this was a weird fight, especially after you have such a good start. Oh, this is where things went wrong. So, of course, for Skyline, they wanted to commit for the push. Oh, my God. Now we have a vivid picture of what really happened to Skyline. They were all out in the open, man. 4 Eternals, they were scared to death. They just held onto the ground and let the others do the job. So, that's going to be a bummer. But for Zip Esports, I think they still have a really good position.
I have a lot to say about that fight from Be Like Skyline. After Bhalu found that opening on the stairwell, they should have just continued to push along with him and not prioritize the players sitting in that shack, to be honest. Because they had advantage for that indoor single-story house. It was just one more man sitting on that first floor, and even that man was dropped extremely low by Bhalu, so that could have been a potential knock. Then you could theoretically take control of the first floor and move further in that fight. But yeah, unfortunately, it was a panic moment, and this was also a panic moment for Team Telugu. They tried their level best to reset, but Veni Vidi Vici, they had a big upper hand when that fight began. It was a 2v4 by the time the backup came from Team Telugu.
Yeah, especially, you know, when I think it was a fight about contesting the higher grounds around the Ruzok Hills. Heka was kind of oblivious that there should be a team waiting for them. So as a result, he still did manage to get a knock, but quickly traded back, and the cavalry could not arrive on time. And even when they did, I think it was just about that panic button hitting. But that being said, we have a circle shift towards the southeastern side, and look at how good, how fluidic Godsent are.
Yeah.
But they have to be watchful this time, Johnny, because you already have the players of Epic Esports poised, sitting at the ready, just waiting for Gods to maybe make a mistake. And that could be an opener. Really?
I mean, I do not like this weapon even a bit, the P90.
I love it.
I feel it's broken, man.
Of course, that's why why it's in the crate, bro.
That's why I hate it as well. And unfortunately for everyone else, it's quite close to the players of Team LOLs and for another squad over there, 4 Eternals. But as you were talking about Godsend Esports, I think we saw them make a move towards the players of Team Epic. You were concerned about that fight. I am also concerned, but it's a priority position. It's smack center of the circle. It's a little bit off from the northern edge, but the north is completely exposed. And since Epic have backed off from that particular compound, Godsend now again in this game of Erangel hold a priority spot, which is incredible, to be honest.
Just hold on. Really saw the players of TSB in a world of trouble. Two of their players have been taken down by Team LOLs. As we have another fighting almost about to start between two teams. As this is the visuals that we wanted. 2OP in a little bit of a situation. Did they get caught in the middle of nowhere? Because for a moment I saw it was a different team, and suddenly it's 2OP officials. They've just lost out on INF God. So that's not the good news. And now they have to scurry out of there. But for Rising Underdogs, still staying put. It's a battle around the northern territories, right? It's all about securing that higher ground, of having good control. And let's see what happens next.
Oh, that's too far for that red dot to do anything.
Yeah.
And 2OP, I think the one position where they can run off to, it's going to be the main compounds of farm. Rising Underdog, I like this game plan since they realize that we are a little bit late with our rotations. They just take a high ground, the top of the hill, and even though they can't commit towards fights anymore, at least they can stay alive for the next few stages of the game. And 2OP, as we were talking about, their main farm compound, that is where they go. And Team LOLs, just a recap of how they were able to catch one of the individuals from the side of TSB Jaguar off guard. Team LOLs is playing the exact opposite way of how they played on the previous map. Where is he looking? Rex OP! My oh my! Check your back, make sure your back lines are cleared. 4 Eternals, a loss taken very early in this fight, and ZYP, they're gonna have a fun time wiping the floor with 4 Eternals over here.
The alarm bell's already tolling for Zip, but look at that, Chota. He does find some redemption there. A trade at the ready. As for Ultra, needs to lob a grenade, as the pour will definitely come in. A 1-on-3 situation. Ultra, he's feeling the heat of Zip Esports. The players just waiting for the right cue to push, pretty much out in the middle of nowhere, as he's getting shot from possibly every single direction. As one of the players of Zip decides to back off, trigger that revive, and there you go. That's all she wrote for Ultra and for Eternals. Exterminated, Johnny, once again.
Massive mistake, man. Massive, massive mistake by Rex OP. And not just him, his entire team. Why is everyone looking in the same direction is my question.
No idea.
A little bit of sad news for Zip, though. One of the points was taken off by the players of Team LOL. So, yeah, points being stolen, which kind of works out for Team LOLs now. Zip, I guess, since they know they can't move towards the northeastern edge of the circle, they are going to take control or retake control of the northern edge. Team LOLs on the other side, I do not see a lot of utility on them, and JD versus All is running low on ammunition as well.
It's fine as long as they have all their players alive, and they're playing like a cohesive unit.
Yeah.
So I'm really happy for Team LOLs. At this point, they know they've got their work cut out, and look at them. They're making all those slow movements. So far, they have been pretty opportunistic. 4 finishes just sniped out. Teams are just pushing through them and just pushing around them, and they have been capitalizing on them. But for now, Rising Underdogs, again, I feel like Ghost at this point is feeling a little worried. He knows that Team LOLs, they will breach the zone anytime soon, and that is one of the hot spots that they would want to secure. That little shack providing them some cover. While for Puali, their IGL just traversing around, trying to gather as much information as possible. But for Team LOLs, yet to find an opener before they go in for the paw.
Oh, this is going to be their fight. They have the upper hand against the players of Zip. HP bars being chipped away. Jimmy on the run for his life. And JD versus All. Mag after Mag committed to try and see if he can keep the players of Zip at, well, the very edge of the circle. For now, they have succeeded. But Team LOLs, again, just running around the slope of the hill now into the line of fire of Fake Esports. Have to be cautious of that mountaintop. That is the one position from where Team LOLs can be caught off guard. If they manage to avoid the line of fire from the side of Fake Esports, then probably they can pick off at least one player from the side of Zip.
Beautiful micro management also coming in over here from LOLs. Deploy the smoke, just play around the edges, find a little bit of an opener, a little bit of those tips and tricks on display. Courtesy to all that Conqueror push that he's been doing lately. But Zip Esports, they need to find some higher ground, man. The low grounds, they're quite exposed. So is Kunal. He's been brought down too low. Needs to patch himself up ASAP as Guts OG out in the middle of nowhere. just at the cover of the tree, eventually gets taken down. Prince showing no mercy over there. As for Cliff, he needs to ascend. Veni Vidi Vici again capitalizing on the higher grounds. Have a good read of all the opposing enemies around them. And hence, they're really making up for all the losses in the previous game.
Yeah, but look at the play zone, man. I think finally this could be the opportunity for Kalinga Esports to recover from the nightmarish start that they've had to this day in round 3. Again, priority for the northern half of the circle at least. The only problem is that everyone moving in from the northern side, they are going to end up fighting each other. So Kalinga Esports, there won't be a lot of points for them to be able to pick up from these fights. Team LOLs on our screens right now, moving up against the players of Zip. The trades are coming through. Jimmy finds one more. Lords closes in. The easy run over is there. And finally, Zip Esports, well, they are going to be zipped up shut. Oh yeah, last man left alive in the backlines. I don't think he can do anything.
Yeah, they were really in a precarious position, if you ask me. I was worried about them, and for Cliff, I even worried about him for more, as now he switched on to Erangel. Opposition coming at his way. It's going to be T2G Gaming. Confidence exuding out of the bodies of the players of Team LOL. 7 finishes collected, and they seem nigh unstoppable. But the real test lies ahead of them. Kalinga Esports, they're standing strong. But have they even made hay? All right, they've at least secured that 1 finish. They need at least 10 more. And a chicken dinner.
Pretty much. I think a 20-point game in this Erangel is something that puts them in a safe spot. But that's not going to be all. They need to perform in the Erangel afterwards as well. On the other side, I think Fake Esports getting pressured by rising underdogs. A player down. The revive comes through on Gone. And it's the substitution that we are going to keep our eyes pinned on. How does this work out for them? So far, Fake Esports, well, they have no points in the bag. They've lost a player already, though.
I mean, it's an interesting situation. Starting to ponder why these smokes are deployed.
Yeah.
Because this is one of those moments you're supposed to make an opener, right? Especially so many teams trying to close in on you. On one side, they have to deal with rising underdogs, and now, with their visions obscured, that is going to be such an arduous task for them. For Team LOLs, Kunal down on his knees. JD needs to get that revive ASAP. Kalinga Esports, they're also applying that pressure from the sidelines. Another knock, and they can also consider going for a flush. As PMWI IGL, I love this flank. I love this flank from his side, but well anticipated by Team LOLs. Just keeping him at bay. Cover fire at the ready, even for Kalinga Esports. It's 2 big teams going up against each other. Finally, you see all the tacticality being put. And let's see who comes out on top in this one.
Yeah, but my question is, what is rising underdogs doing? A few moments ago when Team LOLs was distracted, that was the perfect time for them to actually swing around the northern side of that slope of the hill and just shut down Team LOLs. But 2 tunnel vision to pick a fight against Team Fake for some reason. But again, the circle taking a centric shift. Kalinga Esports still in priority for that northern half. And PMW IGL backing off has me a little bit concerned because that's going to be a very early rotation. They need to make sure that there is no breaching point given to the players of Team LOLs.
I think for rising underdogs, they did not want to take any risk. They were playing it safe. Constantly paranoid, but look at this. Team OG, Reborn, the final player, and that's all that remains of him. A lonely crate, isolated from his teammates, and Godsend Esports. Again, back to their winning ways, but this time, it's going to be a different story for them. They do not have the center to themselves. So pretty sure they'll have to make their way. Interested to see how they go for that breach. But for Epic, and even for 2OP, I mean, look at them. They've got ridges everywhere. The only downside is they do not have any visuals on their opposition. So it's all about playing that patient game. But for Team LOLs, they have been quite animated for some time. And this time, a fight against Kalinga Esports is imminent. And there you go. A grenade coming in, but quick trades. And it's going to be very Vici from the backline. It was Coasty who actually got that knock.
There's just the perfect timing of the third-party spray coming through. PMW IGL caught off guard, but the problem is Kalinga Esports have a lot of bodies to commit. do this fight still. And in fact, they can take both these fights. JD versus All looking to back off. Team LOLs almost again at 100% of their strengths, but these cars circling around and their focus shifting towards the players of Rising Underdogs. Might just come back to haunt them, but PNW IGL, he gets finished off. A brilliant nade coming through from Kunal. And Team LOLs, this time a phenomenal start. Kunal finally gets knocked out. LOLs is still there in the back, keeping the players of Rising Underdogs at bay, but from the hill across, an amazing spray from Omega. Yeah, well, Team LOLs, 2 players down. Now it's going to be a difficult recovery.
Yeah, it was just too much for him to handle, and running out of resources, did not have smoke grenades, could not deploy it, but JD does have 3 grenades at the ready, knows where Archit is, has him spotted out, a grenade flung over in the right direction to no avail though. No damage dished out. Pasha, OP, bobbing and weaving, just trying to inch in closer. The smokes at the ready. JD versus All. This time another go at it. Maybe connecting, but look at that. Archit, he swings and he strikes as Kalinga Esports successfully annihilate Team LOLs.
Yeah, quite unfortunate. Team LOLs, a valiant effort in this game of Erangel, but journey coming to an end. They should have just committed to one of the either fights, either just completely run into the side of Kalinga Esports or Rising Underdogs, but trying to take on both of them at the same time. Omega had 0 ammunition. They're moving out.
Yeah.
What's the plan for Kalinga? Do they not need weapons anymore?
I don't know, man. At this point, they really want to just stay alive and try and get as much finish points or position points as they can gather. But again, you know, that's a very risky area to loot in the middle of nowhere. But still, Archit, he does find a knock onto its ghosty. Rising Underdogs, oh my god. This was ought to happen, right, Johnny?
Yeah.
Given they were so defensive, they were so passive. And eventually, Kalinga Esports, they had a nice read. And Archit, he's gone ham, bro. That knock at a finish. And suddenly, all that remains of Rising Underdogs has to be Hitman himself. And is he going to be the silent assassin? That is for another day, but not in this game.
Yeah, brilliant move coming through from Archit, and Kalinga Esports now having secured 9 eliminations in this match so far inside of the top 6. And as we were talking about it, they need 10 finishes and a chicken dinner to get that reset from the unfortunate incident of Rondo earlier on. But again, the second form of consistency, that's going to be Godsent Esports this time around. Again in the top 6, and they have 7 eliminations, 3 players alive. Their chances of securing a chicken dinner in this match as well, quite high. The only team that can stop them, or the only 2 teams that can stop them, are going to be either Kalinga Esports or Ultron Esports. Ultron, of course, because they have the numbers to work with. But Godsent put under pressure by Team Fake, gone. He needs to be cautious. He is getting circled. He is getting put under pressure, but I think Godsent Esports, they aren't really too worried about him.
Yeah, he's panicking. You could see making those little mistakes, but this time the grenade, oh, that was sweet.
Yep.
On the spot, but there you go. That trade coming in really quick. Gone. He made the most out of that situation, but for Fake Esports, they are getting shredded. But still, a nice response coming in. But this is where the floodgates for Godsent has opened up. A beautiful grenade coming in from Yash, and now even Ultron Esports, Johnny, they want to capitalize.
Yeah, now finally the moment for them to shine is here, since Godsent Esports are left bleeding. They're down to the last man, and Yash, I think, has done more than enough in Rondo, in Erangel as well. He's going for a revive, but we all know from a position like this, there is absolutely no escape, especially if a player like K47 is after you. He saw those pixels and signaled for a nade, and Brawly SSJ timing it to perfection. And now there were 2. We have Kalinga Esports with 10 eliminations, Ultron with 7. And this is going to be a fight for the chicken dinner. 4 versus 3. Ultron Esports with the upper hand, as the nade from KOD is going to find Omega. So it's a 2v4 now. The trades, are they going to happen for Kalinga Esports? I don't think so. I think this is going to be game over soon. Fixes.
Really nice bait and switch strategy coming in from Brawly. Kalinga, they are caught in a pinch over there. Despite that, Archit, he wants to swing. He wants to fight now. It all rests on Pasha. One man against the many. And there you have it. Ultron Esports They might have had a mellow start in the game of Rondo, but this time they left no crumbs behind. Chicken dinner at the ready, and this is what we wanted to see from a team that has been playing in the past, and again showing the entire lobby that hey, they are much better than this.
I think they've been very consistent. In fact, I think Rondo as well, they ended with about 9 or 10 points, and they have done better than that on Erangel itself, getting close to about 20 points in Erangel. So impressive performance. Although I have to say, more satisfied with the bounce back from Kalinga Esports, because that Rondo had me scratching my heads. But with this recovery on Erangel, hey, at least they get one game between the two matches they've played so far, right?
You know, that was the hullabulla, wasn't it? Everybody was anticipating them to be a one-trick pony, just the Rondo experts at there. And even the stats did back it up, because during the grind, they were really good at Rondo, but they had miserable games in the other maps. So they have worked on that, and it is pretty much visible. Rondo game, I mean, that is still a 50-50. It could be anybody's depending on the circle. But this time, you could see them as a solid roster, especially with how engaged they were in all those fights and still bringing the fight till the very end. I think kudos to them, man.
Yeah, definitely impressive performance. And the most impressive performance, I think, of the day has to be Godsent Esports, at least as far as Group 1 in Round 3 is considered. But we have the stats for the team with the chicken dinner on our screens, and it is 10 points. 4 finishes for Ultron Esports, 10 for the chicken dinner, so 20 points from this Erangel. K47, he does not have any finishes in this game, but hey man, shot calling is important. He's the man with the most amount of experience among all of these players, and I believe he is going to be the one leading the team.
Yeah. It's kind of a little bit of a mixed effort. If you remember the first game, we saw K47 was the last player surviving, whilst the other did not. And he was getting a lot of finishes there. And this time he was like, you know what guys, you also need to get pumped up, so I'm going to let you have those finishes, get into the zone, get your hands warm, get this chicken dinner. So 2 games done and dusted. So Ultron Esports, I think, must have crossed bar 30 at least. And still cannot ease on their nerves, because anything can happen. We have seen teams falling off after a good performance in day 1, and in round 2, round 3, just the top 6 qualifies.
Hey,
so you have to be also watchful.
You talk about the fall off. Team Telugu, they fell off. They had a decent run in Rondo and were the first team to be eliminated on Erangel itself. So now they have been reset. They're going to be worried about the next game. But as far as moving to round 4 is considered from round 3, and in particular for Group 1, I think 3 names have done quite well for themselves and are going to be safe at least for day 1. There's going to be Team LOLs, there's going to be Ultron Esports, and of course Godsent Esports.
Another team that showed signs of life was Veni Vidi Vici, man. Especially after that huge debacle in Rondo. That's where you're supposed to be flipping off, and they still had a nice reset, took down the likes of Team Telugu, and even they were surviving till the very end, and they got a lot of finishes also. So I think that will instill some confidence in the players. Moving ahead is going to be one more game of Erangel. So now you could say this game was about testing the waters. Now they've had a taste of it. Now they have to go all out.
But apart from that, any big letdowns for you? For me, it's going to be the same as the previous game. TSB Jaguar Esports.
TSB Jaguar, and even for Skyline, considering how good they were in round 2 and what happened to them in the previous fight. That is something I'm still not able to process or contemplate what they were actually trying to do. The intent was there, but getting third-partied from 2 different teams, that has to hurt.
And it wasn't just this game. The same thing happened to them on Rondo. It was different teams. Bro. FFOD was the one third-partying them in the previous game of Rondo, and now this time of Erangel. Ironically, it was TSB Jaguar, right?
It was TSB Jaguar and even Team LOLs.
Yeah, so very unfortunate for them. But hopefully, last Erangel of the day for them, they are able to recover. And we are going to hope that they recover, because as Fixes mentioned, round 2 was very impressive. But before that Erangel, a small break. Here we go.
Watch this! the rider breathes, the road wakes. Enemies ahead. I'm going in. A lone survivor stands, and everything waits. The map unfolds. And the journey begins. As the rider breathes, the path bows. Limits? They're just marks in the dust. Because in the battlegrounds, there are no limits. Ride beyond limits.
Welcome back, folks. You are watching the round 3 of the BGIS 2026. It is day 1 and we are full send, just like God sent, as we head on commentating over the final game of Erangel. This time I've got IC along with me. And I see that was a resurgence for a lot of teams, especially Kalinga Esports and Ultron Esports.
I think it comes down to just, getting as many points as you can. Just ideally as well, when we talk about potential cutoffs coming from round 2 in particular, it was somewhere around 44 points, 42 points, 35 to 45. Ideally that's going to be the points here. And so far, the one that is pretty much the closest to that benchmark right now is Godsend with an amazing Rondo game.
Yeah, Godsend have been pretty consistent, and if you also want to cruise through the battlegrounds like them, do check out the Royal Enfield collection of bikes we have. Go for the spin if you're lucky. I mean, Ravan owns a 350 in real life, Ocean has a Continental. I apparently unlocked a Continental just in the battleground, so I'm going to be cruising through that. But coming back into conversation, don't make faces like that, man. I mean, I'm unmarried, I make money, I spend on skins.
What do you mean? Like, there's a reason why we spend it in-game, right? Just because it's cheaper than in real life. And you casually flex that Rawan and Ocean is rich.
Yeah, they are rich. We're rich in game.
Okay.
That's how we manage our money. But now let's come back to the games at hand. So this time it's been a different situation altogether. We're gonna get to that, but let's cover the MVP. It's gonna be Archit, and this man was all over the place. Especially how Kalinga Esports were in such a bad position, and he was always at the right time. He was giving those right entries. Loved him, man.
Yeah, I think Kalinga Esports, I think behind the scenes as well, Necro was like saying that, oh, you know what, they've got a good spot, they should be able to win the winner in the chicken dinner, which again, I kind of disagreed, because the only ones that could really mess up the position was actually Team Lowe's, which again, I think Team Lowe's did the best they could, but they were just taking 2 fights at the same time, which resulted in them getting slowly picked off and then taken out. But still, they did a pretty fair share amount. I was very surprised that they didn't get more position points. They only get 8 frags in that game itself, so 8 points isn't too bad. Ultron with chicken dinner here gives them 20 points. Kalinga Esports with 10 finishes, 16 points. Godsend, well, I think with 15 points, they should be qualified right now.
I hope so, because I'm not going to be considering them qualifying so early, because we have seen bigger falls, right?
Okay.
We have seen what has happened to Esports Social in the past, but they somehow have made it. But now, really impressed with Veni Vidi Vici. 10 points, especially considering that huge fallout in the game of Rondo. But TSB Jaguar, they need to wake the heck up. And even for B like Skyline, man, considering how good they were in round number 2, the transition to round 3 has been not that great.
Yeah, but seems to me overall here, Godsend's obviously going to be on number top here. 42 points here. 3 more points. They should surpass the highest cutoff of round 2 that we've seen on screen so far. So I would say in 2 games, 42 points. That is wow. How many finish points is that? 2 games. That's like 15 finish points per game.
That's insane, right?
That is.
They got what, around 23 in the first game and 10 in this one. So yeah, Godsend seems like they've been packed and sent from the gods themselves. So Team Telugu, another team off to a really great start in Rondo, fell off flat. For Zip Esports, somewhere in the mid-pack, right on the knife's edge. And even for Veni Vidi Vici, 12 points. It's still fine. The vacuum has been created, actually, at least by the top 3 teams. So we can say, yeah, the top 3 teams, they have a little bit of that cushion, at least for now, and they'll have to double down on that. For Godsend, they need to surpass, what, 45, 50 points. Let's consider 50 points because top 6 qualify. Yeah. Top 6.
Exactly. And pretty much as of yet as well, I think this next game here, especially coming from Godsend, they just need another bagger, and they're pretty much set for the next day as well. And interesting enough, I think Godsend, during their round 2 stages, they were the team that actually got 3 chicken dinners in 6 matches as well. So should it be too hard for them? It feels like a walk in the park for them, and I think they are the biggest nightmare for every single team in this group right now.
Now, the biggest reason why Godsend are playing so well is they're not doing anything sketchy or doing any monkey business here and there. They're keeping things very basic. I've noticed that early on they prioritized the center of the circle, at least the areas around it. And even in the first game, I think they were just blessed by how the zone formed on stadium. In this one, they still made the most of the situation, right, around the Snake Towers. I could see them rotating pretty early, as a result of which I knew this team knows what they're doing. And another reason is they have been sticking to each other for so long. So yeah, it just adds up.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, there's another team I actually want to talk about for this match as well that really needs a potential comeback. It's going to be EVEX 2 OP official, because this was a team that came in from the grind. They had a lot of potential. We've seen a lot of moments coming from Botfire. We've seen a lot of moments coming from Shady last year. But during the grind stages, not so much. It was a little bit lackluster. And now even here as well, it feels like they were just dropping the ball. It's like there were a lot of moments that it felt like, especially in Rondo, they could have won the fight, but it was just super shaky.
You know, that's the thing, right? When you're one of those newer teams, you accomplish so much and suddenly the egos flare up. I do not know what reason or what went wrong with them. They had those little bit of switcheroos even in the team. So the synergy is still not there yet. And that is pretty much visible even in their gameplay. You do not see them, being very confident about their movements that they're making. But, talk about confident movements. Team LOLs, man. I see. We casted them in round 2. It was all a LOL show. But this time, it's a team LOL show that's going on.
Yeah, I perfectly agree as well. Like, that was not the biggest surprises for me as well. I think he had a little bit of opinion as well. Lowe's himself actually made a video. I don't understand what he was saying, but he was talking about his scream.
You're half Indian. You're Tarun Yadav, bro.
Wow, okay. Anyways, he was talking about him screaming with T1 teams as well. I don't really know the context here. I think those practices actually helped them actually gel as a team as well. You can see a lot more chemistry coming from the team. You can see a lot more team play. Rondo, unfortunately, Lowe's was one of the few teams that got taken out. But even in Erangel as well, his remaining 3 teammates was the one that actually did a very good job and zoning people, applying pressure when it's needed as well, which is very much important, especially in those endgame zone fights. You have to play as a team. You need to communicate. You need to set up smokes properly. You need to go for tandem nades, which again, we haven't seen too much yet. Tandem nades coming from a lot of these teams, which I think is one of the biggest problems as well. Especially considering that Explosions has been nerfed like what 3, 4, 5 years ago. Like back then, it's like one nade, it barely clips you, it just takes you out. Now it's you need to add chain and these 3 nades to perfectly knock one guy, unless it's just right on top of it.
Absolutely. You know, we saw the grenades getting nerfed and then the Molotovs getting buffed. That spread was increased. So much of that. But Team LOLs as a team, they've been doing great. I think another chicken dinner maybe in this one will ensure their qualification in the further round. But right now, ladies and gentlemen, we are stoked to be heading into the next game of Erangel because, boy oh boy, players ready.
One final game today here for Group 1, and it is going to be an exciting one as well. Who will be the ones to lead the charge, or who will be the ones to be facing a little bit of a pressure here for tomorrow's game here in Group 1. It all comes down to this map. Seems like Erangel is on his way, and the flight path is going to be coming in from the northeast corner of 70, and then passing through School, Pochinki, and then ending towards the southwest corner of Military Base. A pretty balanced one, and surprising enough, we did see a couple of drop clashes just now in the previous match. Two teams was eliminated rather early and kind of dragged on towards the end game where 14 teams remaining. So hopefully those adjustments needs to be made here, especially if you want to try to make it for position points, I would say.
No, honestly, I'm a sucker for storylines. I really want to see a little bit of a fight going on around that Rusok Hills, maybe round 2 for Veni Vidi Vici going up against Team Telugu. But FFOD, we did see last time around, they were taking control over the Water City. So hoping that something different happens this time around. No, that's not the case. But this flight path trajectory is changing a lot of things actually. Ultron Esports still dropping down around Pochinki. Even the players of Godsent around that farm split. And OG, and this time Beeline Skyline, they take the southern map for themselves. So it's going to be really interesting. A change in their style of rotation, but what hasn't changed is the circle I see. Slightly towards the northeastern side. Seems like could be a Yasnaya or a Mansion circle. Yes. What do you think?
Wow, this is going to be a tricky one here. But personally, I think it will hit towards Laurel's direction as well. Maybe even Mansion or Prison. But we haven't seen too much Stalber circles in one of the rarer ones. So yeah, you might be on the mark as well. It's either Yasnaya, Mansion, or maybe even where Shelter is. We haven't seen too much of Stalber, which again, better safe than sorry. Getting Mansion is going to be a little bit of alternative. But let's take a look at what... okay. Seems like we are going to be expecting company here up north in 70. As Rising Underdogs is going to be on the slam here against Fake.
Okay. I just hope they have an information. Looking at how Hitman's making a move, I think he's quite cautious. And Godzi could have actually given his position away. Does have that AKM to work with. Level 1 West. He needs to find some cover at this point. Team Fake for sure. They know that there's a team coming in for the push, challenging them on their compounds, and there you have it. Godzi way too exposed, and he's been punished accordingly.
Yeah, this is nice coming from Rising Underdogs. Like, they're just so fearless in this situation. We've seen this in round 2 as well. They were the teams that was very, very aggressive. And because of this, they were able to get us some serious high finish points. It's a high risk, high reward kind of scenario. But with this play coming from Rising Underdogs, they pretty much just scared off Team Fake from 70. So they are going to skedaddle out of there to find loots here, losing a player. And Rising Underdogs will take 70 for themselves this time.
Yeah, considering how Rising Underdogs are placed in terms of the overall standings, I would really encourage them to actually go for a push in this one. Try to get those 4 early points. And that is going to make them feel so confident. But the problem is that the opponents... they've vanished. They've really eloped around, and for Epic Esports, a comeback has to be there. Now, there have been some moments, but again, they haven't really been sturdy. So that's really concerning for me. But, barring all that, it's been pretty silent on the map. Everybody, courtesy to that beautiful flight path trajectory, they've gotten off to their drop locations. And for Team Epic Official, they're going to drop down and loot this entire city.
Yeah, I really like this adaptation here, at least for this game in particular, just because of the fact that, after the first game, I was expecting more drop clashes. They definitely did their homework a little bit more. So they are dodging fights a little bit better. So that's going to be a good sign for some of the teams, especially for Team Telugu as well, who didn't really had a great start here in last game. They did dodge themselves. But again, where are they going to go is going to be the question here, because in the zone itself here, we do see Kalinga Esports and also Zip. They're still in their usual drop spots, nothing super crazy. Yasnaya is going to be expecting company as well, because I think Team Fake, they actually left Severny and hope to make it for center zone rather early. So they're not exactly fully looted as well, but they are making pit stops along the way, which I'm not a big fan of. But considering that a lot of these teams has not made it to center yet, I think they should be okay for now.
I hope so. I mean, few teams, they have their game plan set out. Get some early loot, they've got their timings jotted down, and they want to take the center. I think, like you mentioned, it could be a really good game for Team LOLs. And all they need to do is capitalize. But that Western influx coming in, that is really going to be interesting as to how all these teams deal with that. But for the rising underdogs, I mean, they call themselves underdogs, but are stacked. Do you have a Lamborghini?
I knew you were gonna ask me that. No, I have an imaginary one, which is inside my head when I go to sleep and I dream about it. That one day I'll have one. But for all things considered, right now when it comes to games itself, rising underdogs, they definitely have a little bit of heavy lifting to do. But basically, when we were looking at the map as well, I was paying attention to what the team Lowe's is doing. I was hoping that they were going to take the warehouses north of Shelter, but it seems like they just completely skipped it and they went for center control instead. They are going to be expecting the circle to be on the Yasnaya fields down south here, so interesting approach, but okay, I see where it goes.
I mean, I am a firm believer that you're never supposed to be taking control over that museum area. We're going to come to that, but for all the viewers watching us on broadcast, please do keep grinding in BGMI, play your classic matches. There's an event going on called the Discovery Island. So the more you play, the more you contribute towards the prize pool of the BGIS 2026. Of course, we thank you for what you've done last year, that immense support being shown, but we also are firm believers that, the support can be shown in bigger numbers this time. We are aiming for the stars. Now, coming back, I see the big problem with taking over that museum area is you're exposed through all different directions, right? Especially that being on a lower ground and so many hills surrounding it. The escape plan is definitely not there. So that was actually a smart move being made by Team LOLs. What is this car?
I have no idea.
They're so rich, man.
Yeah. Why are we talking about people's riches right now? We should be talking about a game.
Yeah, but there's nothing really going on right now.
Well, there is, because 2OP official right now on screen. I see them going for a 2-2 split. And it seems like they're going to be on the hunt. They're right on the edges of the zone. It seems like they are going to be running into his 4 Eternals here. As TOP official may consider actually going for the slam here. And interesting enough, they are on a 2-vehicle drive-by, going for a hit and run. Seems like TOP official, they really want to go for it as well. They see 4 Eternals on the horizon, and 4 Eternals, if they go in for a little bit of a small skirmish, 2OP official might make the jump on them. Seems like they are not going to go for it. Okay, seems like nothing happens again. Wait, they're actually chasing this again. What is going on, TOP official?
Yeah, I think it's a ruse. They're pretending to chase. But look at this. Rising underdogs. I'm going to be believing in them at least. They definitely want to instigate these fights. And for Chota, he's out in the open. There you have it. 4 Eternals. Off to a really great start. Hitman down on his knees. And Chota, he's not going to waste any time securing that finish. And he would, of course, want to scurry away from here. Even the backup does arrive on time. So 4 Eternals, they're going to be pretty pleased with this quick snipe.
Okay, rising underdogs, they were going a little bit ham on that scenario. But 2OP official, as soon as they heard the gunshots, I thought they were going to third party. They just completely dipped, went into zone and ignored that fight. All right, feels bad. But okay, yeah. 4 Eternals, they're going to be A-okay. But seems like the circle does shift down south of Yasnaya. So it is going to be around the mansion area. North of Shelter is occupied as well, and the reason why I like that warehouse is because you said that you hated it because it's exposed to multiple angles. For me, I love it because once you go in, nobody can push you in, because they are going to be sprayed out. It's just one of the best spots to hold for late game.
Yeah, it's a really good spot to hold for late game. But imagine, when you look at the numbers, the facts, we haven't seen a lot of those museum circles, right?
Yeah.
So the moment the circle steers away from you, oh my God, God bless you, is all I can say in that position. But now, Team Telugu, this time, they're holding on. TSB Jaguars, I hope they know what they are really entering into. A grenade being flung over. There you have Heka delivers once again a quick knock, and then you have Zygrade getting a quick trade, and Team Telugu making quick work of the players of TSP. I mean, for Jaguar, they weren't this bad at least.
Oh, this is terrible. Like, Jaguar, they could have hit the entire team on the same direction, but they were just isolated one by one, and everyone just got picked off. That was just a big blunder here. Great hold coming from Team Telugu, and they, guess what? They get a couple of restocks as well, and they are going to be good to play for the next circle. Meanwhile, Team Low is going to be engaging against 4 Eternals here as they find Kunal on the sides. The nades coming in, being cooked here on towards Ultra. Seems like he knows where Jovish is on the sides, and the nades does clip him down low, but no! Guess what, Joves? He actually takes down Rex before he actually needs to patch himself up. He's so low in the corner, he is going to pop the first aid kit instead. But for Eternals, they are going to take their own sweet time. Molotov's being lopped down as well. Seems like Joves is going to push in. He's looking for those confirmation, and he will get it as well. And this is going to be 4 Eternals actually lose 2 players as well, out of nowhere.
Time is running out. Kunal, oh my god, he did bleed himself to death over there as a grenade being flung over. JD versus all. Nice ricochet from the walls. Titan had no answer for this. As even for Ultra, his position absolutely compromised. As T2G going in for the 4. He knows exactly where Ultra is. A little bit of parkour comes down to nothing at all. As LOLs, he's going to secure that final finish. But hold on, not out of the woods here, I see. Because Zip Esports have come in for a third party.
Exactly. Team Lows now, they are going to try and get out of this as well. They have vehicles. They had a little bit of a widespread of space. It's just that, you know, they weren't expecting company. And nice disengagement coming in from Team Lows as well. Zip a little bit late to the party. Only Cheyenne is there. And in this case, Zip Esports missed their opportunity here, knowing that the circle is about to close in. Lowe's decides, you know what, let's back the hell up. And the circle actually pushes down towards the intersections there. Yeah. And we're going to be expecting a lot of open fields. And you know what? You know who took the mansion? Who took the museum? It's Kalinga Esports. And they're going to be very happy about this.
At least for now. Because considering how the circles are almost at that junction point. But we're going to get to that conversation a wee later. Because Zip Esports, they've taken control over the stunt area. They've got some high ground to play with, and they're kind of constantly poking the players of Team Lost to just back off. And Zip Esports, they've also decided to back off. Of course, the idea is to get inside the circle. As for OG, they also are down to their final 3. For God's sake, you know, this is what I was talking about, I see. Their game plan is pretty much well set out. You know, they always want to have a good control over those central areas and try to keep their opposition at bay. Whoever tries to close in, you know, they are food for them. But for Team LOLs, I really hope they know what they're walking into, because it is Team FF14 right in front of them. In fact, it's Team Epic. And Karma, oh my god, he gets taken down by the players of Godsey.
Oof, that's a little bit of a bummer there. Tross coming in. Lowe's is going to try and chime in as well. The nades are coming in to try and zone them out. But Karma needs to be picked off here as well. Simon needs to try and smoke himself up here. Lowe's is going to try and pressure their way through, but even Lowe's himself is not exactly safe. It seems like he needs a little bit of backup here. Seems like he is going to get out to safety. They do swap their seats a little bit here. Joves is providing the cover fire to keep him alive. It seems like Lowe's, they are going to try and play the other entrance of the shelter to try and wait for this zone. They are going to hunker down. Interesting. This is an interesting call coming from Lowe's to actually push downwards here. Yeah. I think they want to get a surprise jump onto his Epic from inside.
Or maybe they're just playing for position points over here. They are going to wait it down, see where the circle eventually shifts, and then they might make a move over there. But for Benny Vidivici, that was a nice resurgence from their side in the previous game. They've got a team spotted out, but do they know that Beeline Skyline is keeping a close watch on their movements? Prince is trying to provide cover fire. There you have it. They've got the whiff. They know that Beeline Skyline, they're around in the backline territory. And Tender, he's going to venture a little further. Is this the right idea, I see?
I think this is okay. Beeline Skyline, they're not picking as well. Tender might be able to spot them out. They're all out open to seize the vehicles, and they know the compound is occupied as well. Tender, he might be able to actually find a crack into his defense here. This is going to be huge. Nice chip damage here from Tender. But at the same time, Beeline Skyline, they're stuck. They can't really push out. They're a little bit too spread out as well, knowing that I think they're just waiting for the zone to actually push out here. So I think Veni Vici should be able to punish this as well as the zone shifts up north. But again, this is going to hurt both teams here if they do not make way up towards the north side. It seems like they have to make way now, as Veni Vici has no choice but to commit to this fight. And the same can be said for Beeline Skyline. Everybody needs to push up north now.
Really don't get it why they just left this territory. I mean, just went to the edges, knowing that the circle's going to take a shrink. Oh my god, that's mistakes being made. And at this point, Vici looking at the bigger picture, I think I like this. I like this. They decided, okay, all right, there's a team on our backlines. It's fine. Let's get inside the zone and then maybe think about gatekeeping them. Or maybe Ghosty, he's got mischief on his minds. He's returned back. Scepter, he's a little cut off from the pack, and there you have it. They are going to engage against each other. There you go. Prince being taken down. Bhalu for that quick trade over there as Beeline, Skyline, everybody together getting dismantled piece by piece. But there you have it. Ghosty, nice recovery from his side. And all that remains of Beeline, Skyline is going to be Scepter, who eventually is going to get taken down. But before that, all right, he's got something going in. As of now, as Tender, he's burning. But despite that, oh my god, that was a clutch. It is going to be TLG from the backlines who's going to get that final finish, and Team LOLs,
wow,
they are going to clean the floor. What a fight that was.
What a slam coming in from Team LOLs, but at the same time, Beeline Skyline, that was a big clutch coming from him, but unfortunately, just not good enough. Mistakes were made. And both Triple V and also Beeline Skyline gets taken out. Team LOLs is going to gobble up those resources, but the zone is against them. Meanwhile, inside the zone now, ZYP, or in this case Zip, is going to be coming from the north side. Seems like they do spot out the members of Team Telugu in front. And it's pretty much out in the open as well. They do need to find a little bit of a cover spot to work with before they actually push into the zone. It seems like from Cliff's perspective, he's still running around. He spots a compound to work with, but again, ahead of them is going to be Fake, who still has a little bit of control of the museum area.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I thought Kalinga Esports had the museum. It was actually Fake that had it.
Yeah, Kalinga had that little bit of a
the one that
compound.
Cliff has right now, yeah.
Correct. So now, this is what concerns me. Because the next circle shift, I'm pretty sure the museum's not going to be in contention. So that's going to steer away from them. And that is where, Godsend, Kalinga Esports, and even for Zip, they can apply that pressure. Team LOLs, having gone chartering through the edges, one of their players again picked off. And this is where they should be slightly concerned, because they had lost out on Kunal pretty early on, and they cannot afford to lose another player. So with just 2 players, it's going to be a very difficult task. But still, despite that, I think they've made the most out of this game already. 6 finishes, 3 players still alive, hoping for a revival there. And they are A-okay.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the replay here of where Vici versus Beeline Skyline was actually like as well here. Because it felt like Vici actually won that fight. But it came down to this 2v1 situation. And Scepter dropped this Molotov, isolating one fight, actually winning this duel against Ghosty. And just takes them out. And what a clutch coming from Scepter. But as soon as this happens as well, it just took too long. Team LOLs came and gobbled them up and just denied them that win. And initially, I felt like Beeline Skyline dropped the ball just because they gave away control to Triple V right from the start, which wasn't a mistake from the get-go. And when they decided to go for the tandem push, it was just like, what? 2 guys pushed first, got knocked. 3rd guy came in late, got knocked. And then the last guy came in, Scepter. And again, it wasn't a unison push coming from them, which resulted in their deaths.
I think, the best case scenario should have been for Triple V to actually go inside the circle. There was no reason for them to just initiate a fight, especially when you know that teams are going to be rotating. There's going to be somebody around you. That was not a fight for them to really take in the first place, is what I feel. But all right, I mean, as a result, both these teams are actually taken out. So Zip Esports, this time, they're being very cautious. They've done their due diligence. And for Team Telugu, I see they'll have to get inside the circle. Do they realize that?
Yeah.
Because it's open territory the moment they step out from the vehicles. And Zip Esports keeping such a close watch on them. I'm starting to ponder if they are going to make it alive inside the next zone.
Yeah, it seems like Zip Esports, they are trying to smoke up out in the open as well to try and focus their fight against Team Telugu as well without getting shot from inside the zone. Seems like Zip Esports, they scout out this rotation. Team Telugu spots out one player with this vehicle. And again, Team Telugu, they're just waiting very patiently here for the edge of the zone. They still have the zone favoring them a little bit, but even then, Zip Esports, they're already setting up shop to try and take him out. And that's not going to be looking good as well. But on the finish feed, we do see Team LOLs having a little bit of struggle to push in the zone as they get gate kept as well, just because of that third party outside the zone. And Jobs is down. Seems like Godsense will be able to get those confirmations on the finish feed.
Yeah, that's their specialty. We have seen them do that for quite a long time. And look at that, even Ultron Esports quickly wiping out the players of Team Epic Esports. They've also been sent home. This was the final game for all these teams from Group 1. As Ultron Esports eyeing out on another chicken dinner, they have got the players of OG in front of them. And there you have it. Shummi getting picked off without any response. And now K47 having the higher grounds. He is enraged. As even Frash, he has fallen off. Reborn, the last player surviving from Team OG. And the last glimmer of hope as Ultron Esports piece by piece closing in. It's going to be Brawly who is going to gather a little bit of that intel. They know for sure that Reborn's hiding behind that smoke. And they're just constantly mentally spraying through that. Eventually just to find their prey as Ultron Esports, they get another squad wipe.
Oh boy, that's going to be one down. 8 teams remaining, 29 left alive, and Zip finally pushes in as well. They're still keeping Team Telugu in check here from the sides as they slowly inch them forward, but it seems like Team Telugu, they are getting spot straight down as Chif finds one. And now Heka is pretty much stuck out in the open as well as the Peppers kill just keeps coming on Cliff all the way through. And it seems like Cliff now needs to actually go in for a little bit of a reposition. Heka is still stuck on the sides. And Team Telugu has crept up a little bit closer. Shanu and Z-Great wants to pick and provide support, but if they overextend their pick against Zip, they are going to be shot from inside the zone as well, which again, as you can see, Ultron Esports, they have perfect sights on them. This is not great here for Team Telugu. And there's nothing much they can do about it. All they can do is just hunker down in those small little ditches.
Yeah, absolutely. Ultron Esports, they're coiled up and just ready to strike. And for Team Telugu, props to them, man. They've made it alive so far. But right now, they're at the mercy of the players of Ultron Esports. Heka, the lonely man there. I think he's also been snuffed out. So, really curious to see how Team Telugu really make their way inside the circle, especially for Heka, given his vehicle's blown up. And he just has that one smoke grenade. After which, he's up for grabs. Really.
Oh boy. Time to make a run for this. Heka needs some sort of backup, but at the same time, let's take a look at the southeast corner. Kalinga Esports, they have been holding that small ditch for the longest time, and Godsend's got them surrounded as well. Yash is going to try and pop a couple of nades here to try and find an opener, but little did they know from behind, we've got Team Fake also going to be chiming in, and Godsend, they may be pincered like this. It may be a mistake. Angry OG goes down as well, and Kalinga Esports is going to try and capitalize on this as well. As Godsends, they're losing members. They've just lost Yash, and now there's going to be confirmed as well as Kalinga Esports peeks out to take him out. And just like that, Godsends, they just might have just made the biggest blunder here.
Yeah, I think Godsend really got ahead of themselves. Tunnel vision at this point, completely unaware of their surroundings. As Archit, he's been phenomenal, man. Especially for Kalinga Esports. He's got so many of those valuable finishes, and there you go. He follows it up with Omega's grenade. And now for Fake Esports, they were waiting for this opportunity. As Kalinga Esports, they're at the ready. Everybody, they seem to have recuperated. They know that Fake Esports are inside that little shack. So now the grenades are also going to be primed at them. There you have it, gone. Somehow dodging that. And a Molotov to follow soon. Archit. Oh, that was a nice knock coming in from Pasha, who is apparently getting shot from the backlines. Is going to be the players of FFOD doing their bidding. But Pasha, hold on, he's still alive.
Oh my goodness, Ultron Esports tried to take a peek and they get punished for this as well. Ultron Esports, now they've got to make a call. It seems like they are going to double down trying to save their teammate instead because Team Telugu has pretty much got a knock here. They are going to try and pick up AK-47 in this situation. And this is going to be a little bit of a problem to work with here because as of yet, seems like Team Telugu, they're still pinned. And as soon as Ultron Esports overpicks this, Zip is going to try and take shots in, hoping that this nades gets a little bit lucky. The re-knock comes through, and that's going to be huge for Ultron Esports. But they can they get a little bit more is going to be the question as well. Shots are coming in. Shano with the counter nade to try and stop them, and Zip Esports is going to try and capitalize on this as well. Which again, they need these points if they want to make a bounce back here, especially if they want to look for a big game. Same can be said for Team Telugu. But Team Telugu, they just cannot pick out Ultron Esports. They're still looking to try and gobble them up as well. Smokes being doubled down. It seems like they are going to shift their focus on Zip, and they do get the knock and the confirmation. Nicely done coming from Ultron Esports.
Absolutely. They're playing with so much intent at this point. constantly getting those influx of those finishes. And Team Telugu, folks, they are still alive. They're still cooking. But Ultron Esports, they know they've got a whiff there. They know Zygrade and Shanu, they are together. But they really need to count their eggs because Team Zip, they're also on the back lines. And there you go. The artillery strike is on them.
Nice.
And piece by piece, they also get dismantled. Courtesy to Honey and his grenades and K47 to get that final blow. Team Telugu, after 6 finishes, they're also out of the game as Zip Esports, they go full send as Scott. He does have that MG3 to rip them apart. And there you have it. Zip Esports, they are thin smoke right now.
Oh my goodness, that MG43 with the S12K just completely caught them off guard. What a defense coming from Ultra Esports. Nicely done. Could look for a back-to-back chicken dinner in this game. A massive performance, but as soon as I say this, guess what? Kalinga Esports is here to say hello to FFOD. Which in this case, from the far horizons, gets knocked, and that's going to be 2 players left on the side, and Archie is able to spot him out as well. As while they rotate through, a lot of chip damage has been done, but looks like they will get 1 knock here. The last one is going to go down as well, and that's going to be Kalinga Esports that gobbles up all those points. And it's actually tag team by Rising Underdogs instead. And surprise, surprise, we're down towards the final 4 teams now.
Oh, it's going to be an interesting show. Ultron Esports, adrenaline surging through their veins. They know that Rising Underdogs, they are limited. They're confined to that little garage over there. Puali, look at how scared he is. You know what? I have no monkey business. All I'm going to do is just sit in my vehicle and pray that Ultron Esports are out in the open. They get third-partied from elsewhere.
Well, SK47 now. He is going to be one of the MVPs potentially in this game. He's got 7 frags in this game so far. But the nades, is doing a lot of damage here. Ultron Esports, they just might be able to find an opener if they get the knock. But again, last 2 teams is going to be between them, Kalinga Esports and Rising Underdogs. And so far, Rising Underdogs, they do have zone, well, not necessarily zone control, but they do have a decent compound. And any team decides to go in for slam, the other team is going to try and capitalize on this as well. But the nades from Honey finds the re-knock onto his Rising Underdogs. That's going to be Adi that gets knocked. But again, no pushes yet. Honey almost dropping down pretty low. But Honey now looking for another nade, but Paulie very, very scared, hiding in the car here. And all Rising Underdogs needs to do right now is just buy enough time that Kalinga Esports chimes in to third party as well. But seems like they've overextended this day. Ultron Esports backs off. Ran out of utilities actually from both sides. And even Kalinga Esports, they're out of nades. So technically, this is going to be them holding on. This fight is going to draw out for another circle stage here, at least, just because of the fact that Rising Underdogs needs to find a way to get out. And they've got a vehicle, and I think their blown up UAZ may have just blocked. Oh, it's not blown up yet. Okay. Oh, nice. They actually repositioned. They are going to try and swing out now.
Yeah. He almost took 1 for the team there.
Too early, though.
Kalinga Esports, they're itching to have a go at it. And they know that if they can somehow just destroy the vehicles, they've already won half the war. Yeah. But now Rising Underdogs, trying to be slightly proactive. As Archit, he has been sublime. Absolutely phenomenal. Kalinga Esports, they have got a beautiful setup. And even for the likes of Ultron Esports, they've got 4 men alive. And now eyeing for their second chicken dinner.
This is so brutal for Rising Underdogs right now. Like, their only win condition is that Kalinga Esports and Ultron Esports takes a fight together before they push out. But the problem is their mets are low, the utils are low, their helmets and also vests are just completely been shredded. And I think they've been swapping out level 1 vests all the way through to try and survive this. But even then, it's all been completely shredded.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're pretty much are at the mercy of these 2 teams.
Yeah.
But, there's a slight chance they can get an opening from the backlines. Only from the backlines. If somehow they can figure a way to thread the needle, take K47 down, and maybe even Honey, they can go from that lower vicinity and make something happen.
They just can't. They just can't. Like, the only way out is into a front in front of Kalinga Esports, and they've got him locked down. But it seems like, I think they spotted out Kalinga Esports to reposition here, so they may be the opener for them to actually push out now. As Rising Underdogs, the circle is going to engulf them as well. Finally makes the push as Paulie takes the car out. The sprays comes in, and SK47 finds him instead. That's going to be Paulie down. And Rising Underdogs, in this case, might actually go down to the zone here and deny those points. There's nothing much they can do about this as well. Adi looking for the opener, but eventually another knock comes in. And Ultron Esports, Now, going to be focusing on 2 fights now. As Kalinga Esports, Omega flanks from the side and he almost gets dropped down low, but the zone is about to take him out and he is gonna... Ooh, he's so close. Pixel perfect and he goes down as Ultron Esports holds on.
Yeah, this is pretty much set up for them. The second chicken dinner. In fact, the back-to-back chicken dinner in the making. And there is no stopping Ultron Esports as they cruise through, and any lingering doubts on their qualification has now been put to rest. What a team this has been so far, with returning names, the veterans, and K47. He was hot in this game. I think I'm anticipating at least 9 or 10 finishes from his side.
Yeah, probably as well.
It was 8.
Yeah, there was just a lot of finishes coming from them as well. But again, this game pretty much sets them in the cusp of taking the #1 spot now. And I think this pretty much sends them towards qualification as well. And maybe Godsend as well, which I think is a good sign for them. These 2 teams in particular. Good day for them.
This game of Erangel is a little bit of a reality check for all of us actually, because you know we were clowning on the players of Kalinga Esports, calling them one-trick ponies, just good in Rondo, bad at the other games. This time they made up for it. You know, 2 really consistent games of Erangel we've noticed, despite having a rough start in the game of Rondo. But, you know, nice recovery also from rising underdogs, considering how their initial games were. I think this is going to give them a little bit of confidence, because come on, let's be very honest, they were in such a bad place in you know, in that entire situation, right?
Yeah.
They were pincered from 4 different sides, and you know, the moment Kalinga Esports lost out on Archit, I knew at that very moment they're done. Archit has been an amazing player.
I think Kalinga Esports did really well as well, considering that they try to capitalize on Ultron being distracted by the guys inside and try to go for a push. While that was happening as well, it was just a tough call to play. Omega may have made the right call to go in for the push to flank. Unfortunately, the zone forced him out of position here. So if he was 10 seconds maybe earlier, maybe, just maybe, they could have clutched things out. But good attempt here coming from Kalinga Esports, but Ultron Esports will be the ones that wins a winner-winner chicken dinner. Back-to-back chicken dinners, and that's 20 position points in total. That's a lot of points.
And I think this was a good finish-heavy game as well. So anticipating somewhere around 25 points collected that previous chicken dinner. And even in the first game, it was K47 who survived for such a long time, you know, being the IGL. He's getting himself on the finish board. In the second game, however, he did not even have a single finish. So sort of made up for it. And Ultron Esports, I mean, they're cruising through. But now, let's talk about the others, I see. I mean, Beeline, Skyline. We had so much news about them playing so well during the round #2 and round 3. What's happened? What's gone wrong?
Seems like miscomm was an issue as well, and I think even in the previous fight as well, they thought they were going to rotate in zone, but as soon as Triple V came in and pushed up, it took away the opportunity to push out from those compounds, which again, that hillside was such an important spot for them, and they gave away full control towards Triple V. And I feel like you were asking me, why was Triple V actually going up from there? That play literally stopped the exit plan. And again, they were hoping to get a little bit lucky here to get those points. Unfortunately, they lost the hold against Be Like Skylight, which again, shouldn't be possible. Shouldn't have happened. It happened. Lows came in, clean up the rest.
You know, I feel like the intent was there. Beeline, Skyline wanted to get, at least have their backlines cleared. But again, you need to understand the gravity of the situation there. There's so many teams that could potentially third party. You know, that is what happened to them. And, you know, no doubts on who the MVP will be. It is going to be K47. 9 finishes for this veteran man. And shows that he's got a lot of fight left in him. So, Mr. Kamran, congratulations. But for the other players, even Honey, he's also followed up for Kalinga Esports. This time, again, Pasha and Archit doing quite phenomenal. Look at the damage number on Archit actually. I was seeing him getting knocks after knocks. Unfortunately, he could not get those conversions there.
Yeah, it's just a little bit unfortunate, but SK47, man, that was 1,000 damage dealt in that game. That was impressive here coming from that team. But again, Ultron, 16 finishes in total with the chicken dinner, gives them 26 points. Kalinga Esports also getting 16 points. Very consistent stuff, I would say, at least for today here for Kalinga Esports. But Rising Underdogs makes a little bit bounce back, which again, they made it top 3 based on position points, but they only got 9 points. And we are starting to see this vacuum of points being absorbed by the top 3 teams right now.
What on earth is wrong with 2OP? 3 games, haven't really popped off. And just 3 more to go with Rondo out of the picture. I do not fancy their chances. Even for Epic Esports, I had no clue what they were doing in that fight against Team Telugu. But a quick look at the overall standings, and yeah, Ultron Esports, they've qualified. I think that is set in stone.
Yep.
Even for Godsend, 47 points should be enough, or maybe let's consider 50.
50, yeah.
Yeah, let's keep the threshold at 50.
Yeah, Ultron in 3 games pretty much qualified as well. 2 back-to-back chicken dinners, and this final day, game for Group 1 in particular sets them apart from the rest. Kalinga Esports with consistent as well. See, coming from them, also 36 points. Lowe's taking a little bit tumble here, but 33 points is still very, very impressive as well. And of course, they still have 3 more games to go at least for these 4 teams.
You know, just barring the top 4, they are the cream of the crop. Look at the others. It's still pretty volatile. 2 spots still up for grabs, Team Telugu, and even for Rising Underdogs, because Zip Esports, they aren't far behind. Even if Veni Vidi Vici has a good game tomorrow, that could really turn out really good for them. But for 2OP, them getting eliminated at this stage, you know, that is going to set a lot of questions, man.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate news here, but at least because of this vacuum that has been engulfed by these 4 teams in particular, it begs the question here. The cutoff may actually be lower, and it does give an opportunity for all the teams at the bottom. So one good game will give them a shot to actually push into the top 6, and that could be it.
And then we have 2 games of Miramar. We've seen there are certain teams I see that are really good at Miramar, Miramar experts at that, and who knows, maybe Epic, maybe 2OP, they come back in that one.
Yeah, it could happen as well. But of course, with that being said as well, we are going to be closing the chapter here for today for Group 1. And right after this break, we are going to be bringing a completely new group for you guys. And it is going to be Group 2 here for the round 3 stages of BGIS 2026. But before that actually happens, we're going to be taking a little bit short break, and we will see you guys right after this short break. Hello everyone and welcome back to BGIS 2026 here, round 3 stages on its way. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is going to be Necro as we take you through the English commentary for today. And the round stages for today itself has been very, very exciting here, at least for Group 1. The first 3 games, a lot of unexpected moments. Godsend sent it to the moon, and we also had a little bit of a comeback here coming from Ultron Esports with the back-to-back chicken dinner. Necro, what are your thoughts on that?
Ultron Esports popping off, to be honest. K47, once again, the veteran back inside of the block. And what a way to make a blockbuster entry too, right? For K47, a dream start. They've already qualified. Now, I personally think the moment you cross that 45 points marker, you're going to be around the safety block, because that's the highest cutoff we've seen so far, even in the previous group. But since now the top 6 qualify over here, let's just say that maybe top 50 is going to be the safer approach, and maybe the teams will try to be a little bit more proactive, you can't say.
Yeah, 50 points is going to be the way to go here, at least for some of these teams, as a somewhat of a safety cushion here. But again, the cutoff may be up or down. It is going to be very, very dependent on how the performance coming from the teams itself. But with that being said here, we are going to close the chapter for Group 1. Group 1 is going to be back tomorrow. Now we're going to be bringing in from Group 2. And on the screen right now for Group 2, we have Gods for a Reason, MDN Esports, Chaka Jam, Blue Spartan, Oblivion Core, Phoenix Esports, Hell Matrix, Joy Bangla, Thunder Gods Esports, Original Gangsters, Meaty Tigers, Black Raven Esports, Gen of Miracle, AstraZeneca, Powerhouse, and also Onslaught Crew Esports.
Interesting. So we've got Gods for Reason, MDN Esports. Of course, they're going to be the heavy hitters inside the lobby. CJ as well. The past has been incredible. We all know in the round 2, CJ was able to dominate so well. And specifically on the map of Miramar, CJ's performance has been sublime. Now watching CJ make a comeback, and once again, they've got 2 Miramars in store. We already know CJ's going to be off to a great start. Looking at the past track record, we've still got so many new faces on the block as well. For example, Hell Matrix coming through, Oblivion Core, Blue Spartan. We've never heard these names in the past, but I would love to see what they've got in stock as well. But how can you forget a team like Phoenix Esports? Samraj and the Band of Boys back once again to dominate the entire lobby.
I was waiting for you to actually bring that up as well here, because Phoenix Esports in their round 2 stages was a little bit of a big question mark. Like, we knew they had the firepower as well, but for some reason, it felt like there were just so many drop clashes onto his Phoenix Esports. It felt like they were just targeted in every single map, and for them to make a bounce back on Game 5 itself on their respective matches as well, which was very, very impressive, because that was their comeback moment to qualify in towards this game itself. Will they be able to do the same again here is going to be the question. Are they going to be targeted is another question. But for now, Caster's prediction, I went for CKG, you went for Phoenix, Johnny went for Phoenix, and Fixus actually went for Gods for Gods for a Reason. Wow, okay, why?
I mean, once again, look, Gods for Reason, they did pretty good. A grind team returning back. Speaking of CJ, we've all seen what happened inside round 2. They were doing phenomenally well on the map of Miramar. And then Phoenix Esports, probably one of the basic picks out there. We all know Phoenix Esports is going to do good. They've got the experience, they've got the firepower. Everything is currently lined up with Phoenix Esports. So in this group, we're expecting Phoenix Esports to dominate. But looking at the round 2 run, it was definitely a little bit skeptical. Moving on towards round 3, I do believe that Phoenix Esports might be a little bit more settled. With that experience, they would know what exactly needs to be done.
I'm just going to be straightforward, straight up as well. Round 2, Phoenix was just getting targeted left, right, front, center in all the drop spots and the drop clash. I just hope they do not get a game like that again here in this round 3 stages, because if that happens, they are going to be in for some heavy lifting as well, which again, I would be very, very impressed to see that again.
Hey, I would love to see Phoenix Esports get targeted. I would love to see all the big names struggle, because that's what really spices things up. But for now, let's move on towards the first game for this group. The planes in the skies for the first time for this entire group, which is going to be Group 2 itself. And since we're going to be kicking things off in the map of Erangel, they're not going to have that heavy start as Rondo gives you. But this plane fly path, it's heavily tilted towards the southern side of the map, starting all the way from Milta Power, all the way towards Primarchs. One thing is for sure, for Phoenix Esports, it's going to be a smooth glide towards Pochinki, but there might be a few unknown players and unknown teams dropping right next to him.
Yeah, that's why I'm going to put that as a question mark right from the get-go. Is anyone going to drop clash them right from the get-go? We're going to see teams actually gatekeeping them is going to be a question as well. But for now, drop clashes for vehicles is going to be happening right here, just because of how skewed the flying path is as well. And right from the start as well, we can see Gods for a Reason on the right side. We do see a BR Ooze going to be here on the right side as well towards Mansion. We might see a little bit of drop clash down there. Not much coming from Milta Power. I think Military Base and Nova is going to be having a little bit of company. Maybe CJ is going to head up north, nothing crazy coming from them. But seems like I think PH is actually going to go for Pochinki and drop clash against Phoenix here. So it might be round 2. Or in this case, round 3 for the round 3 stages, baby.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be interesting. Now, what is going to be the escape plan for Phoenix Esports? Since in round 2, Phoenix Esports was getting punished in Pochinki over and over again, yeah, it's a whole different thing that they were actually able to break through the shackles as well in the later stages. But what exactly now is going to be the escape route and the escape plan for Phoenix Esports if things do go south?
Okay, for now, they definitely need Pochinki, just because they need to push into the west side rather early as well. Circle actually shifts pretty west side. But for Powerhouse, it seems like they're not going towards Pochinki. Yeah. They're actually going towards school, the outskirts of school, I believe.
The compounds, yeah.
Yeah, seems like they should be A-okay, but it seems like we do see a drop clash here on the Primos area, and there's actually 3 teams in Primos. Wow!
Thundergott, they already do kick things off in a really good manner. Runer ruining the game for the man in the front. Solid stuff. Already starting to feel himself. He's got his hands on the double-barreled shotgun as well. That's going to be more than enough to compromise your opponent. But Aladdin on the opposite side, he's going to make sure that Runer will not be able to ruin his game. And once again, Aladdin, the man with the magical powers, can he really strike this time? He's got one nade available. That nade's going to be tossed to perfection. What a nade that was. Runer knocked out. Once again, trades happening back and forth. That's a really good thing for Original Gangsters. So at least now things are down to a 3v3. Keep this thing in mind. There's another team in the mix.
Yeah, it's just too many teams here. 3 teams right from the get-go. And AstraZeneca is still there. And they haven't exactly made their mark yet. But the question here is, there is one problem. Because in AstraZeneca, I see AstraZeneca here, but I only spot one player inside Primos. It seems like his teammates is very far away. Where is his teammates?
His teammates are all the way towards Norupnoi.
Why is he here then? Why is Devil all the way here by himself? This is madness coming from AstraZeneca.
I know, right? Just one man dropping towards Primorx. And he's actually stuck in a trifecta, while the remaining players are all the way towards Norupnoi.
Okay, Devil, you look like a lost child right now, and you need to get out. This is not looking good.
Yeah, definitely. And there's a big chance the man can be isolated to death as well, since he's the only person in the nearby proximity of even OG and Thunder Gods. And for Thunder Gods, they've already tasted defeat. That's why they're just backing away from that spot, because they know if they keep on contesting that fight, it also means that in the future they might just end up losing it.
Well, speaking of contestants so far, no one has actually went to his Georgia Pool. Hospital is open, Zarki's open, shooting range 70, everything is open here as well. So that is going to be a I would say a scarcity of resource here for the teams in the west side here, especially for those 3 teams. Oh well, not really 3 teams, 2.5 teams in Primos, and also the guys here from DC as well, who's also going to be a little bit of a tricky spot here for teams coming from Godka. But Phoenix, well, uncontested. Finally, they get a little bit of a safe spot. But will they be able to make it to late game here is going to be the question. It is a new server, or in this case, a new group. They have to actually figure things out. And hopefully it is going to be for better here because they are uncontested.
They indeed are uncontested. And I'm pretty sure if they want to make it to the late game, they can also get their hands on the Royal Enfields that are flashing on the screen right now. And yeah, it'll make them feel extremely cool inside of the game. Make them feel and look pretty cool. But as of now, we've got another team on the block, and that's going to be MT. For MT, all the way towards Georgia Pool, still trying to figure out the rotation pathway. That's going to be Minty Tigers. And for the Tigers, once again, things are looking a little bit slow and steady. They don't even have their hands on utilities yet. Not even proper loadouts. It's too late inside of the game, and they're now going to start looting up.
Yeah, I think it's going to be fine for them here. I just mentioned that Georgia Pool is unlooted and uncontested so far, so I think Minty Tigers, they should be able to stock up fairly decently inside Georgia Pool. Even in North as well, which is, again, nobody has dropped there. But, again, we know this. They don't really know it. And I think they just have to be counting their lucky stars that they actually made it safely towards Georgia Pool. And they should be able to stock up a decent amount here. 5 minutes has passed. A lot of teams are still hanging around on towards the south side of the circle itself. I don't think we have seen Everest for quite some time, except for the first week of grind. But whereas last year, we just seen so many Everest circles. But for now, Joy Bangla is going to be heading down to the south side. Quarry region is going to be the way to go. And it seems like Spirit doesn't really have a lot of utils to work with. He is also low on ammunition with this AUG. And this is what I'm talking about, right? Teams on the west side, they are going to be losing out a lot of ammunition from this place. But okay. That was a little bit of awkward play there coming from Oblivion Core.
Yeah, hopefully the man's going to be back on track. The Tigers, they've at least now found themselves a bit of that settling ground. Looking at the OG Gangsters. For them, one thing is for sure, that there's Devil right next to him. Original Gangsters on the move, and you can look at Devil. The man's not even moving a single inch.
Yeah,
he's going to let the opponents to actually just straight up walk from that staircase. He's got a perfect angle to actually punish the opponents as well, and now it's going to reveal himself. But still, Devil was not able to do any sort of damage.
No.
Had the advantage to inside of that fight, but the man still messed up big. And once again, he was isolated all by himself while his teammates were all the way towards Norupnoi.
Well, for starters, if you guys think that the shotgun has been nerfed, not really here. Still gives them 1 pump effect. Unfortunately for Devils, he was a little bit of an awkward situation to begin with here.
So if I'm not wrong, the pellet actually did 17 damage before, and now it does 16.
Yeah.
So it's just one little damage drop-off, which is not really going to make a lot of difference. And once again, from shotguns, there's a lot of pellets that shoot out. So if you manage to land all the pellets on just one person, he's anyways done for.
Yeah. I think the idea of it was to actually nerf it down for mid-range fights, because shotguns has been able to one-pump people from like, what, 100 meters away, 80 meters away, which was one of the key reasons why they needed to actually nerf it. But even then, it's still too much, in my opinion. It should be, like, I think, personally, the damage should be nerfed, like, one more damage down, but they should increase the bullet spread a little bit more.
Yeah, the pellet spread definitely needs to be there.
Yeah.
It's too tight as of now. Especially for DBS, and let's not forget, this weapon used to be an airdrop weapon all the way in the back. So yeah, even because of that, also has a little bit of that advantage over all the ground weapons. But looking at Hell Matrix, as of now, they did spot one of the teams actually make that rotation as well, but they did not even find a single knock against him, which is concerning. There's also going to be a few teams now moving in a little bit closer towards this bridge. If Hell Matrix, they do manage to stay on top of that bridge and camp it, they can actually find a lot of frags as well.
Well, seems like Circles is going to shift towards God Cause. Well, Everest is up for taking, and DC, well, in this case, OC is going to actually go up here. And even, I think, PH, Powerhouse, is going to be looking to try and challenge it as well. Phoenix also making a mad dash up towards center control. It seems like Phoenix, they are going to be taking a little bit of a center-centric rotation rather than going for the edge zones here, which, again, I think Phoenix is looking to try and zone out every single one from this fight. But those compounds and houses is pretty exposed as well. So I don't know how Phoenix is going to do this, though.
Yeah, Phoenix is trying to play a centric game. Stick to the center. And once again, the circle actually did pop quite close to them as well. So Phoenix Esports did not even need to adjust too much. They found themselves in a really good spot as of now. But once again, there's going to be a lot of teams stacking up around them. And that's where the life gets hell. And speaking of hell, you've got Black Raven Esports in a real awkward spot. Luckily enough, Black Raven Esports at least do manage to rotate away from that bridge. But still, Gods for Reason, they've actually found a bit of that casualty upon themselves. But even Devotee gets knocked out. Black Raven Esports spotting another man. That's going to be right in front. Scam OPs just want to back away. But still, there's a lot of shots taken against him. Hexy is not even able to connect a single shot. But eventually, he does find the knock. One shot to the dome, and that's going to be the compromiser.
Yeah, nicely done here, coming from God for a reason. And the question here is, despite that knock, can they actually push through the zone is going to be the question as well, because they have to go in for a little bit of a synchronized push to actually survive this. But the pressure from Hitman is going to scare him off, and that's going to be BR completely abandoning the bridge now. It's Gods for a reason is going to gobble up this point, and that's going to be a resource in their favor. Oh, but feels bad for Hitman. He needs some 7.62 bullets as well. Doesn't find it in the crate though.
Hell Matrix should have camped that area. If they would have stayed around that vicinity, they could have actually managed to get a lot of elimination points as well. But since they just moved away, now teams, they found themselves a bit of that clear pathway from the bridge. And they're rotating in pretty safely too. Hell Matrix losing out on a few of those elimination points that could have been potentially theirs. Now just running away towards the circle. Yes, the late Preachers, prime spot's already taken its out of the circle, but there's a big chance the circle might just take a curveballing shift down south.
I think Hell Matrix is in a situation where they just don't know where the teams are as well. Like, they finally see a rotation coming from DBS, but even then, this is a lot of players inside his car here. 2 players in the car, and the blue Spartan may look to actually go for a running gun here. But there's just a lot of question marks here with the zone coming in. Do they want to take the risk? It is going to be stage 4, and it is going to shift all the way towards the south side of Everest. Everest still in play. A little bit tricky spot to be in, but Phoenix actually went for a 2-2 split, and it actually paid off. Now they've got control of all the important compounds inside the zone, but now it's up to Somrush. Where do they hold? And it seems like they are going to back out the south side instead and not take the northern one right below the Everest mountain instead.
Was indeed quite a gutsy move coming through from Phoenix Esports. And now you can look at the boys of Phoenix once again starting to reunite. Everyone from Phoenix around that same compound. Want to try to play in tandem. Looking at MT Tigers. Once again, for them, the rotation's not going to be too tough. The circle's right next to him. Gods for Reason, even for them, the rotation pathway was pretty easy. And Gods for Reason, luckily enough, they've got their hands on the highest ground. A lot of intel will be there to work with, but the circle might just not be there.
Yeah, it's just a little bit tough spot to be in, right? Like, I think right now, Gods for a Reason, their best option here is just play from Embers, trying to pick off any players that they can. They are going to try and zone as many as they can as well. And then hope that they can find an easy entry point, which is going to be good. But seems like MDN, they themselves is going to be playing... Where is MDN? Right at the edge of the zone as well. This is tricky. But they do have a lot of vehicles to work with, which is good. But what is Xenon doing? Is he trying to...
Warming up.
Bait some sort of forced fights here?
No, I think he's just seeing that how can he actually play that spot.
Okay.
That's what players do usually, to try and test their skills once in a while, in between. Warm up their fingers.
I think this is actually paying off for MDN, just because not a lot of teams actually played Edge Zone inside the zone. And surprised enough, considering that there's just not a lot of teams firing away, except for the teams right now who just shot at them. And they've got a decent amount of vehicles going to stock up as well, so they are definitely prepared for the late game stages. It's just that where are they going to go for the Grand Slam is going to be the question.
Really interesting. Same skins on everyone.
Well, I've got a question for you. What color is your Bugatti?
It's invisible.
Me too.
You just can't see it.
Yeah. Unfortunately.
AstraZeneca. We all saw what exactly happened to them. One of the men was isolated all the way towards Primorx. A major mistake came through from them. They got punished instantly too. And now the next circle, that's what everyone's waiting for. That curveballing shift, is it actually going to happen? Phoenix Esports have banked up everything on that southern shift, but is it really going to happen? If the circle takes another shift, even Phoenix Esports is messed up. The chances of them winning the game, they're down the drain. CJ in the front, Hell Matrix right on the tail. And for CJ, it's not a good spot to be in. The circle actually takes a curveballing shift up north. For Phoenix Esports, now they've found themselves in a real tricky spot. They need to start taking fights, and that's the only way they can be safe.
Yeah, they're going to make a lot of teams' actually lives a little bit miserable here, especially if they just hunker down and wait this out. But for CKG and also Hell, I would say they need to push in the zone as well, which is, again, a little bit of a interesting spot to be in, considering that it is going to be the open fields as well. We are going to be expecting a little bit prone, so you have to thin the herd before you actually make it the zone. And it seems like a lot of this team, they are getting a little bit aggressive now as AOC finds an opener. They do find one, but Jen from the sides here, and Ninja OP is able to take down MJ from the sides, which is huge. And now Aiden is pretty much stuck inside the house all by himself, and even the nades are going to clip him as well. Gen M seems like they're in a lot of trouble here as they are split off.
Highly doubt they can do a lot in the given circumstance. No exit. Even he's right there. The man's got his hands on the shotgun as well to play with. Tosses a flashbang, but that's not going to flash anyone. No exit. Still waiting for the opponent to actually make that pounce against him. He's playing it a little bit passive. Makes a lot of sense as well. Now it's starting to self-doubt. Not enough men alive for Gen F Miracle. They found themselves in a real bad spot. Gen, how can you even stay alive? Slowly and steadily being choked to death as you move on towards Black Raven. A while ago, even Black Raven was in the same spot. And now one man actually gets knocked out as well. It's going to be Blue Spartans just chasing him down and actually hunting him down as well. Another man falls apart for Black Raven. Blue Spartan, they found themselves in a real decent spot, but there's also going to be a few more teams behind them. And that's where Blue Spartan, they need to be a little bit more proactive and on their toes.
Yeah, this is going to be tough here. And Blue Spartan, they've got BRs kind of stuck on the outside as well. And in between the crosses of DC, in this case, Black Raven, they need to go in for the resets here. And hoping that someone actually saves them as well. It's going to be a tricky spot to work with. Oblivion Core still continues their pummels, making sure that nobody actually pushes in. And Joy B actually gets flashed out in the open here. The sprays comes in for Naruto, but no connection so far. And they might be able to creep in. Joy B comes in, but they are getting shot from the sides as well as they get potentially eliminated. The push comes through, but they are a little bit too weak as Phoenix was able to help out in this situation with the third parties.
Impressive stuff from Crowley. As the man, he does get taken down, but still he tried his best. A lot of teams now starting to get eliminated from the game. It's a burst of action that's currently happening. Black Raven, they found themselves in probably one of the worst possible stances, but it is something now they need to work with. Right next to them is also going to be Blue Spartans, constantly on their tail, trying to chip him away. The man who was knocked out, Smokey, is not in the game anymore. Looking at us, Throsena, now they're done playing it passive. They just want to start taking fights themselves. With a 3-man squad being so exposed, it's not going to give them the edge that they're looking for. Phoenix Esports from the sidelines, they're up for a feast. Claiming all these elimination points, Phoenix Esports, they're going to be feeling real good and real evil. And just like that, AstraZeneca, they're on the verge of being completely extinguished. One last man standing for how long, though? That's the question. Tossing out those smokes as well. Utilities constantly doing that damage. Highly doubt he's going to be able to stay alive for too long.
Oh, seems like Somrush, he has pushed up as well. Phoenix Esports, they need to creep up in, but little did they know, there is going to be a potential third party from afar here. The Blue Spartans is going to be coming in. Say hello. IC is able to find one, but at the same time, the biggest threat here is still going to be Oblivion Core is inside his house, and Simp is able to find one more.
Look at the ammunition count. Just 24 bullets in the spare. He cannot do a lot of damage now. He cannot keep on taking shots out in the open like that. The man's running low on ammo. If Viper is just going to keep on wasting his ammunition like that, soon he's going to run out. Blue Spartan. Now, once again, those shots taken against him. Viper, he's got no bullets in the spare now. Just 36 bullets in the magazine. It's looking real bad.
Ooh.
Even Gen M is just getting compromised constantly. Another man falls down for them too. For Phoenix Esports, they're taking a lot of different fights at the same time, but Phoenix Esports now needs to focus on one fight. And there we go. All the players getting back in that vehicle. Now the target's going to be that one compound that's right in front. It's being held by the boys of DC.
Yeah, they don't really have a choice as well. They have to push in the zone. Zomrush has been calling for quite some time. TBS, they actually backed off of this aggression. They were able to gobble up one, but the biggest threat here is going to be DCN. Well, in this case, Oblivion Core still stuck in the corner, but the nades from Viper actually cleans out the sides. Dude, Blue Spartan, they may just be cleaned out just like that. Viper with the push, and he finds another opener. Phoenix, what a game from Viper. 5 finishes in the bag, and that's going to be the restock of ammunition. But at the same time, from Far Horizon here, Viper, he gets chipped up a little bit, but Oblivion Core still inside those compounds, has not decided to push out yet. And Phoenix, they have to be very careful about this here. There's a team on the left, and there's a team from MDN who may look to try and crash this as well. And all Oblivion Core needs to do is just not get knocked, and Phoenix will be wiped off.
I'm pretty sure MDN really wants to take this fight. They're itching to at least find a line of sight on the players of Phoenix Esports because they know there's a lot of players exposed. But MDN just can't do it. Even they want to be around the safety blocks, right?
Ooh.
If they try to expose themselves to this angle, it also means they will be exposed to a lot of threat. And MDN does not want to do that. And as of now, for Oblivion Core, they found themselves in a real tricky spot. Utilities constantly doing that damage. Phoenix Esports is able to hurt them quite a bit. And the main issue with Oblivion Core is that they've ran out of utilities themselves. They tossed all those utilities before, and now they've got no utilities to try and flesh out the boys of Phoenix Esports.
Yeah,
and Phoenix Esports, now they know if the fight's taken down to a 3v3, they can actually stand a chance to come out on top. The pounce as well, it's happening.
Yeah, the suppressed fires are coming in. They've got Sim from the sides as well. And this time, Phoenix, they are looking to try and win the fight here. Igor gonna be sprayed through the smoke. Somrush goes in for a little bit of chuckle there, but at the same time, they're trying to babysit inside the compounds themselves. They did get one. It is gonna be a 2v2 situation, but Igor gets taken down from afar. So Phoenix Esports may look to be able to win this fight here, but they are gonna restock and try and play it a little bit more safer here as Phoenix Esports now in prime position. Try and play a little bit safe here, but Viper, come on, man. That's going to be his 8th finish in this game all by himself from Phoenix Esports.
Viper's doing a lot of heavy lifting, just carrying his team on the back. Oh my god, he's always been there in the forefront. Viper is just constantly saving the day for Phoenix Esports. He was the reason why Phoenix Esports qualified from the round 2.
Ooh.
And now, once again, Viper is doing a lot of damage in the lobby. Eventually, PH as well, they've been eliminated from the game. Not a lot of power after all. Original Gangsters just ruling the floor. 9 frags accumulated, and once again, well split out between the players. Everyone showcasing maximum effort. Original Gangsters, now they just need to place themselves in a decent spot inside of the circle first as the zone moves away from them.
This is really, really impressive coming from Original Gangsters. Like, they came in from Primos, they had to win the drop clash, and now they're up with 9 finishes. But the question here is now, they've got a bigger problem. They're not exactly in zone. However, the terrain does give them the high ground as of yet. So if they clean up CJ, they should be good for entry point. But again, it's going to be tough here because Satak is going to be dropping a couple of nades here. Just Wiz was able to find the opener to stop them, and now the counter nades comes in, and that is going to be good. Another knock comes in, and CJ, they are going to clean house. Another nades coming from Satak is going to look for those confirmations, but he won't drop down. But original gangsters, they're not looking hot right now. It's just Wiz going to go in for the push, and Aladdin is going to get in on Hovcraft to get out of that fight.
Such an awkward fight. Such a sloppy fight. Original gangsters, yes, they do lose that fight at the end. But there's still one man alive, and Aladdin, he's on the run. Does not want to be a part of this entire action. For CJ, at least they've got 3 men still standing. That's a really good thing. Original gangsters eliminated from the game. The man was too exposed to a lot of threat. And now for CJ, they need to continue this journey with a 3-man squad. But still, they've got 9 eliminations already accumulated. They're looking pretty good. On the opposite side of the spectrum, for Oblivion Core, there's still 2 men standing. Phoenix Esports got eliminated a while ago. Oblivion Core actually still standing tall. That's a really good thing.
Oh boy. But the problem is, they're barely on the edge of the zone, and Gods for a reason. We haven't seen too much coming from them as well. They had the high grounds coming from the Everest here, came down all the way, and now they're up towards 10 finishes in the back, and all 4 players are alive. However, Mets is an all-time low right now for Gods for a reason, especially coming from Hitman here. He's only got 15 bandages. But again, utilities, pretty much done and dusted for him. He's got a lot of nades, but he can look to go in for a little bit of restock here. But it seems like Gods for a reason, they may have spotted out the members coming from TDR on the sides here, which is a little bit of an awkward spot to be in. Being
TDR.
center.
The fact that they've got such a massive split, anything can happen. CJ losing out on the big man, legit, he's not in the game anymore. But still, for CJ, they've got Just Wiz in the backlines, who can keep things in check. Gods for a reason, so far they've been dominating this game as well, but from their own territory. Now Gods for a reason, they start to move up close and personal to the other teams in the nearby proximity. But still, they're maintaining that distance. They still want to stay a little bit far away from all the action that's currently going on out in the open. And Gods for a reason, they just want to stick to that cover. There's still Oblivion Core right behind G4R.
Wow.
And they need to be a little bit careful off the presence of Oblivion Core. Those 2 players next to each other, and they know the chances of them staying out alive are extremely rare.
This is going to be a tricky spot to be in here as well with the zone coming in. Gods for a reason, they know for a fact there's somebody inside his compounds here. They need to find an opener knock, but it's just so tricky. And Aryan still keeping tabs on the CJ. But as soon as the zone closes in, things are going to be a little bit of a tricky spot to be in here. Nades comes in. Oh, that's going to be sound here for Gods for a reason. And they know there's someone in there. Hitman is going to try and creep up to try and go for counter nades. Hoping to get a little bit of a lucky shot through, but no lucky shots available. And right now, OC, they're pretty much stuck and completely pinned by Gods for a reason from all angles. And the only way to survive this is they get an open knock, which in this case, it's going to be extremely difficult here. We do see Arya with the car. He is going to try and move out. And Igor is down. He's going to be out and open. And Sprays comes in. Hexe is going to clean him up. And that's going to be Gods for a reason, taking 2 points.
That's a bit of a rough stance. Gods for a reason, easily eliminating Oblivion Core. As I mentioned a while ago as well, for Oblivion Core, they had to be exposed. They had to move out in the open. And that's what happened. The chances of them surviving were extremely rare. Extinct. And as of now, TDR, for them, what exactly is going to be the game plan? Yes, they've got the split, but now if you're getting caught off guard like that, it's really going to be bad for you. There's no possible way they can get the revival back upon Fragger. The man's done for. Gods for a reason from the sidelines, just constantly peppering away, doing a lot of damage. CJ as well in the sidelines, still standing, still alive, and still breathing. Looking at the boys at TDR, they found themselves in a whole different spot. Out in the open, still alive. They really do want to get the revival on the fallen comrade, but it just gets even tougher. Utilities tossed out against CJ, and once again, the man's actually going to barely creep in. The Blues on the constant move. The man had to expose himself. Legit falls down as well. CJ's chances of staying alive, they're extremely low. And now Hitman's out in the opening. He still finds the elimination on the last person of CJ. And just like that, Gods for a Reason, 15 elimination points already accumulated.
What a game coming from Gods for a Reason as well. That slam coming from Hitman, and now Thunder Gods Esports, they're weak, they're out in the open. Hexe goes down, and they may have just fumbled here. It is going to be a 2v3 situation here for Gods for a Reason versus Thunder Gods Esports. And right now, Thunder Gods Esports, they know exactly where Gods for a Reason are as well. The sprays are coming from Spirit, hoping to get lucky, and he does get lucky. He makes it a 2v2 now. And it seems like it's going to be anyone's game here. RB going to be from the split as well. Mahavir pretty much stuck out in the open, and Gods for a Reason, they're still going to try and make this work.
Just a two-man squad now up against the two in the front. TDR, they know they're on the level playing field.
Wow.
A 2v2 battle, which can't be anyone's. The man from TDR, too exposed. Ubby's position is also compromised, but even they know where exactly Spirit is. But Ubby has to move out in the open to make it inside of the circle.
No way.
The circle's away from them, and Gods for a Reason, they might just squeeze in that revival, and that's what's happening.
Oh my
TDR,
God.
oh no, they're running too late on this one. They need to stop these revivals that are coming through. Gods for a Reason, they're actually getting the resets.
Oh.
And there we go, Spirit. Even he threats the needle. There's no possible way. Now TDR stands a chance to come out on top. All the 4 men alive for Gods for a Reason. They've got the man advantage inside of the fight. They've got everything with them. Even the positional advantages with them. And just like that, TDR, they've been eliminated from this game. As Gods for a Reason, they secure a nuclear game.
What a performance coming from Gods for a Reason. What a performance coming from Spirit as well to just completely distract them and buy enough time for BSOG to reset that fight and still come up on top. Nicely done coming from Gods for a Reason, but still a very interesting game here in this first Erangel of Group 2 itself, because it came down a lot of question marks, but CJ did pretty okay, Phoenix did pretty okay, but again, Gods for a Reason just completely dominated the northeast section here, coming down from Everest himself.
I know, right? For Gods for a Reason, yes, things were a little bit tough, I'm not going to lie, in the final few moments, especially the position they had to spread themselves out first. But luckily, you know, Phoenix Esports and Oblivion Core, the fight that happened, actually a lot of damage was dished out, even on the boys of Oblivion Core in that fight. They only had 2 players standing, and that's what Gods for a Reason realized, that maybe us taking over that spot now makes a lot of sense. They placed themselves in quite the advanced position. Oblivion Core had to move out in the open, and Gods for a Reason got the advantage.
Yeah, and at the same time as well, this was a very interesting game because of the fact that, yeah, Gods for a Reason, you can see Spirit, he's constantly just suppressing the members coming from TDR for the longest of time. And it makes a lot of sense, right? While they're being distracted by him, the other 3 players were in the gray area trying to slowly being regrouping here, and PCOG was able to pick them up. So this was very, very good teamwork. But the star from the show here, at least for Gods for a Reason, is actually PCOG with 6 and also Hitman with 7 finishes as well. A very, very decisive play coming from Hitman to secure those points. And guess what? He's got 999 damages.
Yeah.
999 damage in this game in particular.
Yeah, Hitman was definitely hitting hard. Even Spirit was doing a fantastic job in providing that cover fire. Even Beast OG was able to frag out pretty well. Hex is the only person that's lacking a little bit. But speaking of Phoenix Esports, even Viper was able to pop off on the individual level, right? I think he had 8 elimination points just all by himself. And because of that, Viper actually managed to keep Phoenix Esports still in a decent spot in the match standings.
See, if you were to draw a circle from this scenario, right, in this entire circle, Phoenix Esports was one of the ones that actually set up the game for a lot of this team, just because they were in the southeast corner, and they pushed all the teams north and south. And the teams that were stuck in the south here were all pinned into that small house against OC, and the teams in the north all had to run into his Gods for a Reason, which again had a high ground advantage on Everest as well. I would say it was a very sick macro play from Phoenix Esports. Circle just didn't favor them. But again, this is a very, very tough game to play. I would say very, very tricky spot
to be honest, the only reason why Gods for a Reason actually won that game is because Phoenix Esports. If they would not have taken that fight against Oblivion Core, Oblivion Core would have had all the 4 players standing. Which also means that they would have taken the same spot that Gods for a Reason later on moved on and took. So yeah, Phoenix Esports, them taking that fight against OC actually just kept them with a 2-man squad. And that's why OC had also low confidence to actually move on towards that good spot in the front. And looking at the MVP of that previous previous game, of course, it's going to be Viper from Phoenix Esports, 8 frags all by himself. Hitman as well coming through from Gods for Reason, getting 7 elimination points. Sarthik as well right there with 6. Then you've got Beast OG with 6 as well. And Spirit from Gods for Reason getting 4.
Well, when we talk about Finnish leaderboards as well here, obviously Viper is going to be the talk of the show for last year's BGIS, last year's run as well. And now he's still maintaining a good average as well. But Sarthak is the new contender that came in from round 2 from CKG, which again, guess what? He is still part of top 5. And look at this. CKG is on currently with the second position here with 14 points. But Gods for a Reason with the chicken dinner and 18 finish points here, which gives them 28 points. Another massive game. However, on the third position here is going to be a little bit tricky one here. Because Original Gangsters, they had one of the roughest earliest starts here because of drop clashes. They won Primos. They came up swinging. And they still got away with 9 finishes in this game.
I mean, to be honest, even for Oblivion Core, being able to get those 10 points, that's going to be massive. Phoenix Esports as well, just because of Viper, able to stay alive for such a long time in the game. And once again, in the end, they ended up taking that fight against Oblivion Core. Phoenix Esports was eliminated, but still the damage was done against Oblivion Core. There were only 2 men standing for them, and that's how, for Gods for Reason, the game was set up pretty well. To be honest, for Gods for Reason, them performing so well, for me, it was not expected. I thought maybe it's going to be CJ or Phoenix Esports taking the cake, but Gods for Reason, the way they've bursted out, really capitalizing well enough, really knowing what exactly was happening in the surroundings, that's good.
Well, there's a reason why Fixers did predict it on that situation, right? Actually, you went for Phoenix with Johnny, I went for CKG, and he actually went for Gods for a Reason. So, again, there must be a reason, which, again, Fixers is going to be giving a little bit of explanation later on. But personally, I feel like right now, what is the average points you need to get in towards the top 6 by the end of this 6 match?
8 to 9. I think 8 to 9 points per game. That's going to really keep you in a good spot.
So 8 to 9 points is the way to go. And so far, there's about 4 to 5 teams that has maintained that average as of yet, except for, of course, you know, Gods for a Reason does have like 2 game advantage right now just because of the chicken dinner, etc. But even then, maintaining it is going to be extremely difficult, especially in the map of Miramar.
And let's not forget, even on the latter half of the board, there's automatically going to be those good burst of performances one game or the second game. At the moment you find that one massive game from any other team in the latter half of the board, even they're going to be able to catapult themselves directly inside of the top 6. So still, it's unpredictable. But for now, let's move on to a short break.
When the rider breathes, the road wakes. Enemies ahead. I'm going in. A lone survivor stands, and everything waits. The map unfolds. And the journey begins. As the rider breathes, the path bows. just marks in the dust. Because in the battlegrounds, there are no limits. Ride beyond limits.
Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Fixes with me on the panel. And yeah, Fixes, I'm pretty sure you're going to be happy after watching Gods for Reason do so good. And to be honest, Phoenix Esports was the one that really set Gods for Reason to that advanced positioning.
Absolutely. I mean, I've seen them in the past. This is a team that we've seen on the local circuit a lot, if not in the latter stages of the official events. But again, early signs, round number 3, day 1 was amazing. So, quietly anticipated that. But yes, for Phoenix Esports, they did a lot, but they were running out of ammunitions pretty early. And yeah, they did actually set it up for G4R.
Yeah, I mean, once again, for Gods for Reason, to be honest, the fact that they're able to start things off in such a fantastic manner. Just imagine now the boost is going to be there in the overall standings, and you can also imagine now the mentality is going to be a little bit more smooth and more clear. But hey, if you want to be extremely clear and smooth and cool inside of your games, maybe just try and get your hands on this Royal Enfield that's flashing up on your screens right now. You can look pretty cool. But back towards that conversation, right? After having such a massive boost off the rip in the game, for Gods for Reason, one thing is for sure, they're set for life in the upcoming few games as well. Maybe it's going to give them that cushion that's needed. But still, as we mentioned, crossing that 50 points marker is just going to give you that extra bit of safety.
And especially you've got Rondo tomorrow. So for Gods for Reason, I think they do have the driver's seats for themselves. But you know, we'll get to that conversation because an interesting thing has happened right now. Right after game number 1, we're gonna have some switcheroos. That also happened in the previous group as well. So I'm kind of curious who comes in and who goes out. And we have changes being made with OGs, the only gods, and we have no remix, out of commission, and now Daddy comes in. I like the name Daddy more, but we'll talk about it a little bit later. But I really loved how Thunder Gods also came into play, right? Securing that second position, even for Chakka Jam, and especially Miramar is coming up next. I still remember in that one game of Miramar, Sarthak, he had 11 finishes. And even in this game, he had what, 6-7 finishes? So this is definitely one of the undergods to eye out for.
I mean, once again, you got to expect that consistency coming through from this banner, right? It's not even a question. We all know that they are someone who does pack a lot of punch, specifically on the map of Miramar. We've seen them perform in the past. So, yeah, I think, personally, the teams that performed extremely well, they will be doing pretty good in the upcoming map, too. Somewhere down line, you need 8 to 9 points per game to stay consistent, or maybe just keep yourself around that top 6. But we also did see a few more teams around the block, right? For example, Oblivion Core. We've never seen this team in the past. For Oblivion Core as well to start things off in a decent manner, it's going to give them a nice head start as well.
Yeah, absolutely. For Oblivion Core, first of all, beautiful name. We love it. OC, Oblivion Core, sounds really fun. And yeah, I think for all these undergods coming in, the first game kind of eases off the tension a little bit. Now, with Miramar coming into play, they can actually focus a little bit more on the rotations, which they actually also did in the previous game. I loved how they positioned themselves, loved how they engaged in, and decent amount of points. I think pretty nice to begin with as we take a quick look at the highlights. But Thunder Gods, man, I mean, this is again one of those teams I haven't heard of prior to witnessing them playing over here, and boy oh boy, they did impress me.
Yeah, the crazy part is for Thunder Gods Esports, I mean, the way things really kicked off, it was definitely quite sketchy. Later on, we also did see Original Gangsters move on and carry on that same momentum, and the fact that Original Gangster was able to stay alive for the final few moments, even that's more impressive. Looking at the Boys of Hell 2, in my opinion, expected a lot more considering the position they had, but at the end of the day, they ended up colliding against CJ, and CJ is of course a powerhouse themselves. Phoenix Esports though, now we gotta extend the conversation on Phoenix Esports a little bit more. It feels like Viper is the only one putting in a lot of work from Phoenix Esports, while the rest of the guys, they're slacking off slowly and steadily, which is not a good thing. If you remember, even inside round 2, Viper was the only person that was carrying the flag. He was the person who was getting the most amount of finishes, and he is the reason why they're over here in the round 3.
No, this is what we were actually discussing about even you know, in our room as well, West. We had this conversation. Where was this Viper while she was playing under Hector? So is it the case where Hector is the problem? But yeah, everything set aside, Viper was a man possessed. Even in this game, he came in, he was pretty much calling out all the fights. He was the tip of the spear for his team. He was getting so much done for his team. But, you know, Gods for Reason, they pretty much stole the show with Hitman. He was firing on all cylinders. And for Chakka Jam, it was it was kind of a dunzo situation where they really had no other options because G4R had complete control over the zone. They kind of took over. For Thunder Gods, you know, they were staying put around those hay bales. They had the covers. They made things interesting, but towards the end, I think it was just the numbers that overwhelmed them. And G4R, they were really feeling it. So really interested to see what happens in Miramar because let's be honest, Necro, Miramar has always been touted to be one of stronger maps of Somraj and for Phoenix Esports. So hoping they play really well in this one.
So, you know, the funny part is, in the previous year, Somraj's track record on the map of Miramar wasn't too good, if you remember. He was not able to play that well on the map of Miramar. So once again, I would say it's a double-edged sword. You never know. Somraj might just do good. He might just do bad. At the end of the day, we cannot even predict the future because right now, Viper is the only person who's carrying that team on the back. Let's be honest. He's the only person who's able to pop off well. He's the only person who's able to bring in a lot of numbers. Round 2 has been a testament, and the previous game as well has been a clear proof.
You know, to be honest, I want to make some really big statements over here. So far, from the looks of Phoenix Esports that I've casted, this does not look like to be a winning team yet. Especially with how the mixture of players they've gotten. I mean, they got in Smoker, who was an IGL for a different team. And then you've got Simp, who's been struggling a lot. So, you know, Somraj, it felt like he's just playing with the options that he had remaining. So, let's see how they play. Because Miramar coming up next, do they fire on all cylinders? Or is it going to be somebody else? Let's find out.
The planes in the skies, but this time in the deserty lands. We've got a lot of big names like CJ, Phoenix Esports, who are potentially supposed to dominate on this map, right next to Gods for a Reason. But let's not forget, there's also a few names like MDN Esports who did manage to dominate in their own particular group in the previous round itself. Can MDN Esports replicate that same performance? That's the main question. Looking at the plane flat pad starting all the way from the southern side of Los Leones towards Oasis, this plane flat pad definitely does seem quite balanced. But Fixes, I want to get back to the conversation of Phoenix Esports a little bit more since we did not even complete that conversation fully. Speaking of Smoker himself, it feels like the man is the first one to get taken down in every single fight. And if you're already handicapped for your team, which just means that your team has to continue the rest of the journey with a 3-man squad.
And especially knowing Somraj quite personally, I know he's a short-tempered man. And he loses his cool pretty early. So, you know, at this point, it comes down to Zypex. How is he going to keep the team together? Because this is it, right? The rosters are locked in for quite some time. So, no changes here and there. They will have to fix whatever issues persist. And yeah, man, like, for Smoker, the transition to also being a filter and an assaulter has been a tough task, right? Because in his former team, he had his work cut out. The others were doing all the fragging. But now when it has come down to him, I think he's got to work on his individual prowess. But as we move on ahead, Chumasara Circle in the making. And Chakka Jam, they love that Chumasara region. We know they love taking those early fights. And by the looks of it, nothing concerning for them. And in fact, for the other teams as well. Eyes gazing for any sort of drop collisions? I do not spot any. Do you?
There is a drop clash potentially right next to Hell, and there's also Phoenix Esports in the proximity. So definitely a chance that Hell might just be taken down by Phoenix Esports. But Phoenix Esports, they've got no intentions of actually fighting it out against Hell. Phoenix Esports, they drop a little bit far away from this entire proximity, from this entire vicinity. They get their hands on the vehicle and instantly on the move, on the run. Do not even want to stay in this area. Which makes a lot of sense. Phoenix Esports first want to move on towards El Pozo, get their hands on the basic weaponry, get their hands on the basic loot, and then figure out how the rotation is going to look like for them. And luckily enough for Phoenix Esports, there's no one really around El Pozo or even Montenuevo. The plane flat path was a little bit far away from those spots.
This is sort of a blessing in disguise for Phoenix Esports. Nobody to contest, or maybe they could actually get contested because I can see the players of Hellblaze closing in.
No, they're moving towards El Pozo.
No. Hellblaze, they are moving towards El Pozo.
Yeah,
while
that's what I'm
Phoenix,
saying.
they've steered away towards Montenuevo. So, a little bit of a change in plans for them. So, for Phoenix Esports, the timing, that is going to be quite important as to how they time the rotations. Because last I saw them in round 2, they got carried away in that jinky fight. That was in Erangel though, but for God's good reason. All right, I mean, they're going to get a lot of juicy loot, a heist in the middle of nowhere. sort of takes you to Mexico, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely does.
Yeah.
But to be honest, now getting their hands on some solid guns, even that's going to give them a bit of that boost. Gods for reason. Yeah, there we go. Hexay getting his hands on that P90. The previous game, Hexay did not have any sort of elimination points, just had one frag on his name. But this time, getting his hands on the P90, maybe he wants to change it. Maybe this P90 is going to be put to good use. And yeah, once again, back to our Smoker conversation, right? Since there's nothing really happening over here. So Smoker used to be part of Likita Esports in the past, just to let the audience know. And if you look at Likita Esports' stats, Smoker was the man who had the most amount of frags in every tournament.
I mean, being an IGL, sure. But when you're playing under Somraj, it's a whole different story. We have seen some players play really good under him, and some players take their own sweet time. And again, coming back, knowing all these players and having such little time to actually gel up with each other. So the problems are pretty much visible for Phoenix Esports. Last time we saw them struggling. If not for that good game in Erangel, I do not know if Phoenix Esports would have made it this far. Because even last time, if you remember, the Miramar games weren't that great also.
Yeah.
So that's the thing, right? For Phoenix Esports, they'll have to take a long time. And again, the first look of this team, it still feels like, this is not a winning lineup. But I am open to being surprised. I'm open to be proven wrong because Somraj, well, I believe in that man and also Zipix. They've done this in the past and they can do this even this time around.
Yeah, of course they can, right? It's not even a question. For Phoenix Esports, the problems are clearly visible. Smoker dies off the rip. He's the first one to die in the squad. Second guy is going to be Simp. You expect good performances from the man, but he's a big hit or miss. Sometimes he does good, sometimes he does bad. Moving towards Somraj, he's the IGL, so you cannot even expect explosive performances from the man. Viper, he's the only person who's popping off. So the problem is clearly visible. There's no consistency between the players. The players are off form. They need to find a good playing part. And in my opinion, if this keeps on happening, as you mentioned, Phoenix Esports is not going to be a banner that can actually win the tournament.
At least so far, as of now. But that's what I'm saying, right? We're going to give them the benefit of doubt. We're going to give them the chance to evolve. Because quite similarly, that was also the case with Team LOLs. Round 2, you remember? They were struggling. It was just that last game by the virtue of which they made it to round 3. And this time, what we saw from LOLs was quite promising. So you never know. I mean, as long as you've got Zypex being the brains of the team, I still do believe in them. Don't get me wrong. But now is where I feel like they really need to start dominating the lobby. A good start, first game, 10 points, not too shabby. Hoping that they consolidate in this game of Miramar, get a chicken dinner. And this is one of those games where they can actually convert it, given they've dropped down at Monte Nuevo. But let's steer away from Phoenix Esports. We've been talking about them endlessly. Let's talk about Gen of Miracle. I mean, this is a familiar name. But again, Gen of Miracle are still a new org. And given how their performance was in the first game, couple of finishes only, this time they'll have to go big.
Couple of finishes.
Just couple.
I mean, for them, they only had 2 frags.
Yeah.
So
that is
for
quite literally a couple of finishes.
Gen M really struggled.
Yeah.
They had that compound to work with, and the way the fight really went on, it was sketchy, sloppy.
Absolutely.
MDN Esports in the previous round, in their own group, they dominated. But now the transition towards the round 3, it's been quite shaky. The first game down the drain, MDN Esports performance nowhere to be seen. But hopefully, in this game of Miramar, things do change. Just 1 point they got out of that previous game. It's not a good average to have, boys.
Hope's a dangerous word, if you ask me. And for MDN Esports, again, it kind of sometimes feels quite jarring when you have bigger names inside of your lobby and you are under gods. You already have started off with a bad game and the pressure just keeps on surmounting, right? This is where, one good game where you slow the pace down, you focus on the circle center, try to play it easy, try to stick to the basics. Because this is one of those major mistakes I've seen all these undergod teams making, right? They tend to overthink, as a result of which they kind of spiral down the rabbit hole. But for now, Gen of Miracle, having spotted out Mahavir, and for Thunder Gods, it is going to be a little bit of a ride. Of course, they decided to disengage. They were not in a position to pick a fight. But Gen of Miracle, by the looks of it, Necro, they really want to force this one out.
They definitely do want to. In the previous game, too, Gen of Miracle in the mid-pack, they definitely did find themselves in quite a bad spot. And once again, there's a chance they can be caught off guard. But at least one thing that's looking good, that's going to be the teamwork. Everyone's sticking to each other. Looking at the boys of Thunder, to be honest, that team, once again, they've got a whole different plan in their mind. Sticking to each other as well, making that rotation. And in my opinion, the previous game, the way Thunder was able to play that, it's extremely tough. I mean, looking at the overall execution Thunder Gods really pulled off in that game, it was impressive. Not every single team is going to be able to do that. But looking at the circle shift, oh my god. It's such a curveball shift, shifting right on top of Montenegro for Phoenix Esports. This can be a day with destiny.
This is diabolical, man, especially for all these teams migrating from the southern side. I think it's going to be a buffet of finishes for us, and especially for Team BR. They are going to be feasting on a lot of bodies if they position themselves, right? You could see that cluster getting formed and an influx of teams also coming in from the northeastern side. So many teams might get on a collision course and a fight could be imminent. But at this point, looking at things, Hellblaze, Phoenix right next to each other. Hellblaze, in fact, they are focusing on, the higher grounds. For Hellmatrix, Frozen, in a precarious spot. He's exposed himself, and Sim did take a couple of bullets at him. It was a jab, but not enough to actually knock him out.
Looking at Phoenix Esports, yeah, they definitely do have the peak in their hands. This high ground's definitely going to mean a lot. But a few teams as well start to stack up around them. And for Phoenix Esports, the threat, the level just rises up. That team at the front, definitely Phoenix is quite worried about. You've also got the powerhouses right underneath them. Inside of Montenegro, they found themselves a bit of that boot camp to settle down. AstraZeneca, the previous game was off to a bad start. One of the players dropped all the way towards Primorx, while the remaining 3 players were all the way towards Norapnoi. I'm not even sure why that separation happened, but whatever the reason was, it showed one thing. There's a big disconnect between the players. They need to be on the same page.
Or just could be a connection issue. That's how we can sum it up. But for now, AstraZeneca might have a go at the players of OC. They are spotting everybody, just relaying all that important information. Necro, Beast, he's a little aloof from the back as Naruto. He goes for the bite. And there you have a lot of damage being dished upon Beast. Does not have a single first aid. Hello? What? No first aids.
Yeah. Just patching himself up with that bandage. AstraZeneca, once again, a shaky start. Wobbly start, indeed.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got his hands on the M4, spawning out that rotation as well. That's going to be Oblivion Core making that rotation. Black Raven right in front. And once again, Black Raven being spotted. Shots taken. But these shots, way too off the mark. And what a return that was from Devotee. Punishing that player in the front. As the man from Oblivion Core now really pays the price for being too exposed out in the open.
Yeah, that spray was pristine. Coming in from Devotee, and look at Crowley. Just traversing in the middle of nowhere. With Team AD just holding their triggers off. Just letting them pass. I do not know what's really going on in this particular lobby. It's very difficult to gauge the situation right now. But one thing for sure, G4R, they're really in the zone. The flow state, if you call it, as Hitman. He's managed to find another knock. And look at even the likes of Team MT. They're rotating all the way from the northern side. Again, another experienced team. 4 AM in the past. A lot to prove. Getting back to the days of their former glory. They've made it to a couple of LAN finales.
Oh, no.
And for AstraZeneca, oh my god, look at the scarcity of loot on this team. What went wrong with them?
It's looking grim. Looking really bad. And no, you cannot afford to be caught like this. They're driving as well a little bit off. You see a few players and teams in the proximity, and that's going to be Gods for a Reason. Probably one of the worst possible teams to collide against. Gods for a Reason is already in red hot form, and they already do manage to thread the needle. They found the first knock. A return knock is there in the piece as well, but it's still not going to matter. Gods for a Reason, they've got a major man advantage, and now getting the revival on the Fallen Comrade as well, it's not going to be tough. The Fallen Man will be back up on his feet. Gods for a Reason, all the 4 players intact. And once again, AstraZeneca, the disconnect, it's clearly visible. The players not on the same page. Everyone just wants to do their own things. And because of that, they're also lacking on loot. And for some reason, it feels like they're also lacking on surrounding awareness.
Yeah, quite erratic performance coming out of AstraZeneca. Still unable to find their footing in this particular game. And it just matters before they're dealt with. Especially Order being the final player alive. The only silver lining I see from here is at least he's got a decent spot. To the point where a team decides to go for the paw and he is a dead man walking. But for TDR, given they were in quite a precarious position a couple of moments ago, they did consolidate themselves. Found a nice position at least to hold on for now. Some concrete covers. But it's all about Necro as to how the circle shifts. We've seen a hard curveball, but now the eventual shifts are going to be quite gradual. So nothing much to worry about. Hell Matrix still in a very, very good position. Don't get me wrong. The only way that somebody can challenge them is they need to go for the climb.
Gods for reason. Out in the blue. 2 finish points already acquired. Now trying to rotate inside of the circle, but they've actually found themselves against Oblivion Core. They do manage to find the return knock against Oblivion Core as well. It's Hitman who's able to bring the level playing field. He's got his hands on the MP45, so needs to be a little bit more cautious. A Shotgun's, of course, going to have the advantage. Naruto, the only person left standing for Oblivion Core. The previous game was decent, but this game, it's about to be down the drain. Not a lot of finished points. Suffocating to death. Naruto, the only person left standing. He's just pinned in that closet room. Utilities tossed against him as well. For how long can Naruto stay alive? Yeah, Oblivion Core, positions compromised. Gods for reason. It's only a matter of seconds. They're going to move in that room and eliminate that player.
Yeah, that's a big ask. How long can he survive? How long can he sustain the wrath of the players of G4R? Hexel taking his own sweet time, patching himself up as the flood does come in, and Naruto,
he just gave up.
All he can do was just to watch and look at them. Just feasting like scavengers on his body, getting replenished, getting enough ammunitions, because Spirit surely could do with some UMP ammo there. But now, they'll have to march their way inside the circle, and given their run of form, given how confident they are, playing from the edges is the right way to go. Now, next up on their hit list could be the players of MDN. And if Rage is oblivious about the fact that Gods for Reason are on his tails, alright, I mean, he pretty much might be done.
Black Raven on the move. There's MDN in the front, and for Black Raven, it's not going to be a clean rotation at all. There's AstraZeneca in the back lines, then you've also got Gods for Reason right next to you. AstraZeneca, once again, they're not really going to be a big threat.
Yeah.
It's just one person alive, and we all know the way they have been playing, it's absolutely clueless. Black Raven Esports, though, are definitely trying to be a big threat, and they are possessing some too. Look at these shots being taken against the team in the front. Yes, not a lot of bullets landing, but still, it's going to instill a lot of that fear. Constantly able to chip a few damage away. It's not going to be a big difference maker, but that damage, it stacks up.
It's all about just shrinking the armor down, depleting it, and other than that, if there's no objective behind that, I don't see any purpose. Especially when you're engaging in those mid-range fights. If you do not get those knocks and really do not commit, it's just depleting on ammo. As long as you have got like 300 ammo like Krishna Jod has, that's fine. But for Gen of Miracle, they'll have to be very cautious, Necro. Chakka Jam right next to them, and for Chakka Jam, this is one of their favorite maps. Especially with Sarthak playing so well, even Justwiz contributing. This is a team to look out for. Hell Matrix, they have that high ground secured for themselves, and seems like they've opened the floodgates for the likes of Chakka Jam to really press onto the matters. Another knock, and suddenly the opposing team, Chain of Miracle, feeling quite uncomfortable over here.
Yeah, that's the big man taken down, CJ. At least all the 4 players are intact, so that's a really good thing.
Ooh.
Around them, they're being trapped, yes. But still, CJ, they just need to wait it out. That's all they need to do.
Yeah.
Hell Matrix from the top, raining down a bit of that death and destruction. And for CJ, things looking smooth as of now. Things looking settled. But still, then you've got Gen M in the close proximity. And to be honest, Gen M, the way things have been looking like for them, even if they're not going to be that big of a threat. 0 finish points acquired. Once again, they've only got 2 men alive in the mid phase of the game. It's not the ideal circumstance any team would want to be in. The next circle shifting on top and actually giving a major advantage in the hands of Blue Spartans and even the side of DC.
I even like the position of DDR. They'll have to make a quick rotation. The likes of PH, if they can secure those northern grounds, certain compounds are up for grabs. But majority of the influx is still going to come in from the southern side and from the eastern side. This is where Phoenix Esports, not just Viper, I would urge, or rather hope, that the other three also get their firing guns on. Because a lot of teams are going to be closing in, and this is where you would expect Phoenix Esports to start getting a couple of finishes. Team OG coming in from the back lines. You know, they are being scouted constantly, kept a close watch. It's all about Phoenix Esports letting the trigger loose at the right moment, because two teams are about to clash, and that is where, if they can third party, that would really benefit them. But look at Viper just prone down, laser beaming the players. Biswa, he finds his vehicle exploded over there, and it's just a matter of moments where he also is sent to oblivion.
Look at Viper. As you mentioned, the man's burning through a lot of ammunition, and what a knock that was.
Wow.
Joy Bangla finding the knock, and luckily enough, no one was able to steal it away from them. Original Gangsters in a real bad spot. How can you get away from that spot? Out in the open, the Blues also closing in. The Blues going to be doing a lot of damage now. So staying outside of the Blue is not going to be benefiting you too much. You will be burning through meds. Original Gangsters just want to settle with whatever they've got their hands on. And at this point, this one single man who's alive underneath the boys of Phoenix Esports is probably going to be running into the open arms of either Gen M or even CJ. And that's what's happening. But the man is still alive somehow. He's just driving around. What am I even watching? Then you've got Gods for Reason taking a fight against TDR. And this is a whole different fight. Thunder Gods. The previous game was good. And once again, we saw a standoff in the final two between them. But now it's the mid-game. Is TDR going to stand a chance?
Clash of Titans in the making. Two gods going after each other. And then there are the Tri-Tigers who are all coiled up, ready to strike. It's all about G4R forcing the fight. And then TDR, if they can get a greedy knock and a finish, that would really be good. But G4R have gauged the situation really well. They know it's just not one team. There are multiple foes around them. And hence, a little bit of that disengagement where they are kind of focusing a lot more on their positioning. And now for TDR, how do they get themselves back into this? Because they've already lost one man over there, surrounded with foes on the edges. They will have to take a fight.
Indeed, we'll have to. Thunder Gods Esports. There's Gods for Reason in the front. Position compromised, and Thunder Gods Esports once again being pushed a little bit on the back end. Pushed to play for survival. AstraZeneca. Orders out in the open. Blues on the move as well. Luckily enough, the man has barely managed to squeeze himself in the safety bracket.
Ooh, look at
Cause
this.
for Reason now making that push against the Tigers and Mid-T Tigers. I'm not even sure how well they can actually fend off these foes. But Cause for Reason, they've got their hands on the P90. They're doing a lot of damage against the boys of Mid-T Tigers as well, but they're also getting shot at from the sidelines. Nowhere safe. Cause for Reason, they're actually getting picked off by a completely different team.
You know, at this point, it's still A-okay, Necro, because look at this. Even if the players are getting knocked out, they have got their teammates providing the cover. But right now, it feels like they have taken a lot on their plates right now, because even the Thunder Gods are closing in. They want to be opportunistic as Mid-T Tigers. Of course, the numbers have dwindled down. Karanjot, Guri, we have seen these two players also in the past. And finally, Smoker, he's heard our qualms. He knows that he's got to get a couple of finishes. That's a fight happening elsewhere. As for Black Raven against the players of MDN, God on the verge of getting picked off. White still on his knees as God. He's pretty much out in the open before he even could enter into the fight once again. He is a dead crate over there. As for Gods for Reason, indulging in the fight once again against the Tigers. As this time the port does come in, Necro Spirit. He's going to lead the charge. He's got that arm to work around with as Beast. He's got his eyes fixated elsewhere as Hitman. The top fragger, let's see. He's kind of having two doubts about it. Maybe he's waiting for his teammates to go for the push.
Hitman. The man's still taking that third-person perspective. Eventually, those shots were taken against him. Hitman, the man softened up, but what a peek that was. quick peek in the man to death, but still Mid-T Tigers, they're not even going to stand a single chance against Gods for Reason. MDN was being a real threat for Gods for Reason. They picked off one of the men, but the moment MDM got busy with the fight, Gods for Reason made that bounce. Solid stuff. Good surrounding awareness. MDN now out in the open, and now the tables are being flipped. What a knock that was from Beast. Rage is knocked out. A few more players on top. That's going to be Hell Matrix. And for Hell Matrix, this high ground, it's going to give them the maximum advantage.
Absolutely a blessing, pretty much out in the open for Hell Matrix, as they quickly make quick work of the players of Gods for Reason. Having no smokes to work with, were too much exposed, and for Hell Matrix, this is where they need to start racking up a lot of finishes. For Joy Bangla, no respite for Honeybee as well. Gets instantly shredded apart, with the last player being Ravi, who's scared to death at this point. For Chakka Jam, they've been kept at bay, constantly paranoid by the thought of the players of Hell Matrix around them, but Ravi is going to make a mad dash. And he's eventually going to be dealt with. It is from the players of OG, actually. Goblin from the backline. He secured that finish.
Oh, look at Gangsters. Just one man surviving. And somehow still alive. The toe's exposed. The man's getting tapped away. Oh, realize that window. That's going to be an invitation to your own death, my friend.
Yeah.
Luckily enough, smoking off those windows too, so at least as of now, the man's safe. But not from these utilities. It's probably going to mark an end to the man. And just like that, even he's been eliminated from the game. Original Gangsters out. CJ, they've still got this territory that they're dominating, but the circle's probably going to be moving away from them anytime soon. And the circle actually shifts right on top. Now for CJ to win the game, it's impossible.
I mean, I'm not really going to count them out. I've seen a lot of magic being conjured by Sarthak and co. This was a very similar situation. Of course, the circle was a certain one where they went for the foothill climb and eventually got a chicken dinner. So do not count them out. Because now, for Hell Matrix, they've got their hands full. It's the players of G4R pushing in from one direction, another team right on their sidelines, and Sarthak pretty much out in the open.
It's
impossible. Really held on. No. They got impatient there, Necro.
No, Fixes, it's impossible for CJ to actually win that game in that position. They do not have vehicles. It's an open terrain they need to climb, and there's so many teams looking at them. So it's impossible for CJ to stay alive and actually do anything in this game. All they can do is just take fights and try and secure at least the average points. But looking at what's happening on the screen, Black Raven, Scam OP. Yeah, his teammates are picked off already. He's the only person that's left alive. The only piece of the puzzle that's missing.
You know, this is what they should have been eyeing out for. Waiting for Hell Matrix to engage in a fight. That is where they should have gone for a climb. But regardless, Scam OP, did muster some courage. But suddenly he was frozen. Who lands on the right end of the stick. Beautiful finish. Hell Matrix starting to rack up, starting to look quite deadly. And now they've relinquished their position. Look at G4R. They have got the higher grounds. I'm starting to ponder if they have the luxury of the circle at this point. Because even for Hell Matrix, they somehow have magically kept all 4 of their players alive, indulged in multiple fights, and now look at Smoker. Is he even safe? What is that call?
Yeah, I guess he once again wants to get picked off.
Necro?
I don't even know. Smoker, I feel like he just was pounced on by a completely different team. And he's also completely lost. Smoker does not know that there's no one in that compound in the front. Maybe he just wants to get that reassurance. But I'm not a big fan of that man's positioning. His 2 separated from the pack in Phoenix Esports. They also lost out on Simp. Simp has been out of form for the longest of the time. And now getting picked off the first, it just gets even worse. Simp is supposed to be on the redemption arc. Every game is supposed to be his lifeline. But the way he's performing, it's been disappointing.
I'm startled. When was he last in form, actually? It was always those one-off LAN events where he popped off, and after that, just vanished. As a result of which, was removed from the roster of Godlike. Yeah, of course, he needs to get on his redemption arc. But surely nowhere close in staging that comeback over here. But coming back to the game, I mean, at this point, it's pretty much Hell Matrix dictating the tempo of the lobby, with CJ trying to fiddle around, trying to find a way in getting inside the circle, with Phoenix right next to them. And this is where Hell Matrix might have some challenges, because now they're descending and now they're on the edges. With OC keeping the center to themselves, Hell Matrix 10 finishes, so they've done their enough. They've collected enough points. Anything here on is going to be added bonus.
And it just blows that CJ. They're just the lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Because, to be honest, the longer they stay alive, the misery is just going to keep on growing up. There's no possible way CJ can do anything in that given position. They're just done for. They had 2 men standing a while ago. One of the men actually got picked off as well. Just Wiz. Still, he's trying to do something. But I highly doubt it's even possible. It's going to be an uphill battle. He needs to take down both the players of Phoenix Esports. He does find the first one. But once again, the high ground advantage is with the boys of Phoenix Esports at the end. The Molotov, it was tossed to perfection, but it's still not going to do anything. Hell Matrix from the top, once again, just putting that nail in the coffin. The man will be eliminated from the game, and CJ has been taken care of as well.
Yeah, he just made life easier for the players of Hell Matrix as quickly they go for that leap and tug. He's going to put Somraj out of commission. I guess that leaves Smoker to be the man surviving. At least he's made it inside the top 4. As of now, Team OC, they've got their compound to themselves. Hell Matrix, they will figure their way inside the circle. Smoker just hoping that nobody spots him, and somehow, at least he can get that top 2. If not, get the chicken dinner. But for OC, they're just staying put for TBS, closing in. 1-on-3 split going on. Smoker spotting down the players of Hell Matrix. Krishna Jod already getting knocked out. And this is where alarm bells finally starting to toll for Hell Matrix.
You cannot throw the game like that. What's happening with Hell Matrix right now is giving me flashbacks of the map of Rondo. It was that one team who was dominating around Stadium, which was Godsent. And then in the end moments, they actually threw the game away. And the same thing is happening with Hell Matrix right now. They dominated the entirety of Miramar, and now on the verge of throwing this game away. They need to be a little bit careful off the Blue Spartans. They're moving up, and Icy, he gets destroyed. Ice melts in the hot lands. And as of now, for Blue Spartans, on the utilities is going to be their good friends. Nade was tossed, but that nade's not going to be able to do anything, not even threading a single needle. The man's got a few more utilities, but frag grenades is not one of them. He's got 2 stun grenades, but I highly doubt it's going to do anything. Those flashbangs, they're not going to be off the use in the open terrain.
But still, look at Hell Matrix. 18 finishes and still on the chopping block. Stopping at nothing at all as Onslaught crew, they decide to march in. At this point, another knock secured for the players of Hell Matrix. Now they find themselves at the cusps of getting eliminated. Gaudi trying to figure his way, going in for the climb. Ninja, Schweb on the backlines, providing that cover fire as the zone shrinking in. Slowly but surely, Frozen flushed out as the Molotov does land at its mark. For Tiger, he's going to stay silent. He's going to stay put. As for the players of Onslaught crew, slowly but surely, they're inching in close.
There should have been Hell Matrix this game.
Ooh.
There we go, Tiger spotted. Now a 2-on-4. Seems impossible to be converted. And there we go, Krishna. He needs to pull off a miracle. Needs to win the first fight, and that's what he does. But still, Hell Matrix, they are trying to group up, playing tandem, but it's not going to matter. The shotguns, too precise, too deadly. And just like that, another man gets knocked out. Krishna is the only person that's keeping the team alive currently. Wants to flush out a few more frags, wants to convert those elimination points, and he actually does so as well. Almost on the verge of finding the third. What? He's on the verge of clutching it!
Oh.
But still, oh my god! Almost Krishna saved the day. He almost secured that chicken dinner. It was going to be a 1-on-4, but Onslaught, the final man, saved the day on the sliver of HP. The man was on the brink of death, but Krishna, what a play that was. Could have been a 1-on-4, but it was a 1-on-3.
Let's accept in unison that Krishna was robbed of this chicken dinner. I mean, that man deserved, especially with how guns heavy he was in this particular game, getting so many of those finishes, 9 for the account, and even could have racked up a couple more extra. But it was, again, the zone that he was battling against, overwhelming numbers, but still fought with a lot of valor and courage. Kudos to that man, especially in these end moments. This has to be the best game of the evening so far with Krishna Jod. Take a bow, young man. I mean, I loved what he did, especially with how well he micromanaged his weapons. Only if he had his teammates alive there.
So impressive. Took down 3 players all by himself, even though the odds were stacked against him. Almost could have gone the 4th person as well. The only reason why he lost that fight is because he jumped down, and the bullet spread from the UMP hip fire, it was a bit too much for the man to capitalize on. But still impressive stuff, in my opinion. He's the real winner of this game, in my eyes. Yeah, Onslaught crew, they won the game, but with what, 13 points only? Are you kidding me?
it's still fine. A win is a win, at least for Onslaught Crew, considering their first game did not go that well. This will make them feel slightly better about themselves, especially, when you're going against a team that is running hot in form. They have been dominating the entire map. And if you remember, I think Hell Matrix held on to those hills right from minute 1. They dropped down, got their loot, and instantly took over those hills, where we were debating if Phoenix Esports should actually contest that. What happened to Phoenix Esports is a different story. I mean, that 3-1 split still does not make any sense. I mean, for a moment, I felt like maybe they would have gotten for the objective, but there was no objective over there. They should have at least committed for the fight. Maybe had the players of Hell Matrix in a little bit of an uncomfortable position. But yeah, I think Phoenix Esports really need to rethink their strats.
Hey, look at the brighter side. At least Smoker wasn't the first one to get taken down this time. So
he got a couple of finishes also.
Yeah, he actually did get a couple of
and
finishes.
Survived.
So we are seeing
got his team to
a
the
little
top
bit
four,
of improvement. And luckily enough for Phoenix Esports, as you mentioned, the position they had. For CJ, unfortunately, they tried their best to make something out of it. But I mentioned this. The moment the circle shifted away from them, they did not even have vehicles to work with. There was only one vehicle the man had. And just with one vehicle, you cannot even create enough cover. So it was impossible for CJ to stay alive. They were just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Looking at the MVP of that previous game, it's going to be Krishna, getting 9 frags on the board and 2 headshots as well, backed up with that. The remaining players as well that pop up on the screen, there's also going to be Thug getting 5. Then you've got Frozen as well coming through from Hell Matrix, getting 4 frags. Even Beast right there from Gods for Reason getting 3. And Icy right there getting 3.
Yeah, Icy got 3 finishes, especially given it was Miramar. And it's a good thing that it is TBS Icy, not RIC, because RIC is pretty bad at the game. But yeah, getting back to the point standings, 27 points is what Hell Matrix have farmed. Given how they had that rough start, this is a big recovery. But for Onslaught Crew, they'll be enjoying the spoils of the war. 10 position points courtesy to that chicken dinner. Not a lot of finish points, but still, I'm going to take that. But G4R, man, I'm loving this team, especially 10 finishes. Not a lot of position points, but does it even matter?
Look, I'm happy for Onslaught Crew getting those 13 points, but to be honest, if you look at it, the circle just favored them over and over again. And that's the only reason why Onslaught... Right? I mean, that's the only reason why Onslaught got these 13 points, right? And the fact that even though the circle was on top of you constantly, you were still not able to take those fights and at least secure a few elimination points. Now, that is the concerning part. Yes, let's be honest, the luck was favoring them in this particular game, but is that really going to keep on happening in the upcoming games as well? No is going to be the answer. If you want to stay inside of the top 6, consistency is going to be the key. They got 13 points just off of this game. In the previous day game, they only had 2 points.
See, as long as you're in the top 6, I mean, I'll take that. For Onslaught Crew, they still did manage to get a chicken dinner. But G4R were quite consistent, as a result of which 39 points, inching in closer to the doors of qualification. Chakka, Jam, a little bit of a letdown in this game because could not farm a lot of finishes in this one. As a result, still on the top 3. But this group is pretty well divided, if you ask me. It's not the vacuum created like in Group 1. We still have OGs in contention, even for Team OC. They're at 11 points. And given that we still have one more game to go after this, even the likes of Astra Sena could stage a comeback if they get a chicken dinner.
Anything can happen, right?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, it's just one game separating these teams from each other. One decent game, actually. Even if they manage to get 20 points off of that one game, they're instantly going to be around that top 3. To be honest, looking at the first 2 games, I really thought that maybe Thunder Gods can be inside of the top 6, but no, they're on the latter half of the board. Things are now starting to slip out from the hands of Thunder Gods, which is absolutely concerning. But Original Gangsters, even they're slacking off a little bit now from the original or overall standings.
Yeah, absolutely. Even I was confused as to what the game plan was, the way they were traversing around. It felt like they got overwhelmed looking at the circle. I mean, maybe they did not have enough practice around the circle. Oh,
yeah. I mean, look, to be honest, looking at the circle, it was not too friendly for a lot of these teams. CJ was one of them. Phoenix Esports was also one of them. Phoenix Esports had such a key position inside of the circle. On top of Montenegro, they were controlling such a major part. They had so much visual advantage as well. But the way the circle was really playing its mind game, it caught a lot of teams off guard. Even Oblivion Core can be a part of the conversation, right? The previous first game, Oblivion Core was doing so good. Later on, you move on, the transition towards the upcoming moments. For Oblivion Core, in the mid-pack, they got eliminated because the circle was playing with a lot of those minds. But hey, the conversation will continue, but for now, let's move on to a short break.
Hello everyone and welcome back to BGIS 2026 here. You guys are currently watching the English broadcast and this is the round 3 stages of day number 1 here. Group 2 pretty much playing 2 games and Group 1 already played 3 games so far. My name's ISC Baby12 at your service and we have Super Johnny to take you through the last match for today. And interesting enough, we saw a little bit of an unexpected winner chicken dinner, which again I was sincerely hoping that we were going to see that 1v4 ending here. Johnny, what do you think about that?
I mean, see, it was a phenomenal play from Krishna Jod over there, and of course a phenomenal game overall for Hellmatrix as well. And I think there's going to be a lot of people who feel the same way as you. Fixes was saying the same thing off broadcast, that he was hoping to see that 1v4 conclude that match. But to be fair, when the odds are stacked against you, just getting 3 knocks in a fight like that, you're going to be happy you were able to get yourself into a position like that. Yeah, can't be too hard on itself for missing out the chicken dinner.
Well, speaking of odds as well, guess what? If you guys want to get yourself a Royal Pass, now is a fantastic time to do so as well, because Rebel Rogue Fox set is available alongside with the DP28. And guess what? One-time purchase, and if you grind it out all the way through, you can get this amazing set. And to top of it all, guess what? Once you max it out, you will get enough UC to buy next season's Royal Pass as well, which is pretty much a pretty good deal, I'd say.
Exactly. I mean, increase your odds of getting amazing cosmetics inside of the game. And of course, for me personally, I feel the Royal Pass is going to be the best investment for cosmetics in BGMI. But again, coming back to that match, Hellmatrix, what a brilliant bounce back from them. The performance on Miramar was phenomenal. We have seen multiple King of the Hill situations in the past, but usually teams do end up spreading a little bit too far away from each other, because of which they lose out on players. But Hellmatrix, they stuck together, got a lot of finishes for themselves. And of course, talking about finishes, gods for a reason. Well, they are gods for a reason.
Yeah, I kind of agree as well. Even though they didn't really make it towards the final end games, though, they still got like at least 10 finishes in the first game
pretty much
before actually dying out in that scenario. But of course, we've been touching about all these 2 names as well here. We have to bring in a new addition of name, and that's going to be Onslaught Crew Esports that actually won the winner chicken dinner. They almost dropped the ball, but still, it's good enough points here, at least to stay alive here.
Exactly. I mean, right now the goal is to stay in the top 6 so that you directly qualify to round 4. If you can't really pull that off, then you have to stay and pray and hope that you are in the remaining top 16 in order to move to the next round that way. But at least for now, I think it is going to be interesting to see how the next match sort of turns out, because of the vacuum that the other teams are making at the top of the leaderboard, I have a feeling that the cutoff for this particular group might just end up being around, what, like 25 points?
Really? A little bit lower as well?
Yeah,
okay.
I think 25 to 30 max.
Wow, that's actually pretty low coming in from Johnny here as well. But all things considered here, this next match of Miramar is going to be their final match for this respective group as well. Hopefully things are going to be for better as well, because that previous match was a little bit of a banger. But let's take a look at this.
Last match of the day, the map is Miramar, and of course Group 2. I think at this point, with what we have seen on Erangel and the Miramar prior to this, everyone's warmed up, everyone's willing to take that fight. But talking about the flight, before the fight, we have the flight path on our screen starting from La Cobriera, ending at Partona. It is going to be leaning towards the western half of the map, anything towards the eastern side off limits. But that gives us opportunity to talk about teams that like to play from the northeastern quadrant of the map, because that is where, in a situation like this, we see a few early drop clashes, especially around those vehicle spawns towards the northern highway.
Well, truth be told, I'm genuinely happy that Phoenix is not getting super contested this game in this round, because round 2 was just a complete nightmare for Phoenix Esports. And I'm glad they actually made it through here. But this time, it seems like they have a very, very peaceful drop. Not many teams has been looking to try and contest them. But as soon as I say this, I do see a little bit of a Hell Matrix action that may be looking towards Phoenix as well. El Pozo, actually, no, they are kind of going to get kicked off as well, because GenM is in this vicinity. So Phoenix may actually reposition from this as well, because Smoker's heading down south. We've got Somraj and Sim heading towards Monte Nuevo. They actually switched their drop location.
I do not know what is going on, Phoenix, because I think the original intention with how Somraj and Sim sort of positioned themselves while exiting that airplane might have just been for El Pozo, but maybe they saw too many bodies. And of course, Smoker with an off exit ends up towards La Driella, but luckily for Phoenix Esports, Hellmatrix and GenM, the circle is centered on El Pozo right now. We have a northwestern circle in a western flight path, making lives of all of these 16 teams a whole lot easier right now. But I see we do have a drop clash, well, kind of happening in Valle del Mar. And it is going to be an interesting one to see actually who ends up surviving, because whoever ends up surviving might have to take a fight against Black Raven Esports, who are present in Partona and will have the option of rotating from that Minas del Sur Valle del Mar bridge. But here we have it.
Well, this is going to be a tricky one as well. Joy Bangla just going in this fight. Oblivion Core is going to be on the top as well. Igor does have the high ground to actually provide a little bit of cover, but Aryan is a little bit spread off as well. He does have a little bit of suppressed shots, a couple of chip damage away. Igor is able to give them information, but Aryan on top, he needs backup. He needs backup fast as well. He's only got pistols, and he's thinking about jumping down towards from the third floor to try and get down here. But it seems like Joy Bangla, they are also anticipating that he may look for an exit. It seems like he is going to go for a jump, and he's going to try and make a mad dash for it here. And it seems like he is going to go to the next building here. Igor provides a suppressed fire. Gets a nice shot in. Spirit drops down very low. But is it enough to get him out of safety? Yes, for now. Aryan manages to loot up a little bit more on the next compound, which is good. But Joy Bangla, they're now all stuck in the same house.
Yeah, pretty much, man. But I love the coordination coming in from Oblivion Core. Especially Aryan just staying in the line of fire for Igor to provide enough support and allow him an opportunity to escape. Now gotten some weapons in his hands. No helmet though. And no utility. I mean, if they had a few nades, maybe it would have been easy for Oblivion Core to find an opening over here. But as you mentioned, Joy Bangla stuck in that one building. These three players have no escape. All Aryan has to do is just make sure that the backlines are also covered, because they can still exit the building from the southern side and then maybe isolate a fight against Aryan. That's the only way I see Joy Bangla finding a way out of the situation.
Well, seems like they did find one smoke, and that's going to be the smoke grenade being lobbed over. In this case, they are looking to try and get out from the south side. And it seems like with this spot coming for Igor, Joy Bangla might be looking for an entry point. The nades has been lobbed over to try and chip away. No connection so far. It seems like Joy Bangla is going to be looking to try and bait up utilities. Another smoke comes through, and they are going to push in. And Aryan is going to be expecting company, but he does have a DPS. Igor looking to try and reposition to try and find a cheeky window here to try and get a couple chip damage in, but it is going to be very, very tough here. Joy Bangla, backs to back, shoulder to shoulder. Going to be checking every inch here for Aryan. He's got to make the shot count here. But Aryan not making any steps here, is making a little bit of a paranoia away. But Naruto from the far finds the opener. And that's going to be the aggression put on hold here, at least for Joy Bangla. But Naruto, what a shot. That's a pixel perfect moment to actually find one there.
Yeah, that's the opening that Aryan needed. Now, armed with the DBS, I think there is potential for Oblivion crew to regroup around Aryan and maybe put pressure on Joy Bangla. Maybe the only point of concern is going to be Crowley, who's a little bit far away from the rest of the team in the back lines. But Aryan again repositions. And it's just resets after resets between the two sides. Both looking to counter each other's moves. And Joy Bangla, I think for them the goal is simple. Just hunt Aryan down, somehow find the first frag and swing the numbers in their favor.
Yeah, this is very tricky as well. I like this 3v3 setup coming from Joy Bangla and also Oblivion Core. Three of the players actually keeping them at bay, while the other 1 versus 1 here is going to be Naruto, going to be setting Crowley on the sides all by himself here. So right now, both these 6 players are just waiting for that one player who's lurking outside to make a play. And once that happens, this is where the full collapse comes through. But it's still going to be very, very tough though.
Pretty much, I mean, as you said. But the only problem is that Oblivion Core, at least we saw Naruto getting engaged into this fight. That spray was the slowdown that Aryan needed to escape the pressure from Joy Bangla, but same can't be said for Joy Bangla themselves. Crowley in the backlines is completely pinned. He is isolated. Another nade lobbed out, and if this doesn't find any opening, Oblivion Core might have to start thinking about a reset, start thinking about that move up north. It is not a lot of distance they have to travel to enter the circle, but still, if someone reaches there before them, then they can be gate kept.
Yeah, they're going to take a long time too as well.
Pretty much,
considering the fact that if they don't wrap this up quickly as well, they are going to be forced to be, you know, punished by teams that is going to be rotating in as well. I think on the minimap as well, we did see Black Raven going to be dropping in to potentially kind of third party it is. So they have to be a little bit careful here. Arya now going to be expecting company. They are right beside a lot of suppressed fire here to try and bait some sort of reaction. So Aryan is going to get lucky. Seems like he's going to find one. That's going to be the first knock here for Aryan. And the second one, Oblivion Core takes 2 out. And Joy Bangla in a world of pain now with Aryan putting one of the biggest surprises here.
And he has a nade to work with as well. A little bit off, I mean. All right, he's still got 2 finishes, and now He's isolated this fight indoors to a 1v1 and gets the third as well. Ravi, well, a little bit of support from Sidhu on the flank who found that knock. And the cleanup comes through. Oblivion Core, 3 finishes secured over here. And we were just talking about it. The fight, they need to wrap it up as quickly as possible. They have 3 players out of the way. Crowley in the backlines, I think his position is still hidden. They don't know exactly where he's hiding. So this man is just going to be forced to play for survival now.
Oh, I feel bad. I genuinely feel bad here. But at the same time, let's talk about the teams inside the zone here. Gen M actually going for a slam, and they actually lose 2. Original Gangsters finds 2 openers here. They got the confirmation, and now it is going to be a 4v2 situation. But at the same time, Aladdin going to be trying to buy a little bit more time to kite his way through. Suk on the second floor. All by himself, the sprays comes in, the M249 does connect and find 1 knock. Goblin goes down looking for a second, but he is getting surrounded slowly here as Original Gangsters has got the entire second floor on fire. And just like that, they cleaned them all out, just in a blink of an eye. Very quick one.
Yeah, Gen of Miracle were hoping for a miracle over there, but couldn't find one. And an early exit handed in this last Miramar of the day, but Joy Bangla, Crowley, well, he's going to have to go and play like a demon now to try and drag his way out of this fight. But Oblivion Core, they have the numbers to work with. And at this point, I think the hope for Crowley is going to be close to nice. He's the first player charged forward, and the follow-up is going to be the cleanup as well. Joy Bangla wiped out on the 15th position in this game.
Yep, a little bit unfortunate there for them, but again, nicely done here coming from Oblivion Core. They even needed the compound as well, knowing for the fact that Naruto knew exactly where Crowley was right from the beginning. So nice little thing here, but again, Zone is going to force them out of rotation. They haven't found their vehicles yet, and then it's going to be a late rotation for them because now the circle actually shifts all the way towards the east side of Opozo. The mountain terrains are up for grabs. Phoenix already making their way on towards the southern approach here to try and get center control, try and zone off players. But look at this influx of teams that is going to be coming here from the east side. That's just a lot of teams that is going to be looking to try and challenge Original Gangsters and Phoenix for those compounds.
Pretty much, man. But the southern edge and the southeastern edge of the circle right now are going to be very fun to look at. As, again, I mean, we have MDN going up against TDR, a fight out of the open, and there's going to be one more team that might just look to join the fray where we saw them on the map moving in from, well, there they are in the distance, and now we finally get to see them. But Thunder God Esports, I wonder what the objective is going to be, because the circle isn't too far away, and the goal should be to take control of those San Martin compounds. Well, they've sent players up front already. And Fragger over here just stays in the back line, finds the opening as well. And this is going to be an easy finish, converted by Thunder God Esports. MDN, though, put under pressure by the side of PHX.
Oh, boy. The sprays still go on here coming from Thunder God Esports, but they're barely at the edge of the zone. They're still trying to get some sort of information. They see all these teams from the far horizon, but I don't think they're going to get any value out of this. But TDR, well, the only thing they get hurt here is pretty much their vehicles getting damaged. But aside from that, look at Mahavir. He's going around on a shove in. He tried to go for a vehicle swap, but gets caught out midway instead. What a knock from Mahavir.
Yeah, should have just kept going over there. Powerhouse Esports have lost a lot of power in this game of Miramar. 2 players down. There's no saving of Shabin in this fight. And Thunder Gods should have an easy time racking up their second point inside of the game. There you go. I wonder what their game plan now is going to be. I thought they would try to move towards the western side, the western edge of San Martin, secure a few buildings and just play from the edge of the play zone. But no, they're trying to secure a position further deep inside of this play zone, look for a few compounds. Well, they have the broken buildings for themselves to work with. It's a little bit off-center, just a little bit east of the center of the current play zone. It's a nice little position for them. There's no one around them, at least for about 100, 150 meter radius. There's absolutely no one to contest them as well. And the only threat that was headed in their direction, they've already taken care of it.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that TDR was able to get a free access just like that. But
Pretty
again,
much, yeah.
It is stage 2. It is Miramar. Obviously, there is a little bit more space to work with. But now with stage 3 in play, where is it going to go? It is going to head up north here. And it seems like OC does have one of the high ground advantage here from the north side. Not a lot of attention to be expected, especially with teams coming from the east side. But I may have spoke too soon here, because from the right side, we do see the team Blue Spartan may look to try and challenge the Creative Fuse here. So this widespread from OC is going to be under threat and under fire here in a very, very short time span that is going to be happening. Meanwhile, the teams at the south side is going to try to maneuver through the terrains here, either through El Pozo or through the mountain terrains. And it seems like, I think I caught a glimpse on Phoenix actually making their way into the city. But before that, let's take a look at the replays coming from Gods for a Reason.
Yeah, I feel bad for MDN, to be honest, I see right now. It seems like anywhere they want to go, there's someone just waiting for them already. First, a player getting taken out by Powerhouse because they were third-partied by them. And now, as they try to reset, it's Gods for a Reason that find a pick against the players of MDN. Look at this, White! You want to charge for the center of the zone, gets caught off guard by Black Raven. And just barely survives the explosion from the nade. The first aid being popped, but look at the radar. This is such a risky position for him to be in.
Oh my god, he's pretty much stuck in a rock and a hard place as well. And interesting enough, I'm surprised nobody has actually taken shots at them. But with this smoke coming in play, and hearing the amount of gunshots that is happening across the map as well, we can see TDR going to be caught in a little bit of fight as well. They do find the members from MT. That's going to be 1 down, 2 down, and that's going to be the third one down as well. And the Team Blue Spartan from the far horizon actually joins the fray. This is a 4-way showdown. Even Gods for a Reason comes in to say hello.
Hey, we spoke about this a few moments ago. The southern and the southeastern edges had clustered a wave of teams moving from there. And that is going to result in just total and utter chaos between these sides. Thunder God Esports pinned down. Ruiner is about to be ruined as from the top of the hill. It is going to be Spirit who finds that incredible knock for his team. Thunder God Esports now will be under immense pressure. On the move though, Ruiner, he's going to get finished off. Mavi has no other option but falling back. He's going to be followed by Fragger. The spray is good. That US almost on the verge of exploding, but barely alive.
Oh my goodness, that's a close call there. But at the same time, Thunder Gods, they were making the right call as well. They knew for a fact they were pinned by 4 angles. There was no reason to stick around. But Gods for a Reason, however, they've lost 1 player. And it seems like a couple of return fires has been shot as well. Spirit, a little bit unaware of where this potential stray player is. It seems like Abi is like shooting him from the downside. And it seems like TDR just split off in a 1-3 split initially. And now it's going to be a 2-1 split with Abi going to be lurking around on the back lines all by himself. But before that, the calm before the storm, before the big moves needs to be made right now, is the zone is about to close completely. And it seems like it does shift all the way towards where OC is. So everybody needs to push out a mountain terrain. And guess what? Phoenix actually taking the northeast corner of El Pozo, rotating through, and now they are going to be able to gatekeep teams coming out of El Pozo now.
I'm just surprised they still went towards El Pozo, to be honest. Extremely late in the game, but it seems like it's their favorite city inside of Miramar, and the zone is going to allow them to take control of that city. Phoenix Esports, they do not want to let go of it. But it's the God against the Spartans, Thunder Gods against Team Blue Spartans, and Blue Spartans have, well, kind of turned the situation against Thunder Gods, because just a few moments ago we saw one of the players from Team Blue Spartan fall to Thunder Gods, but they found a reset, and Thunder Gods now, their numbers are reduced to 2, with Fragger just completely pinned in the middle of nowhere. I don't think he can escape this this position, because even in the backlines there's Gods for a Reason as well, putting more pressure. But Team Blue Spartan got out Hitman. Yeah, too much distance, difficult to connect a spray from there.
Well, he could have went for the prone, but unfortunately, Hitman now going to be driving along here as if nothing happened. A couple of random headshots does connect, but Hitman, ooh, it's going to be a very, very close call there. Stage 4 is going to hurt a little bit more, but he needs to wait things out here. He's trying to push inside the zone. But let's take a look at what Original Gangsters is doing from the south side, because they had control of the mountain terrain on the south side. They've only got 4 finishes. And it seems like they do have a lot of vision on towards the teams of PH and also the guys from VR. But Hitman eventually goes down here as TBS does take the confirmation here. That's going to be a point in the heads of the Blue Spartan now.
I don't like this call to rotate from the northern edge of the circle from Gods for a Reason. It's too much damage being tanked off the blue zone. And of course you are aware of Team Blue Spartan, who are their gatekeeping Gods for a Reason. And of course, as they keep pushing towards the northern edge, they run into Onslaught crew. Schwepp, he has the high ground. No scope though. I mean, he can catch Hexy of God Spirit as well. Oh no, that buggy spins out as the rear tire is going to be out of commission. The switch of the scope to the 4X. Spirit almost about to fall. Should be an easy knock. There you go.
Oh, that's going to be a knock there. And Onslaught Crew right now is the biggest boss in this game just because they have the highest terrain inside the zone. And Gods, for a reason, in this case, Hexe, he's pretty much stuck. He needs some sort of backup, and he's not going to get any as well. The nades comes in. He does clip him. But Schweb, does he know that he hit the shot? This is going to be the question here. He's going to try and make another attempt as well. On the same direction. Another nade's in, but Hexe has popped his first aid kit, and it seems like it is going to bounce off the cliff, so there's no connection so far. But Hexe, he's panicking. Look at him. He's trying to make a run for it as well, trying to make it into the zone. But Schweb, he saw that head, but didn't go for the headshot. Now the nades comes in. He is going to go for the spray. Schweb, he's got to connect something, but Hexe, he's going to make a run for it as well. Out in the open, no suppressed fires. Is going to be able to get out to safety as well.
I mean, I want to see if he's actually going to be able to stay safe, because there were shots being fired towards him from every single direction, and of course he got close to Team Blue Spartan as well. But I see there's a party happening in El Pozo apparently, and we've kind of missed it. There is Hell Matrix, there is Chakka Jam, there's Phoenix, and there is another squad present, which we have been seeing fight from the, well, basically the start of the match. It is going to be the side of OC Oblivion Core, this one. And I think after those early eliminations, they have been able to secure just one extra finish for themselves, but now just get completely pinned in the blue zone.
This is going to be the luckiest moment for me for Oblivion Core, because they have a small little pocket to work outside the zone. But the problem with this small pocket is that Hell Matrix actually spots this out, so they know they're still stuck up there. And here you come, Krishna gets the first knock through. That's a point in the bag, and Hell Matrix, all they need to do is just wait for them to come out. The question here is, will they come out? Is going to be the problem here, because Oblivion Core, they only have two options left. Deny the points, or get wrecked, because they're stuck.
Pretty much, I mean, as you said, only two options they have. And I think they are going to take the first one. They're going to
missed it?
Maybe an off timing, but I don't think Oblivion Core still survive it. They're still getting finished off. Look at this. Krishna gets one, and the second man is low as well. He waits for the clip to run out, and then finally gets that second point for his team. A little bit of help from his teammates who were able to give him the information, but yeah, Hell Matrix, I think the domination of El Pozo is going to go on up until they go up against Phoenix Esports, because that's the only other team with enough numbers to actually challenge them.
Well, speaking of challenging right now, MDN outside his zone here, getting gate capped by Original Gangsters. 6 finishes in the back, and they're making sure that no one is going to be left alive out of this zone here. As Original Gangsters scouts out a couple of players here, it is going to be BR, going to be trying to rotate away here. Black Raven trying to take a little bit of swing, but gets shot from BGMI and Esports from inside the zone. And White, he's going to try and get some sort of points, but seems like he is going to try the met game, but seems like it is a little bit too much damage here. Black Raven takes out Goblin OG, and Smokey is going to be able to pick up himself up here, as Aladdin OG looks to try and capitalize on this. Original Gangsters, they may look to make a pounce, but seems like they're just a little bit afraid here.
Yeah, I think they just wanted to maintain control of that hill, but as they lost the first player over there, now they are going to hope to re-find the advantage inside of this fight. And they do! Daddy OG, my goodness! Just charges forward and takes on everyone all by himself. What was that? Black Raven Esports, they showed up looking to take control of this position away from Original Gangsters, but which is destroyed by a single player.
Well, here's Daddy, I would say. There was a sick push coming into play here. They've got it completely locked down, but Original Gangsters, they definitely are not afraid to take fights. 11 finishes in the back, and we're down towards the final 7 team in this zone itself. And surprise enough, CJ, this game, not having a great one here as well. Sartak, one of the stars coming from round 2. This time, 0 finishes across the board, and a very, very early exit here. Making it to the top 7 does give them position points, but even then, he's stuck in a rock and a hard place. As soon as he goes out, Phoenix has got him completely pinned. Same can be said for Hell as well. And Hell Matrix is going to be playing the eastern side of El Pozo City, but the biggest problem for 3 of this team is that how do they get out of the city, because the circle is going to force them out in the open. As you can see, the zone is about to shift in. It seems like it is going to push them outside the roadsides here. And Astras have a good spot on the northwest corner. And even for the OCA as well on the east side, Onslaught Crew does have a pretty decent spot to work with.
I like what Onslaught Crew are doing. And I mean, even in the previous Miramar, they just kept their heads down, played for position, and made sure that all 4 players were survival till the very end. And this time as well, going on with the same strategy, all 4 players intact, position inside of the zone is just phenomenal. The only team with concrete cover to work with as of now. But just a few moments ago, we saw that situation in El Pozo. Phoenix Esports, I believe, are going to be stuck in El Pozo as Hellmatrix. They have taken some control of the inner edges of the circle, but Sarthak, he is still alive, and he's made sure that Blaze will not have enough HP to charge or recharge again into this fight. The nade goes out. It is going to be a bit off, but Sarthak, he is trying his level best to isolate this situation to a 1v1, does not want the other players from the side of Hellmatrix to get involved. Blaze still wasting time, waiting for the backup, and it is going to be Phoenix Esports Viper from the other side who makes sure that Sarthak's HP bar is not going to be enough to take on this fight any further.
Oh my goodness, the Molotov is there as well. Sarthak is burning. He doesn't have a lot of space to work with. The shotgun push comes in. The pump is there, but Sarthak is going to go down as Hellblaze takes him out. And just like that, Hellmatrix, they finish them up from CJ. They will bow on the 7th position, but we're down towards the 20 players left alive here. Down towards the final 16 that Hellmatrix plays. He needs some help. And there's a lot of suppressed fires coming in. And throughout this this commotion, guess what Phoenix did? They actually took advantage of it, rotated inside the zone, and now they've left Viper to gatekeep Blaze all by himself.
Yeah, they're going to be able to pick off one man from the side of Hellmatrix, and that split that came in from Hellmatrix is going to cost them a lot more than they bargained for. Phoenix Esports, as you mentioned, Aishi, they have the upper hand, but look at the radar as well. We see Smoker and Somraj split from the team, and they are charging towards Astra, who are present towards the northwestern edge of the circle right now. They are playing a 4-man split as well, but they have the advantage of being on top of those hills.
Yeah, this is such a tricky spot to play with as well, especially coming from Phoenix. This 2-2 split is going to be extremely risky, but as soon as I say that, Sim, first one to get knocked here. Phoenix, they're in a world of pain with this crossfire coming in from AstraZeneca and also Hellmatrix. Meanwhile, inside the zone on the southeast corner, we have PH pretty much bending pinned, and Original Gangsters now going to be pushing up from the sides. On high ground, still favoring towards PH, but interesting enough, I'm not seeing PH trying to peek through the high ground here, which is very weird. Not exactly sure why, but guess what? Viper gets the confirmation onto his Blaze, and the zone will take him out. Simp is knocked, but he will be picked off, and it seems like the rest of the teams is going to double down to push in from the south corner instead.
Well, let's see how that turns out for them. Phoenix, in the meanwhile, still is getting beaten down by the players of AstraZeneca and Devil. Nade being cooked. They know exactly where they secured a knock onto Simp. Viper and Simp still present in the same position while Smoker goes to revive his IGL, but this might be a bad call as look at the amount of utility that's being lobbed towards those two lads. Somraj, he was brought back for a few seconds, gets taken out. Smoker is going to get knocked out again. And now Hellmatrix, Krishna Jord out of nowhere, he's chiming into this fight. Phoenix Esports, can they take care of this lost player surviving from Hellmatrix? Phoenix were the reason Hellmatrix aren't in this game anymore. And Krishna Jord, along with the remaining players from the side of AstraZeneca, is going to make them pay. Thug gets finished up. Viper, the last man left standing from the side of Phoenix, is still there. But Hellmatrix, they get finished off. Phoenix, they could be the next one in line. But Viper, alright, he was trying his level best, secured a knock, but finally gets shut down. AstraZeneca, they've done phenomenal, but they only have 3 eliminations in this game. And I think Original Gangsters, with the kind of momentum that they have, they might be able to close out this match with a chicken dinner. The question is, do they know where Onslaught Crew is?
Well, it's going to be a tough one as well. Onslaught Crew Esports looking for the back-to-back chicken dinner, but AstraZeneca needs a big one if they want to stand a chance to qualify for top 6. But for now, it is going to be a 3-way showdown here, a 4 versus 3 situation here. Original Gangsters, they've heard all the commotions, but they just cannot do anything about it. Vehicles exploded, they're stuck out in the open, and they're pushing in from the south side. Whereas for Onslaught Crew, who has the compounds for the longest of time, like you said, they've kept their heads down though, and they're now in the final zone here. They're looking to wreak havoc very, very soon. Spots out AstraZeneca from the far horizon. But again, they're just not taking those risks.
Hey man, I mean, they had 13 points from that previous game. They have 8 in this match already pretty much. And that itself brings their average, their aggregate for the day, I have to say, to a decent position. Anything more that they can get from here on out is just added bonus and relieves pressure from the matches they play tomorrow. A chicken dinner, as you mentioned, a back-to-back win is definitely something they're hoping for. But the next shift of the circle is what decides their fate. Are they going to be allowed the luxury of this concrete cover, or are they going to be flushed out? Well, it is going to be the latter. The circle moves away from them, and out of nowhere, it is going to be, I believe, AstraZeneca that have the upper hand. They're going to have the slight advantage of the terrain. The ridges work in their favor now.
Well, calm before the storm. Have to be a little bit careful here on what needs to be done here. You can see proning all the way. They've got to be snakes here, but again, this terrain just does not have grass for them to snake their way through. And original gangsters, oh, seems like they do have a UAZ, so maybe, just maybe, they can actually go for a run over here. Biswa is going to try and make an attempt here to try and push forward. AstraZeneca, they do have a wide spread with Beast. Well, right on the edge of the zone, trying to get some sort of a leverage here with those high grounds. Needs to be careful here. Biswa cooking out the nades, knows where exactly Zeno is as well. Ooh, no connection so far. He's going to back off though. But seems like Beast almost getting knocked from the blue zone there coming from AstraZeneca.
Yeah, that definitely would have been quite unfortunate if that happened. But look at Devil. He's definitely the devil indeed. An evil plan of his put into execution as the nade goes out. Some damage dished out to original gangsters, but Devil, his position revealed now, is going to be forced to fall back, and I have to say, original gangsters, they have closed in quite a lot of distance. This could be trouble for AstraZeneca, but from the backlines, Onslaught crew as well, looking to move in, and a little bit of a duel as Biswa in the backlines tries to take on the players from Onslaught crew, but they get flushed into the line of fire of AstraZeneca. Ninja in the back is going to get knocked out. And now Onslaught crew, they have to look for a reset, but that spray whiffed from Aladdin. Oh, that could have been an opportunity. That could have been the numbers equalizer that they were hoping for.
Exactly, but at the same time as well, look at this, AstraZeneca, the circle is not favoring them as well. Onslaught crew has got them completely surrounded. These two teams that is keeping each other in check, slowly giving away position towards Onslaught crew, but the problem is they're right at the edge of the zone, and the zone is going to force them out in the open. This was the only one that has somewhat of a sense of control, and even he can be a kryptonite for all this both teams, but is he able to survive this, is going to be my question. But does AstraZeneca and also Onslaught crew actually spot him out, is going to be the other question here. Nades comes in, Aladdin, ooh, such a close call, but opener has been happening here. The second nade will connect, and AstraZeneca, they're getting peppered here by Onslaught crew.
Yeah, they just get too desperate to go for those points as they found the opening against original gangsters, but from the flank, Onslaught crew, they find the knocks and are finally getting those finishes for themselves as well. AstraZeneca down to their last man. Zeno, he needs to be cautious because if he swings out this wide, outside of the smoke, he is going to get finished off, and Biswa gets the job done. But original gangsters, they have found a reset as well. I see 15 eliminations on the board. 3 more potential finishes wait for them up front, but the numbers are being created, and Onslaught crew are again in the brilliant position for a back-to-back win. The nade is going to be close one, and this one gets the job done. It is going to be a back-to-back win. Onslaught crew, phenomenal performance on Miramars today.
Well, it wasn't a fluke in the previous game. This time, it is a definite certainty coming from Onslaught crew. Back-to-back winner chicken dinners in this game, and that is going to be a massive performance coming from them. But at the same time, original gangsters, they did what they could.
Pretty much. I mean, they had the best outing they could have hoped for. I mean, a chicken dinner would have definitely been better. But to be very honest, they did not have the numbers. They were kind of stuck in that sandwich with Onslaught crew in the rear and AstraZeneca up front. But I want to talk about Onslaught crew because they held on to that broken building cluster for a long time. Before that, they were playing the hills on the northern edges. But I like this strat on Miramar, man. Just keep your head down. Do not take any fights up until stage 7, stage 6, and just go for those free frags if you can find any, and just go for the chicken dinner. This time they get a big one as well. I believe they have 17 points or something from this
agreed.
game.
But let's talk a little bit more on towards the clips here on final blows on how things actually happen as well. A lot of these teams was actually shoved onto El Pozo, especially coming from Phoenix Esports, coming from I think it was Hell Matrix as well. Was pretty much stuck in this situation. A lot of teams was actually shoved into a southwest corner, southwest corner, and also east side here because of two particular teams, and that's Original Gangsters and also Astra Senna initially, because they were dominating the high grounds of all those circles, especially from stage 4 itself.
As you were talking about those high grounds, the only position where there was not a mountain to help any team was towards the eastern edge, eastern edge of the circle, because Onslaught Crew was playing the northern edge of the circle. They made it to the top 3. Astra Sena was playing, well, the northwestern edge, so we're going to count it as the western edge just for convenience. So we had a team from the northern edge, we have a team from the western edge, and we had Original Gangsters who were the entire time just on the hill just towards the southern edge on stage 4. So 3 high grounds, all 3 teams were able to rack up decent eliminations and were able to make it to the top 3 of this game. And of course, it's a lot more than just terrain advantage that they had. They were able to keep their numbers safe as well. But from the eastern side, the one team that kind of impressed me was Powerhouse. Because Powerhouse lost 2 players very early on in the game. If you remember, they were kind of caught off guard by Thunder Gods. Then one of their players was picked off, I believe, by Team Blue Spartans. But still, 2 players making it, I believe, into the top 6, the top 7 was quite decent.
Yeah, exactly. And the teams in the east side here, especially those mountain turrets that you're talking about as well, Gods for a reason tried to dominate from their perspective, but there were just too many nooks and crannies for them actually go through as well. And in this case, Original Gangsters just took their own sweet time from south side, crept their way through, zoned everybody out, and just let the numbers take each other out. I would say taking out the herd by using your enemies in forcing them in awkward situations. So it was a very nice game coming from them. But let's talk about the MVP from the match. Biswa OG, he almost clutched his big time here. This was a very difficult endgame circle for them, but still, he still got 7 finishes.
Yeah, I mean, it was a phenomenal performance from Original Gangsters overall. I mean, Biswa, 7 eliminations, and I believe, Daddy, that play, that charge into the fight as Black Ravens were trying to pick off their players was just phenomenal. And that is where they lost one of their teammates. So this roster was playing a 3-man unit from the mid-game stages, from stage 4, stage 5 onwards, and they still managed to make it to the top 3. It was a phenomenal run. And because of that, they have 21 points from this particular match. Onslaught Crew, they finished this game with 19 points. Hell Matrix, another amazing team today, and especially on the maps of Miramar, 12 points secured from this game.
Well, they did hit their KPI, but joining them here, we do have Astra Senna as well, finally making a little bit of appearance towards the end game here, but only got themselves 9 points. But is it enough for them to actually make a bounce back here? We shall see in a bit. Phoenix getting one of their worst performance game today itself, only 7 points, which again, that's pretty consistent, I would say.
I think it should be enough to set them for success tomorrow, because even during the grind, Phoenix Esports was quite phenomenal on their Rondo maps, which is the map they kicked their day off of tomorrow. But at the end of their journey, on day 1 of round 3, this is how the leaderboard looks like. Gods for Reason leading the charge with 42 points. Hell Matrix right behind them with 39, with just 9 placement points and 30 eliminations. That is phenomenal. Yeah,
you have to give props to them as well, especially in the first map of Erangel. So they actually clean out the entire Primos themselves. They wipe out one team and also a loose dragger coming from Astra Senna, which again gave them a lot of points here. So 25 finishes, impressive stuff. But at the same time, you talk about 9 placement points. Look at Hell Matrix. They've also got 9 placement points, but they also have 30 finishes here. It seems like there is a huge vacuum of finish points between Gods for a Reason, Hell Matrix, and also Original Gangsters. Who just gobbled up all those finish points.
Yeah, Original Gangsters were phenomenal, but I like Onslaught Crew and what they're doing as well. But we have to see if they can replicate this in Miramar as well. But they aren't the only teams that are there in the top 6 bracket right now. We also had Phoenix Esports, who kind of took a tumble in this particular game of Miramar. And then there is Chakka Jam as well, who also were taken out fairly early in this last match of the day.
Yeah, it was a little unfortunate as well. This was like their worst performance here out of the games. The first 2 games, they did really well. They had high finishes throughout the game here. But now there is going to be a lot of concerns as well, because tomorrow is going to be a new day. 3 more games remaining for these teams, and there's only 6 slots to make it to the round 4. That is... it's close. It's really close.
It is going to be close. And as we talk about tomorrow, with the amount of aggressive teams we have in this particular group, I can't even imagine what Rondo tomorrow is going to look like. You have Phoenix, you have Gods for Reason, you have an in-form Original Gangsters as well. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be fun here. But of course, we have to close out the segment here. We hope you guys have been enjoying the show here today, and you guys have been supporting the team, because tomorrow is going to be a brand new day here. It's going to be Group 1 and Group 2 once again playing their remaining matches here. And who will advance in towards round 4? It's going to be decided tomorrow. See you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.
When the rider breathes, the road wakes. Enemies ahead. I'm going in. A lone survivor stands, and everything waits. The map unfolds. And the journey begins. As the rider breathes, the path bows. Limits? They're just marks in the dust. Because in the battlegrounds, there are no limits. Ride beyond limits.